The Lion of Vatican, I. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the Church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the Church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei X unknown. Alternate universe: somewhat soul OOC characters. Head writer: RevansStories. Co-writer: no one. Walking in the gardens of Vatican wearing priest robes was a young man with brown hair and yellowish-brown eyes. Strapped to his back, sheathed in leather, was a long sword with a golden pommel and a golden guard matching it. Following not far behind the young male was a huge lion that stood at 5 meters. It had a golden jewel on its forehead that blended somewhat in with its tannish golden-colored fur. The man was none other than Issei Hyoudou, one of the deadliest exorcists, wielder of the Longinus Regulus Nemea and the Holy Sword Joyeuse. Issei's lips were slightly curved upwards as he walked the beautiful garden. The sun was out shining and the birds were chirping, something he often enjoyed. "It's days like this I truly love," Issei said aloud as he came to a stop. "No missions, no training, no nothing. Just a day for myself to do whatever I want." "I believe your parents treasure these days as well," Regulus commented, as Issei took a seat on a massive stone rock. "We're usually busy dealing with the church's problems that you barely have time to see them." "You're not wrong," Issei admitted as he patted Regulus' usual spot, which was right next to him. The lion, in response, moved to the rock and laid himself on it, nearly covering the entire rock. "I have to ask, why didn't we stop and see them?" Regulus questioned as he rested his head on Issei's lap. "You usually always want to see them before coming here, but today you didn't seem so keen on seeing them." Issei shrugged his shoulders as he responded. "I don't know really. I mean, I guess I just didn't want to." "It's not because of your baby sister, is it?" Regulus asked sternly. "Maybe," Issei replied after several seconds, earning a roll of the eyes from the lion. "Okay, it is, but it's not the reason that you're thinking. I don't hate her or anything like that, I just don't want to impose. I mean, ever since God graced them with another child, they seem to put all of their attention into her. I don't want to bother them." "You're overthinking things again, Issei," Regulus said, followed by a yawn. "Your parents love you and care very much about your well-being. You're just being a typical older sibling and fearing replacement." "I guess," Issei said while detaching his sword. "I never asked this, but did you have any siblings growing up?" "Yep," the lion lazily answered. "I was the oldest of the litter as well, but remember, lions are very different from humans." "Right," Issei said, drawing the word out. "You guys killed other males to get the females of a pack." "Pride," Regulus corrected. "A group of lions is called a pride, not a pack." Issei stared at the Longinus for about a solid minute before continuing. "Anyways, male lions kill alpha males of prides to get mates, correct?" I did it many times too." "HMPH, I don't understand that, but I guess that's because of me being human," Issei said while unsheathing his blade. He smiled slightly as it glowed in the sunlight. This was something he also fancied, and possibly something he will always enjoy doing. "That or because you're an idiot," Regulus quipped, earning himself a glare and an ear pull. "Ow, Issei, release my ear immediately. You know I was only joking," he demanded after releasing a yelp. Issei stared at the lion for a solid 3 seconds before releasing his sacred gear's ear. "Anyways, I should probably go see them. It has been a while since I spent time with them, and not having to worry about devils or fallen angels." "Well, it's not like you have to deal with them," Regulus reluctantly stated. "You just prefer to deal with them yourself. I believe your saying is, 'The only good devil is a dead one.' That also applies to fallen angels." "It's because they're evil creatures," Issei said in defense, his voice getting slightly heated. "They take away people's humanity or seduce them to their side and have the person do their bidding. Then, when they're done with that person, they discard them." "Issei." "Regulus, you know I'm not wrong," Issei continued. What they do isn't right. What's the point of saving someone's life if they're bound in shackles? Their freedom is gone, and the moment they want out, they're considered a stray, which leads them to kill others because they have no choice but to feed on humans to strengthen their demonic power. Issei. And don't get me started with fallen angels, Issei said with hatred in his voice. They were once pure beings, but then they became greedy and selfish. They strayed from God's path and became vile. Issei, we have company, Regulus practically yelled with a tick mark on his head. The brown-haired boy looked up after hearing this and was met by the sight of a young woman with long blonde hair and green eyes. Her attire consisted of a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents, a white veil over her head with light blue accents, a brown satchel slung on her right hip. She also had brown boots with black straps in an X-shaped pattern. The young lady's cheeks were slightly red, which caused Issei to sigh internally. He could tell she was a little nervous judging by her stance. It was that, or something else he didn't know anything about. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you," the girl said after a couple of seconds. "I've seen you walk the gardens a lot in the past, and I just assumed that you wanted some company." "It's fine, sister," Issei trailed off. "Oh," the girl perked up and bowed slightly. "My name is Asia Argento. I'm one of the Holy Maidens." Issei nodded his head in response several times hearing this. "You're one of the holders of the sacred gear Twilight Healing, correct?" he asked. Issei wasn't completely sure, but he had heard of a young holy maiden named Asia a while ago. "MHM," she cheerfully hummed in response with a big smile on her face. Issei smiled a little seeing this. She was quite beautiful if he was being honest, and seemed like a good person. "My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Issei Hyoudou." "I know, Knight Hyoudou, wielder of the Holy Sword Joyeuse and the Longinus Regulus Nemea." She chirped happily before placing both her hands over her mouth, preventing herself from speaking anymore. Issei stared at her with a baffled expression, sure he was known somewhat, but this girl was acting like a fan. Like she had just gone to a concert and met the singer of the band. He didn't know what to think really. "I'm sorry," she murmured as she slightly removed her hands from her lips. "I just have heard much about you, and that you're very kind." "It's all good," Issei said with a smile returning. "I'm actually quite flattered to be known by a holy maiden." "Well, you're actually pretty well known. People say you're almost on par with Paladin Dulio," Asia admitted as she looked at her boots. "Almost is the word I would say," Regulus quipped with a toothy smile. "Issei may be skillful, but he isn't quite as experienced as the strongest exorcist." Issei glared at Regulus as he snickered. Seeing the lion laugh made Issei believe he needed to pull on his ear. "Issei, stop pulling my ear every time I make a joke," Regulus demanded with a growl. He felt like one of these days Issei was going to rip his entire ear off. "Then stop making jokes with me being at the butt end of them," Issei harshly stated. Even though Issei spoke in an aggressive tone, it was pretty obvious that he wasn't really upset. He had a smile on his face, which didn't sell the annoyed attitude. Asia, who watched all of this, couldn't help from releasing a big and pure smile as she spoke. "The Lord has surely blessed you. Not only has he gifted you with one of his creations, but he has blessed you too with a healthy relationship." Issei and both Regulus looked at each other before distancing themselves while mumbling, "Well, it's just because he understands me, and I understand him." The three sat in silence, no one not knowing where to take the conversation. "Knight Hyoudou." "Just call me Issei. Knight Hyoudou is for formalities," Issei said, causing Asia to frown a little before suddenly beaming again. "Issei, I was wondering how you managed to get Regulus to appear like that," she asked while pointing at the massive lion. "I had heard that he appeared as a weapon or armor, but never had I heard him appear like that." "I don't know really," Issei admitted with a frown forming on his face as he looked at Regulus. "He just appeared like this. I mean, he can transform into those things you said earlier, but this was the first shape he appeared in, and to be honest, the form I prefer. We believe it was after my last host died that I achieved this form," Regulus said with a solemn voice. "However, like he said, We don't know really. I don't know how I was able to transform into this, but I as well prefer this. It gives me a chance to fight alongside Issei. But what about when people see you? Don't people fret or worry about your safety, Issei? Asia asked as she tilted her head. Not really, Issei said with a shrug as he looked down at his blade. Regulus, soul is bound to me, just like any other sacred gear would be. He appears like this only when I ask. If I wanted him to go away, then he would disappear and enter my body. That sounds wrong. What I'm trying to say is that whatever I say, he does. So like if you wanted him to pick apples. She trailed off while looking at an apple tree full of healthy red apples. He could collect apples, Issei firmly said. Are you wanting me to go accumulate some apples? Regulus questioned, unsure if this was a command or if he was just agreeing with the girl. I don't know. I mean, if she wants apples, I guess. I wouldn't mind, Asia cheerfully declared. I mean, I've had some of the apples here and they're pretty delicious. I wouldn't mind having an apple or two. Regulus? Issei questioned as he looked at the lion, only to earn a nod from the lion as he removed himself from the rock and began walking towards the apple tree Asia looked at earlier, leaving the two alone. So, Issei said after a couple of seconds, want to sit down? Sure, Asia happily replied as she took a seat right next to Issei. Issei couldn't help from glancing at Asia every couple of seconds, who seemed oblivious to this act. He wasn't that good when it came to conversations with women. He didn't stumble over his words, but he just wasn't a talkative person around them either. It wasn't because he was shy, but it was because he didn't know really how to approach them. He didn't have many things in common with most people, and he believed that not everyone wanted to talk about God. Not to mention he was an exorcist. Growing up, he spent most of his time in a training facility with other children. He was taught how to track down evil creatures and how to defeat them, not how to socialize. Issei, Asia asked with concern in her voice, are you okay? I'm fine. Just been thinking about stuff. Issei replied, almost immediately followed by nervous laughter. Oh, is it something bad? She asked as she moved closer to him. No, not really, he said with a shrug as he watched Regulus stand on his hind legs and claw at the apples. I've just been thinking about the conversation I had earlier with Regulus. How you think devils and fallen angels are bad? She questioned with confusion in her voice. I don't think they are. I know they are, Issei said sternly. They're all selfish and greedy. All they think about is themselves. They don't think about anyone, nor do they care about the people they trample over. That's not completely true, Asia denied with a somewhat hurt expression. I had met a fallen angel who wasn't evil at all. He was kind and guided me to the church when I didn't know where to go. Probably because he could use that as leverage later on. I doubt he would have done it out of the kindness of his heart, Issei said in a cold voice. He didn't seem to take notice of the frown on Asia's face. But it's the truth, Issei said in a heated voice as he glared at her. I don't mean to sound rude, but it's just the truth. I've fought against so many of them to where I practically know them. They're all the same in the end. But we were taught to not judge others, Asia said with a serious expression as she looked at him. Judge not, that you be not judged. For with the judgment you pronounce you will be judged, and with the measure you use it will be measured to you. That's with humans, people like us, Issei replied. He warned us not to judge other humans. Devils and other creatures like that, they aren't human. They're born from sins. Lust, greed, envy, pride, all of those are what makes up devils. But it's the truth, Asia. No devil would go out of their way to help you unless they're gaining something from you, he said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Regulus said, gaining both their attention. Laying in front of him was a small basket with a few apples reciting in it. I have brought the apples. Oh, Issei awkwardly said as he scratched the back of his neck. Thanks, Regulus, I kind of forgot about that. It is fine, but I believe you should apologize to Miss Argento, though, Regulus admitted, earning a frown from Issei. Even if you don't think you're in the wrong, it was kind of rude of you to talk to her like that. HMPH, I guess you're right, Issei said after a couple of seconds reflecting. He didn't believe what he said was wrong, but he did believe that. How he was talking to her was wrong and very rude. "Forgive me, Asia. I didn't mean to speak to you like that." Issei apologized with a bow of his head. "I sometimes get a little touchy when it comes to this subject and forget my manners. I hope you can forgive me." "Of course," she immediately said with a smile. "The Lord has taught us to forgive one another. If thou seek forgiveness, then thou shalt be forgiven." Issei smiled a little as Asia went to go pick up the apple basket. He knew that he wasn't the perfect person. Issei also knew he had sinned on multiple occasions as well, but each time he sinned he would pray and ask for forgiveness. "She isn't wrong," Regulus said telepathically to Issei, causing him to tear his gaze from her. "Not every creature that isn't human is bad. Sure, some might, but the world is changing, Issei. One day we might find ourselves fighting alongside a devil." "I doubt it," Issei responded telepathically. "The day I fight alongside a devil is the day I attempt to find a wife." "I will hold you to those words," was all Regulus said in response. "Issei?" Asia questioned as she snapped her fingers in front of him multiple times, earning a grunt of confusion as he looked at her. "I said, do you want to pray before we eat?" "Oh, Issei unsurely stated as he rubbed the back of his head. "Actually, you enjoy yourself. I'm feeling a little tired, so I'm probably just going to head to my room and relax or something like that." "Oh," she said in a deflated-like tone as she looked down at the ground. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to be offensive, but I'm not really in an eating mood," Issei said, not really knowing how to respond to her saddened expression. He did feel somewhat evil for this, but he was being honest, at least to some extent. "I understand," Asia said with a smile forming on her face. "I hope we can hang out later. I think you're a nice person, and I enjoyed our time we spent together." "Thanks," Issei questionably replied. He didn't like to think of himself as a bad person, but he wasn't going to question her. With a quick and respectful bow, Issei made his way out of the gardens with his sacred gear in tow behind him, leaving Asia alone in them. The Lion of Vatican II. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the Church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the Church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei X Unknown. Alternate universe: somewhat soul OOC characters. Head writer: RevansStories. Co-writer: no one. "I still don't know why you insisted on coming here now," Issei said aloud as he knocked on a house's door. "We could have came here later." "Because your mother entrusted me with your safety, and I will not allow you to avoid them just because of a girl that's not even 9 months old," Regulus firmly stated, from causing Issei to groan. "But..." "Nope, if I allowed you to have your way, then I doubted you would have even thought about coming here," Regulus said, not even giving a chance for Issei to talk. Issei could have sworn that there was some amusement in the lion's voice, but he wasn't exactly sure. "I'm coming, just give me a second," came a man's voice from the other side of the door, snapping Issei from his thoughts. A few seconds later, the door was opened, revealing a man with his left arm from the elbow below missing. In his right hand was a walking stick he used. Covering the entire left side of his face was burned scars. The man wore clothes similar to Issei and was none other than the former wielder of the Holy Sword Joyeuse. It was Issei's dad. "Issei," his father said with a smile as he began to close the distance between the two. "My son, how are you?" "I'm doing good, Dad," Issei said with a small smile as he embraces his father, his dad dropping his cane in the process. "I'm glad you're doing well," his father said as he held onto Issei tightly. "Has Regulus been looking after you? Have you been looking after yourself? Are you eating healthy?" "Yes, Mr. Hyoudou, I have been looking after your son, but I must ask," Regulus replied with amusement evident in his voice. "Isn't this his mother's job? Aren't you supposed to be the tough dad?" "Oi, you pesky lion, I can have moments with the son I haven't seen for nearly a year," Issei's dad yelled with a tick mark on his forehead. "Dad, it hasn't been that long." Issei said with a hint of embarrassment in his voice. It felt like it, though, his dad replied as he broke the hug and stared him in the eye. But it doesn't matter, you're here now, and that's all that matters. Come inside, your mother is at the store right now, so it can be just us guys. That's fine, but can I summon Regulus? Issei questioned as he bent down to pick up his father's cane. Of course, he is family, and this is his home just as much as it is yours, his father cheerfully stated as he took the walking stick that Issei handed to him. Issei couldn't hide his excitement. One of the things he loved doing was calling forth Regulus. Even though it was a one-word command, it was a rush for him. He didn't know why, but it just was. Regulus, Issei said, causing a golden aura to form around him. Soon beam of golden energy began to shoot out from his chest. Issei would have been worried that someone saw this, but their neighborhood consisted of nothing but former church members, so they were all aware of the supernatural world. The beam that shot out from Issei's body formed a golden jewel, and a second later Regulus's lion form appeared. Not going to lie, that's pretty cool how you get a laser-like beam to shoot out of you, Issei's father quipped as the two stared at the massive lion. I know, right? It's like something you would see from a movie, Issei enthusiastically agreed. It never gets old, especially when I call upon him in the middle of fighting a devil. At this, Issei's father chuckled. I bet. Back in my days, though, they would always demand what kind of sword I have, and I would just say this epic one-liner. Oh, they still ask that, and when they realize it's Joyeuse, they freak out even more, Issei stated with glee. Regulus rolled his eyes as he watched the two have their conversation. He didn't understand their relationship at all and doubted that he would. Sometimes they would have serious moments where they didn't talk really at all, and then they would have these moments where the two of them act like this. It was a strange relationship in his opinion, but one that he thought was nice. So, how's Mom been? Issei asked as he looked at his father, who was sitting in a chair across from him while running his hand through Regulus' mane. The three of them were in the living room, which was the typical living room. It had a couple family pictures, some furniture, a few expensive vases with plants in them, a TV, and a coffee table. Your mother has been okay. She's just worried about you, his father said with a sigh before taking a sip of his drink. What do you mean? Issei questioned as he continued to gently pet his sacred gear. Even though Regulus was a terrifying creature, Issei knew that Regulus liked to be petted as if he was a normal household creature. He was also kind of glad that Regulus could change the height any time he wants. Sometimes it could be very tedious to fit a 5-meter-tall lion into houses, so he was glad he could shrink to a more mobile side. Well, she believes you spend too much time with the church, his father started as he set down his drink. She worries that one day you might get hurt, or worse. To be honest, I fear that day might happen one of these days. Dad. I know you have Regulus and he is a Longinus, but we're parents, Issei. To you, we might be overreacting, but we dread that one day you might end up with injuries as bad as mine, or even something worse, his father sternly said. Issei didn't say anything at first. His lips started to curve slightly downward as he looked at Regulus, who was sleeping peacefully in his lap. I know being an exorcist isn't easy, and I know that something bad could happen to me down the road, but God is with me, and so far he hasn't led me astray. I understand, Issei, but no matter what, we're always going to be concerned for your safety, Issei's dad said with a small smile. He knew Issei wasn't going to quit being an exorcist, but he needed to let him know that they're worried about him. Thanks, was all Issei could say. A silence soon passed between the two, neither not really knowing what to say to one another. So, his father started as he rubbed the back of his neck. Has God blessed you with a partner yet, or are you still? He trailed off. Are you asking if I have like a partner, as in another exorcist to fight alongside me? Issei asked with a puzzled expression. Or are you asking if I met a girl and have fallen in love with them and plan on marrying them one of these days? Both, he said with a lack of certainty in his voice, along with a shrug of his shoulders. Then the answer is no, Issei replied as he looked down at Regulus. Paladin Gesualdo and Cardinal Priest Strata have offered numerous people to be my partner, but I have so far refused them. It's not because I don't like them, but it's because you don't want to fail them and have that blood on your hands," his father said with a sigh, causing Issei to look at him. "I was like that too. I originally preferred not to work with others, because if I failed at holding my own, then there was the chance of them dying for me, and that was something I didn't want on my shoulders." Issei nodded his head in response. His dad was right. It was not because of him disliking them or thinking they're inferior to him. He just believed it would be better if it's like this. "You're going to have to get a partner soon, though," he said, after taking a sip of his drink. "One day you might fight someone who is far better than you, and you will have no choice but to rely on someone else." "But it happens, Issei," his father said with a sad smile. "You know I'm right, and I think this next time you see Dulio and Vasco you should request for a partner." "I guess. And ask specifically for a girl," he said, causing Issei's mouth to close. His son gave him a bewildered look, which made him shrug helplessly. "What? You're at that point in life where you can marry and have kids." "I haven't even turned 18 yet," Issei said with pure shock. "Plus, I'm constantly doing missions. I can't just quit doing those for selfish reasons." "They're not selfish," his dad said with amusement in his voice. "You're just continuing the Hyoudou line. You're doing it for your family, which isn't selfish at all. Plus, you've been exorcising since you were like 13. I think you've earned some time to yourself." "Dad, I'm just joking, Issei," he said in between laughs. "You could wait a couple more years, but don't wait too long. Your mother wants some grandkids, and I do too. God may have blessed us with your sister, which does make us happy, but we care about your happiness too." Before Issei could respond, the sound of the front door being opened was heard, followed by a female shouting, "Goro, I'm home." Regulus released a growl of annoyance as Issei's father responded to his wife. "Ugh, and I was having a wonderful time." "Sorry, Regulus, you can go back to sleep," Issei said with a chuckle as he lifted the lion's head off of his lap, seeing his father somewhat struggle to get up. Issei said to him, "Don't worry, I'll help her unload, you just relax. It's been a while since I've acted like a son." His dad smiled softly hearing that and sat back down in his chair. "Thanks, Issei. Could you also go check up on your sister? She's probably about to wake up, and I bet she wants to see her older brother." "Sure," was all Issei said in response as he walked away, leaving Regulus and his father alone in the living room. Walking into the kitchen, Issei was greeted by the sight of a woman with dark brown hair that went all the way to her lower back. She wore a white button-up shirt with dark blue jeans. "Mother," Issei said softly, causing her to flinch in surprise. "Issei," she said as she slowly turned around to see if it was truly her little boy. When her eyes fell on Issei, a large, blissful smile appeared on her face. "Issei, my baby boy, you're finally home," she cheerfully declared as she ran at him to embrace him. The sheer force behind her hug-like tackle was almost enough to knock the breath out of him. "It's good to see you too," he said as he wrapped his arms around her and returned the hug. He was trying his best to not tear up, but it was nearly impossible for him. He hadn't seen her for almost 4 months, which was the longest time he had been away from his parents, so it was very emotional for him. After what seemed like an eternity, his mother let go of him, and did something he wasn't expecting at all. "Ow," he cried out as she held his reddened cheek. She slapped him. "What was that for?" he asked as he looked at her with a shocked expression. He had never seen his mother strike another person before, so her doing this was something out of the ordinary. "That, Issei Hyoudou," she started as she got in his face, giving him barely any room at all, "is for not calling or coming home for 3 months and 24 days. I worried about you and feared that something bad happened to you." Issei didn't know how to respond to that. He wanted to say that she was wrong and that there was no way it had been that long, but he didn't really know how long he was actually gone. "I'm sorry," he finally said with a sad smile. "I didn't mean to trouble you. I have been just too busy and forget to notify you of how I'm doing." "You're just like your father," she replied as she put a hand to his left cheek. Forgetful and stubborn, but full of purity. She then pinched his cheek, lightly causing him to wince and say, "Whom?" "I'm sorry," she squealed as she let go. "I just felt that you deserved one more scolding. I promise I won't berate you anymore." Issei rolled his eyes as he turned around. He couldn't really be mad at her, even if she had slapped him and pinched his cheek. "Anyways, what do you need me?" Ring, rings, ring. Issei stopped mid-sentence as he pulled out his phone to see who was calling him. He was somewhat surprised that it was Paladin Gesualdo. "Excuse me, Mom. I have to take this call real quick. I'll go get some of the groceries if that's okay," Issei said as he turned around and started walking towards the front door. "Okay," Issei's mom said with a smile before shouting, "but you're staying for dinner. It's been too long since we had a family meal together." "I planned on it," he shouted back before accepting the call. "Paladin Gesualdo." "Hey, Issei, how are you doing? Are you busy right now?" Dulio greeted with enthusiasm. Yeah, I kind of am in the middle of spending time with my family," Issei replied as he made his to his mother's car. "Well, I need you to take care of a stray devil problem," Dulio said, causing Issei to frown. "But it doesn't matter." "Where is it?" Issei demanded. He had time to kill, and if a stray devil was in Vatican City, then he was going to track it down and stop it before it could harm anyone. "It was last spotted in the Vatican museums. From what reports could tell, it was the infamous black cat Kuoh. She's an SS class," Issei finished with a firm expression as he made his way back inside with the groceries. "Been on the run since she was like 12 and killed Knight Blackwall in Rutherford, along with many other exorcists. MHM, I would say proceed with caution when going up against with her, but..." Dulio trailed off. "You have faith that I will deal with her," Issei said with a smile as he entered the house, closing the door behind him in the process. "I will go to the museum immediately and see if I can pick up her trail, but are we sure it's her?" "I'm positive," Dulio affirmed. "We spotted her about 10 minutes ago wearing a black kimono, a yellow obi, and a set of golden beads." "Is she still there?" Issei asked as he moved past his mother, who was unloading groceries, to set some down on the dining room table. "Not that we know of," Dulio replied after several seconds. "I gotta go. I've been wanting to eat this steak for a while. Let me know how your hunt turns out, okay?" "Will do," Issei said with a roll of his eyes as he ended the phone call. "Issei, you're not leaving, right?" his mother asked in a tone so sweet that sent shivers down his spine. "You just got home. You're not leaving to do a mission, right?" "I'm not leaving for a long time if that's what you mean," Issei said with a nervous smile as he raised his hands a little in a surrendering gesture. Seeing his mother's eyes narrow slightly, he explained where he was going. "I'm heading to the Vatican museums. Apparently the infamous stray devil, Kuoh, was spotted there. Paladin Gesualdo needs me to deal with her." "But you haven't been here for months," his mother stated in a colder tone that shook him to his core. "You've been gone for so long, and the moment I get my baby boy back, the church needs you to hunt down something that might eat you." "It's not going to." "It could, though," she stated. "Tell Dulio that you can't do the mission. The church had you for nearly 4 months. They can give me 2 weeks with my son." Issei frowned. While he knew where his mother was coming from, he couldn't exactly let Kuoh run free. She was an SS-class stray devil, one who had killed many good and innocent people. She needed to be put down. "I'm sorry, Mom, but I need to." "I'm grounding you then," she declared. Issei's mouth closed shut upon hearing this. "You're grounded, mister, and you can't leave this house for 2 weeks. He didn't know how to react to this. He had never been grounded before, nor had she seen him get this upset with him, the church. It was like she had changed over the few months of him being gone. "Mom." "No, you listen, Issei," his mom started with a tearful tone. "I spent countless nights worrying for you and praying to God for you to come home safely. You finally come home, and now the church is needing you to go hunt a stray devil. It's not fair, Issei." "Mom," he said softly after quickly closing the gap between the two of them. He wrapped his arms around her once again, but this time tighter than before. "I'm sorry. was all he said in a voice full of emotion. He didn't know how much his time with the church was affecting her so much. "It's just not fair," she said with tears starting to roll down her cheeks as she held on to him. "Your father served the church devotedly and got injured for life because of it. I don't want my little boy to end up like that, or worse." "Mom, I have to do this. If I don't, then it might cost someone's life," Issei pleaded. He wanted to call Dulio and tell him that he couldn't do it. He really wanted to. However, he just couldn't. "I know, but promise me after this mission you won't do anymore. At least for a couple weeks," she pleaded as she broke off the hug and looked up at him. Not trusting his mouth, Issei simply nodded his consent. Satisfied with this response, his mother said, "Okay, now you be careful and be sure to come home for dinner." Issei hummed softly as he approached Museo Pio Clementino. Even though the situation was one not to be taken lightly, he couldn't help from humming. The sun was out shining, and everyone looked to be happy from what he could tell. "Another Tuesday night, am I right, Issei?" Regulus quipped with traces of amusement in his voice. "Yep," Issei said with a small grin. "Ready to begin the hunt." "I'm always ready for a hunt," Regulus cheekily replied. Taking a deep breath, Issei placed his right hand in front of his face and said, "Oh, King of Beasts, terror of mortals. Bestow upon me the golden mantle, follow me in the hunt with the eyes of a hunter and claws of a predator. Allow my enemies to hear the king's roar." After invoking the chant, yellow energy like mist came out of his palm and covered his face entirely, a mist he could only see. As the fog disappeared, Issei's senses sharpened. His eyes became constricted like a lion's, his hearing extended to where he could hear things a mile away, and his sense of smell peaked to where he was able to pick up all different kinds of scents. However, there was one fragrance that interested him the most. It stuck out like a sore thumb. "I think we might have already found our stray devil," Issei declared as he walked over to a stone bench. Upon reaching the bench, Issei crouched down and grabbed a candy wrapper and brought it to his nose and took a big whiff of it. His facial expression changed from a neutral one to one of sneering, just like how a cat would react after sniffing something they find interesting. After several seconds of just standing there with flamin' expression, he dropped the wrapper. "I can see why she's hard to find. I was barely able to pick up a trail," Issei stated as he began following Kuroka's trail. "Yokai are great at masking their presence," Regulus commented with a serious voice. "Especially her kind. Nekamadas are very powerful when it comes to changing their kai flow, but Nekashu, they're on a whole other level." Issei didn't say anything in response. He instead prioritized on following her faint trail. He didn't want to stall and give her a chance to slip away from him, or worse, commit murder. Eventually, after a good 10 or 20 minutes of going down streets and turning corners, Issei reached what he assumed to be the stray devil's lair. A frown formed on his face as he read the sign of the place. "George's Sawmill, #1 sawmill in Vatican City." "Smart place for hiding if you think about it," Regulus commented, causing Issei to raise an eyebrow for elaboration. "It's somewhat secluded, closed until May, and a perfect place to hide." Issei was about to reply when he felt a barrier come up around the place with him inside of it. "She sensed us, didn't she?" Issei asked as his eyes returned to normal. "MHM, Nekashu are great at spying from afar. She probably discovered you coming not that long ago, but waited until you were in proximity to put up the barrier," Regulus replied, causing Issei to furrow his eyebrows. "Uh-huh," Issei hummed in response as unsheathed Joyeuse and began heading inside of the sawmill. "You going to handle this one on your own?" Regulus questioned. Kicking in the door, Issei said, "If I need your assistance, all I have to do is just say your name." "Understood, just call upon me if you need my help." Regulus complied as Issei opened a door that had the words, "Employees only," written on it. Issei loosened his grip on his blade as the door creaked open. The room was barely lit due to the sun being blocked off by trees. "Lord, cast your holy light upon me and reveal the terrors of the dark." Issei prayed as he moved his right hand to his forehead, before bringing it down to the center of his chest, then left shoulder, and finally his right shoulder. Upon completing the sign of the cross, the room seemed to lighten up for him to where he could see everything. On the other side of the room, sitting on a pile of lumber, was his target. And she was slurping down a milkshake. Approaching her with caution, he said, "SS glass stray devil." "Hold on, Naya," she said as she held up one of her hands and continued drinking her milkshake. "I'm in the middle of drinking this." Issei blinked as he came to a stop. He blinked several times. Never has this happened to him. Not once had a stray devil interrupted his introduction and tell him to hold because they were drinking their beverage. As I was saying, he started causing her to slurp even louder. "I'm here." The slurping continued to get louder and louder, which started to irritate Issei. "Would you stop drinking so loudly?" he shouted with a tick mark causing her to stop. "I'm trying to give you your ultimatum, and you're sitting here drinking your milkshake like that to purposefully annoy me." "Naya Tilda," she said with surprise as she looked at him. "But I was in the middle of drinking my milkshake." "Yeah, but you put up a barrier." "No, I didn't," she denied with a smile on her face. "And even if I did, why would I admit to it?" "You," Issei growled as he pointed his sword at her. This was not how he was expecting this to happen at all. He assumed it was going to be the usual. He walks in to see her feasting on someone or about to feast on them. He demands her to let them go. She complies and they battle to the death. "Issei, she is just trying to get under your skin," Regulus warned. "She wants to rile you up and then—" "The kitten is right," she said teasingly as she got up and began to stretch. "Kitten," Regulus screamed with fury. "Who are you calling kitten, little girl?" he demanded, shocking Issei to a degree. In all his time, Issei had never seen Regulus get so mad. "Naya ha, she giggled mischievously before jumping down onto the floor. "So, the Lion of Vatican decided to track me down. Shorter from what I expect and very different, but it's whatever." "You knew it was me," Issei said with a hint of surprise in his voice. "Yep," she cheerfully stated, not even bothered or worried about the Holy Sword being not that far away from her. "I could tell by the lion inside of you. Not as dominating as a dragon, but still terrifying." "Can we kill her? She's a stray devil and quite honestly an annoying one," Regulus stated. "Hey, I haven't done anything wrong, Naya," she said as she raised her hands in a surrendering motion. "You're a wanted SS class stray devil. You had to do a lot of things to get that ranking," Issei deadpanned. As much as he wanted to smite this evil creature, he was somewhat tempted to hear her out. He had never met a stray devil like her before, so he was kind of curious about her. "Well, I haven't done anything wrong." "Probably stole that milkshake," Regulus muttered. "So I think you shouldn't try to kill me," she said while ignoring the lion's comment. "Nah, that ain't going to happen," Issei said as he entered a left guard stance. "You can either come quietly and serve your sentence for all the crimes you committed, or you attempt to fight and die. Those are your two options." "Lousy options," she muttered with a sigh. "This is why I didn't want to do this mission." Issei was about to ask what she meant when her devil wings suddenly sprung from her back. She quickly took off in the air, sending a blast of magic at him in the process. Jumping to his left, Issei barely avoided the attack, and looked up at her only to see something he had seen before once in erotic magazines. "Why don't you have any underwear?" he shouted as he looked away, not even concerned about getting blasted. "Naya," she said with confusion before realizing what he meant. "I don't like how it feels. It's uncomfortable in my opinion," she answered with a beet-red face as she adjusted her kimono to where he couldn't see her nether regions. "That makes no sense," Issei shouted as he still avoided to look at her. "Lord, please forgive me, for I have sinned and have seen something very unholy." He then prayed in hopes to receive forgiveness for seeing a devil's vagina. "Unholy," she said with a tick mark on her forehead. "What are you calling unholy? I keep it very clean for my possible mate in the future." You, shut up please. I don't want to hear about what you do with it," Issei said before making another prayer. Meanwhile, Regulus said to himself, "Are they Mr. and Mrs. Smithing each other, like they're supposed to be fighting, and now they're acting like friends?" "You're a pervert," she then shouted with reddened cheeks. For some church boy, you're pretty naughty. You looked up my kimono. I'm the one wearing clothes, Issei defended as he finally turned back to look at her. You're the one wearing no undergarments. If anyone is the pervert, it is you. Yep, definitely, Mr. and Mrs. Smithing one another. Naya tilted to think the Lion of Vatican is actually a perverted beast, she said as covered her breasts, as if she was a maiden who got caught bathing in the river. I'm not a perverted beast, Issei yelled before pinching his nose and sighing. Look, how about we just forget this happened and just resume our fight? I don't know, she replied with a shrug. I feel like you're going to try something with me, like cutting off my kimono. Issei groaned as he facepalmed. His entire vision of fighting her was ruined. He was expecting her to be this cruel creature, but instead was greeted by a young lady who has managed to do nothing but annoy him. I'm just going to throw the first attack, so we can salvage what's left of this fight, Issei announced as a ball of holy flames formed in his right hand. Okay, but if you try anything then I'm going to call the cops on you, Naya, Kuoh cheerfully declared, causing Issei to cry internally. He wasn't a rapist, he wasn't a pervert, and he didn't want to see her vagina. He just wanted to have an epic fight with her and send her back to hell. Radiant beam, Issei cried out as he launched his right hand forward at Kuoh. The ball of yellow flames shot out of his hand in a continuously, like a laser. Kuoh grinned as she formed a barrier using senjutsu, and watched as the concentrated beam of holy fire tried to penetrate her barrier. She's not using her demonic powers to defend herself, Issei muttered as he put more power into his assault. He didn't know if she was using a simple defensive spell or what, but he knew it wasn't devilish. If it was, his magic would have cut through it like it was butter. She's using senjutsu, Regulus declared telepathically. Judging by how she isn't struggling at all, my guess is that she was once a bishop. Her magical reserves pool surpasses yours by miles. Figures, Issei said with a sigh. So I am going to have to get close to her. And kill her with your sword, some magic at point-blank range, or let me kill this girl. Regulus finished. Regulus, come forth, Issei suddenly declared, causing the focused flames to abruptly stop. Naya, Kuoh said as she watched a golden aura clouded around him. She raised an eyebrow in curiosity as a beam matching this color sprung out of his chest and formed a golden jewel that she found quite expensive. Bringing out the big kitten already? She quipped while keeping her hormones in check. The golden aura that clouded around Issei was pretty intoxicating and made her female instincts scream, but she kept them in line. He has to be home before dinner, so he doesn't want to waste time with a little girl like you, Regulus stated in a smug-like tone as he manifested in front of Issei, blocking her sight on him. Kuoh simply smiled as she dropped her barrier and used senjutsu to construct a defensive shield around her. She then created a large purple magical circle behind her. It had 8 large glyphs on it, with 2 smaller glyphs below them. Pointing at the lion, the large glyphs started to create blue balls of fire. Stay behind me, Regulus ordered mentally as the orbs were launched at them. Issei didn't say anything in response. Instead, he just hugged the lion as Regulus took the barrage of fireballs. Naya, I think I should show you some of my magical powers too, Kuoh stated as she floated down to the floor, creating more and more circles as she did so. Regulus, I can't see, but what is she doing? Issei questioned with a hint of concern in his voice. He heard what she said, but due to him hugging the Nemean lion, he couldn't exactly see without getting shot by her. Just hang on, Regulus said telepathically as Kuoh unleashed more senjutsu at them. What do you he asked before screaming in a woe-manly manner as Regulus suddenly leaped to his left, avoiding some of Kuoh's magic. Upon landing, he bolted towards some piles of lumber as Kuoh formed a large blue fireball and launched it at them. All the meanwhile, Issei continued to scream in fright. Never had Issei clung to Regulus that tight before. He was sure if he held on any harder, then he would have broken a couple of the lion's bones, assuming Regulus's bone could break every other creature. Never do that again, Issei set in between taking deep breaths to calm himself. Issei was pretty sure that he might kill over and die right here. He had always wanted to ride on Regulus, but never did he want to cling onto his fur and hope to God that he wouldn't fall over. I know how we can beat her. I just remembered something about Yaokai, Regulus said as he got on his hind legs and peered over the massive heap of lumber to see multiple Kurokas, all creating large fireballs in between their hands. As Issei got up to his feet, he sensed the large power radiate from the other side of the wood. Not even going to bother asking, Issei said a prayer. Lord, protect those who serve you, cast your blazing shield upon us, and defend us from those who have sinned. Upon completing his chant, a whitish-yellow shield formed around Issei and Regulus as Kuroka, along with her copies expelled their fireballs at the two of them, eradicating the entire pile and nearly the entire wall behind them. As the dust and smoke cleared, the bubble disappeared, revealing an unscathed Issei and Regulus. Regulus, Issei said as he looked at the lion who smirked before opening his mouth and releasing a roar that was so powerful that it forced Kuroka to cover her ears. The roar destroyed any glass windows that had yet to be broken and obliterated all of Kuroka's mirages. Satisfied with Regulus' work, Issei raised his hand, prompting him to cease his roaring. Regulus complied with the command immediately and closed his mouth as Issei began approaching Kuroka with his sword in hand. What was that? She demanded as she glared at Issei. Kuroka believed that had Issei not stopped the lion, then she would have gone deaf. His roar was full of power, and it for some reason nearly destroyed her hearing. It doesn't matter, Issei replied. You're no match for us. Surrender and I promise you I'll make your death swift and painless. I'm sorry, but I can't die, Nyatilda, Kuroka said with a smirk. Issei frowned at this, but before he got a chance to ask what she meant, a white blur came busting through the wall behind her. The blur hit him square in the chest with a force so hard it sent him flying backwards. As he was propelling back, Regulus disappeared into nothing, and a golden aura began to appear around Issei once again. A white and golden lion-themed armor covered Issei from head to toe. His face was covered with a lion-like helmet with a white mane as bushy and thick as Regulus' mane. His arms were covered in golden metal. His gauntlets were designed to look like one of Lion's paws, with white claws where his knuckles were. His chest plate was lion-themed. Covering the majority of his chest was a lion face with its mouth open, revealing its white razor-sharp teeth, a white mane surrounding the face and white eyes. This was righteous King of Lions, Issei's balance breaker. Like a cat, Issei landed on all fours while saying, "Thanks for the save, I didn't. Where did they go?" To his surprise, when he looked up, the stray devil and the second attacker were gone, leaving him all alone in the sawmill. I don't know, Regulus admitted with confusion. Did they just dip on us? Issei asked, only for his assumption to be confirmed by the barrier falling. They did just dip on us. The Lion of Vatican Issei. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the Church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the Church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei X Unknown. Alternate universe: Somewhat Soul OOC characters. Theme song: Mirror by Panic Era. Head writer: Revans Wraith. Co-writer: no one. How are you holding up, Issei? Regulus questioned as he looked at the young exorcist who sat on a wooden bench with his interlocked in front of his face. His eyes were closed, and he had a solemn expression on his face. We've been here so long. Still I remember the rainy September contact. The words of a song Issei listened to echoed in his mind. It was a song Issei always cherished and would hold dear to his heart. It was their song. Issei, Regulus said with more power in his voice, snapping Issei out of his trance-like state. Huh, what? Issei said aloud as he glances up to see Regulus looking at him with a concerned expression. I was asking how are you holding up? Regulus repeated this time with a hint of concern in his voice. I was just thinking of an old friend, Issei replied as he looked down at his right wrist and revealed a broken cross tied to his hand. Someone that had left this world too soon. Regulus didn't say anything in response. He knew who Issei was talking about and couldn't help from feeling sad for Issei. Placing his paw on Issei, in an attempt to comfort him, Regulus said, "There's a saying that people aren't completely dead as long as there are people to remember them." "I know, but still I miss him," Issei said as he closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting to the day it all happened. Some time ago. "Felix," Issei cried out as he looked for his friend in the abandoned warehouse. "Felix, where are you?" "Issei, I advise we proceed with caution," spoke Regulus telepathically. "The stray devil is still here, and we can't be telegraphing our position." "I know, but we gotta find Felix," Issei replied as he continued to search the warehouse in hopes of finding his friend. "He's still here." Issei's words died when his boot made a wet noise. Slowly looking down, Issei was greeted by the sight of a red pool. A sense of fear surged through his body. "Lord, cast your holy light upon me and reveal the terrors of the dark," he declared as he did the sign of the cross. The room became lit for him, and to his relief, a box full of red Kool-Aid pouches had been sliced open, this proving to be the cause of the pool of red. "Ag!" A scream was heard from behind Issei, prompting him to turn around. "Felix!" he yelled as he began to sprint towards the direction of the scream, ignoring Regulus' warnings. After running down a long corridor of stacked boxes, Issei arrived at a pair of double doors. He attempted to open them, but for some reason, the doors wouldn't budge. "Felix!" he cried out again as he continued to slam his shoulder into one of the doors. He could detect the exorcist's aura along with the stray devils. "Issei, where the hell are you?" he heard from the other side of the door. "I'm here," Issei shouted as he backed up and slammed his shoulder into the door, this time being able to pry it open a little. He repeated this process several times until eventually breaking through. Katsu Issei began but stopped the moment his eyes landed on the head of Katsumoto that laid before him. His ocean blue eyes that was once full of life were now lifeless. Issei, help me," spoke the stray devil in Katsumoto's voice. Issei's eyes slowly trailed upwards, only to be greeted by the sight of a massive four-armed snake girl with shark-like teeth sitting on a throne of boxes. In each of its hands was a limb of Katsumo. Honestly, the boy was a nuisance, the stray devil said as its voice changed to a more feminine one, the aura of Katsumoto disappearing as well. "He had refused me when I offered him a place as my pet. Could you believe that?" Issei's grip on his sword released significantly, to the point where he dropped the blade. He soon fell to his knees and mumbled, "Felix." "But you're not going to do that, are you?" the four-armed beast said as she rose up and started to make her way to Issei. "You're going to be a good church boy, and—" She stopped mid-sentence as a powerful golden aura started to radiate from the young exorcist. "Bring him back," Issei shouted as he looked up at the stray devil. "He was good, he was kind, and he didn't deserve this. Now bring him back." "He's dead, and you will be too if you don't cease whatever it is you're doing," the stray devil declared, causing Issei to wince. She then began to continue moving closer to Issei as lightning and thunder roared in the sky. "He was my friend. Now give him back," Issei shouted at the top of his lungs. The stray devil laughed, though, as she bent down to eye level with the young exorcist. "He was a weakling who thought he could take me on. You'll end up like him too if you don't behave, so I advise you." "Give him back," Issei cried as he sent an uppercut to the devil. As his arm moved upwards, armor began to appear on him, starting from his hands. Upon finishing the uppercut, Issei was covered with gold and white lion-like armor from head to toe, the creature from hell sent propelling backwards into the throne made of boxes. "You piece of shit! How dare you strike me? I offer you a position of power and you strike me," the stray devil yelled as they clutched their now bleeding face. Issei didn't say anything, though. In response, his thoughts were on the times he and Katsumoto trained, how they planned on making the world a better place, and how he failed his friend. Issei started as he clenched his fists. I'm going to kill you. Knight Hyoudou, a nun said, pulling him from his thoughts. She had long silvery gray hair with dark blue eyes and wore a nun outfit. She looked to be a little older than Issei. Yes, Issei said as he and Regulus looked at her. They're ready for you, she said as she glances at the door. Issei nodded his head as he got up from the bench. A feeling of dread entered his mind. He had failed to capture the stray devil Kuoh and was worried that he might be punished for allowing her to escape. It was highly unlikely, but still a possibility. Walking past the nun, Issei entered the double doors to where the leaders of the church sat in waiting for him. As he strolled into the room, his eyes averted to each leader, all of whom were staring at him with serious expressions, except for his superior, Paladin Giulio Gesualdo. Eventually, he came to a stop in the center of the room behind a stone podium. Knight Issei Hyoudou, we first would like to thank you for coming in so early. We know that you just got back and understand that you want to spend time with your family, spoke the man who sat in the middle of the table. He wore white priest robes with a red trim, unlike everyone else who wore dark blue robes and a gold trimming. It is fine, sir, Issei replied, earning a nod from the man. You may begin your report when you're ready, spoke the man. After receiving the information of the SS-class stray devil, Kuoh of being in the Vatican museums, I began my hunt. I arrived at the museums and activated one of Regulus' tracking abilities and followed the stray devil's trail. He then took a deep breath as he contemplated on telling the truth. He knew it was a sin to lie, but it was embarrassing. With another deep breath, he spoke. After arriving at her lair, I was greeted by the sight of her drinking a milkshake. I confronted. Excuse me, but did you say milkshake? One of them questioned. The man dwarfed everyone else and sat at the right end of the table. He had white hair, silver eyes, and wrinkles. Even though he was the oldest amongst the group, he looked to be very fit. Yes, Issei affirmed. There was no bodies, no bloodstains, no nothing. She was simply drinking a milkshake. Was the milkshake the remains of her victim? Another asked with uncertainty in their voice. Not that I'm aware of, Issei answered with his own dubiousness. He didn't check the milkshake when she tossed it to the side, so he couldn't answer the question, at least honestly. Okay, so you found her drinking an unknown milkshake, Vasco Stada declared, causing Issei to glance at him. What happened next? Well, I confronted her, Issei started. However, she didn't really pay me any attention. By that I mean she ignored me and continued to drink her milkshake. A frown appeared on his face as he continued explaining what happened. I got annoyed by this, and eventually we began to fight, but we stopped as soon as we started due to something happening. What happened? The man wearing white robes asked with curiosity evident in his voice. He began but stopped. He tried again, only to stop. He didn't really know how to say this. Yes, they all asked, drawing out the word. He said before closing his eyes and speaking super fast. Issa her vagina. I'm sorry, what? Giulio said as he picked at his ear. Did I hear you correctly? Yes, Issei meekly stated as he looked at his feet. It didn't help that Regulus was laughing at him. What he said, Paladin Gesualdo? Vasco asked as he looked at the green-eyed man. I couldn't understand him due to him speaking insanely fast. He said he saw her vagina. Giulio casually stated, earning an O from everyone followed by an A. How did this come to be, and why did you stop fighting her because of that? A middle-aged man with short black hair demanded. Well, she flew onto one of the beams above me, and when I looked up I just saw it. She wasn't wearing any underwear. I just kind of freaked out, Issei sheepishly said. He knew it was over for him. The reputation he was building up was now going to be ruined. Kids these days see a vagina and freak out like schoolgirls, one of them muttered as he crossed his arms in a disapproving way. Father Vadim. What? I'm being honest. He freaked out after seeing a pussy, Father Vadim declared as he looked at the man who said his name. Language, Father Vadim. Remember you were going to tone down that vulgarity of yours, Vasco says as he casts the man a look. Yeah. the man muttered as he looked away from Issei. Anyways, Hyoudou started as his eyes drifted from Father Vadim to Issei. After this incident, what happened? Did you continue fighting her? Yes, Issei immediately said, earning a smile from the man. We resumed our engagement, and we were about to finish her off when a white blur suddenly appeared. I didn't know who it was or what it was due to them moving so quickly, but they were fast and prevented me from killing her. That's unfortunate, spoke the Pope, invoking a frown from Issei. That stray devil had killed many good people, and I hoped you could have stopped her. Sir, give me permission and I will track her down. That will not be necessary, Vasco affirmed as he waved his offer to the side. She has probably fled from Vatican City, and it would take you years to hunt her down, years that could be put into hunting other strays. But I understand. Issei started but stopped after receiving a stern look. Don't take it to heart, Issei, Dulio said as he looked at the downcasted boy. Mistakes happen. I understand. I will try not to fail next time, Issei said as he looked at the floor. A sense of shame surged through his body. He wasn't upset with the Pope or any of the other hierarchs of the church. He was annoyed with himself for failing. I'm home, Issei said as he closed the front door behind him. Welcome home, Issei. His mother greeted him with a beautiful smile as she continued to work on lunch. I'm making your favorite. I'm not really hungry at the moment, Mom, Issei said as he began making his way towards the stairs that lead to the upstairs floor. I think I'm just going to take a nap or something. Oh, was all that came out from her mouth. A saddened expression formed on her face. Well, if you get hungry later on, just check the fridge. I'll have a plate already made for you. Thanks, came Issei's response as he began heading up the stairs, oblivious to the disheartened look his mother had. Are you okay? Regulus questioned as Issei entered his room. I'm fine, just annoyed about the failure, Issei said aloud as he closed the door behind him. He reached into his pants' front right pocket and pulled out a touchscreen phone. You know it's not your fault she got away, right? Regulus commented as Issei started Contact Redux by Trocadero Feet, Meredith Hagen. Had I not let my ego get in the way, along with giving her those many chances to live, she would have been eliminated. Issei declared with a solemn expression as he removed his robes, his shirt, and everything else except for the cross on his neck and his pants. Even though he was considered to be scrawny for his age, Issei had a very muscular build. He wasn't like a bodybuilder to where he had muscles on his muscles, but he did look like the typical dreamy guy girls would think about. His sex appeal was also increased due to the scar on his abs. It was an injury he received fighting a stray exorcist the first time he failed. Issei, you're being too rough on yourself, Regulus said with a sigh. He knew Issei hated to fail, but that didn't mean he should enter this mopping phase because of it. It wasn't healthy. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not, Issei said as he walked over to his closet that had a pull-up bar. In the end, the stray devil got away, and because of that, civilians will suffer. Issei. You know it is true, Issei said as he began his workout routine. Had I not ordered you to stop and just gone for the killing blow, then she would be dead. But you hesitated and gave her multiple chances, which is odd since that was the first time you gave a stray devil so many chances of living. Regulus said in a questioning manner. What's your point? Issei asked in a harsh tone. My point, Regulus curtly replied, is that I don't think you saw her as an evil creature. Every other stray devil we've came across you have killed without remorse or any hesitation, but her. It was different. You didn't go for killing strikes, and you talked to her as if she was a normal person. I didn't talk to her. You two were literally unintentionally flirting with one another. Well, she might not have been, but you were, Regulus said in a serious voice. What are you talking about? That was nowhere near flirting, Issei nearly shouted as a streak of red decorated his cheeks. He had almost lost his grip on the bar just from thinking about him being with the stray devil. Sure, she was pretty attractive for a devil, but he was an exorcist. Such a thing could never be, nor did he ever want to be with a devil, especially one that is a stray. From my perspective, it looked like it, and you shouldn't be ashamed. You are at the time where you should find a mate. Regulus casually said. Issei at first thought about it. He actually thought about how he was coming to the age where he would have to start interacting with females, in romantic ways. However, the thought of Kuroka and seeing her vagina with no pubic hair in sight entered his mind, the image of her being naked. It was too much for him that he let go of the pull-up bar and fell flat on his, causing him to release a hiss as he clutched his cheeks and rolled to the side. That damn stray devil, Issei muttered in annoyance. It seems you are a perverted beast, Regulus said with a chuckle. To think you actually are fantasizing about the Nekashu says a lot about you. Issei started but stopped as his room lit up by a blinding white light. Forcing to cover his eyes, Issei attempted to stare through his hand only for his mouth to drop when the light died and formed a massive cross. A second after this cross appeared, a man appeared, but not just any man. It was a man with 12 golden wings, long blonde hair, green eyes. He wore gold, white, and red armor. Lord Michael, Issei said in surprise as he entered a kneeling pose with his head lowered. He had never seen an angel before and had always wanted to meet one when he was training, but he didn't think it would happen. My child, Michael said with a respectful nod. You may rise, there is no reason for you to bow. Forgive me, Lord Michael, but you're an angel, Issei stated as he looked up at the man. It would be disrespectful if I didn't. Michael didn't bother saying at first. His eyes drifted to Issei's phone that laid on his bed blasting music. This is the song you listen to when you think of your friend Felix, is it not? Issei hesitantly nodded his head and answered as he rose to his feet. Yes, Lord Michael, it was his favorite song and one of the few things I have left of him. Do not be embarrassed by that, my child, Michael said with a pure smile as he looked back at the young exorcist. There is nothing wrong with remembering those who you have lost. Oh, thank you, Lord Michael. Issei replied uncertainly. He didn't know how to respond to that, so he decided to thank the angel. Seconds of silence passed before Issei spoke. If I may ask, Lord Michael, what brings you here? Surely you have better things to do than see me. After all, I'm just an exorcist. An exorcist known as the Lion of Vatican, Regulus muttered to himself. He was half tempted to greet the angel, but decided not to speak and allow his host converse with the angel. I actually came to speak with you about a mission, Michael confessed as he retracted his wings and sat down on Issei's bed. Do you mind if I stop your song? Of course, Issei immediately replied as he began to redress himself. He didn't bother equipping Joyeuse, but he did keep it in hand. My child, what do you think of peace? Michael asked as Issei took a seat next to him. The only reason why he did this was that of Michael gesturing for him to sit next to him. I think it is an admirable goal, but one that is nearly impossible to reach, Issei admitted before frowning. You are asking about that kind of peace, like world peace, where humans are no longer killing each other. Yes, but I was also talking about in the supernatural world, Michael stated as he stared at Issei. I was talking about peace between the devils and fallen angels. Peace with those monsters, Issei said in surprise. Lord Michael, I'm sorry, but that is just impossible. Devils and fallen angels. Why is it impossible, Issei? Lord Michael questioned as he tilted his head to the side. It is all right if I call you Issei. It is fine, Lord Michael. Issei started as he looked down at his holy sword. And it's impossible because those creatures are selfish and greedy. They don't care about peace, they only care about themselves. But that is where you are wrong, Issei, Lord Michael declared, causing Issei to glance at him. As you are aware, the three factions are in a stalemate. Neither side knows what to do. Because of this, the Grigori leader Azazel has brought up the idea of peace, where angels, fallen angels, devils, humans, all coexist together. Issei was quiet after hearing this. He had mixed feelings about the scenario. On one hand, he did dream of a world of peace, where humans didn't have to worry about being killed for power. But on the other hand, he hated both creatures. A stray devil had killed his friend, and the fallen angels had crippled his father for life. What are you wanting me to do, Lord Michael? Issei questioned with a solemn expression. I can't just forget what they did to me. Both have wronged me and robbed me of something. I first want you to listen, Lord Michael declared. As soon as those words left his mouth, a devil's magic circle appeared on the ground in front of them. Issei's eyes narrowed as he began to unsheath his blade. However, before he could fully unsheath the sword, Michael put a hand on his shoulder to relax him. A couple seconds later, a man appeared out of the circle. He had shoulder-length crimson hair and teal eyes. He wore a nobleman's attire and looked to be in his early 20s. "Sirzech," Michael greeted with a nod. "Michael," the now-named man replied with his own nod before looking at Issei, who was releasing an aura that would intimidate him had he been several hundred years younger. "I assume you're the infamous Lion of Vatican." "You know me?" Issei asked as raised an eyebrow. "Of course, as Lucifer, it is my job to know someone who has killed many stray devils, along with some pure-blooded devils," Sirzech said, as not even 1/10 of his own power started to seep out of him, easily rivaling Issei's. "It is my job to kill devils, specifically pure-blooded ones," Issei said as he got up from his bed. He knew Sirzech was a being he could not fight, but that didn't mean he would cower before the devil. He was going to hold his ground and look Sirzech in the eye. "Gentlemen, there is no need for violence," Michael said as he got in between the two of them. "Issei, will you please stop, my child, and just listen to what the man has to say?" "Fine, but if he tries anything, I'm killing him," Issei declared as his intimidating aura dispersed. "A lion indeed," Sirzech said with a chuckle. "If it is any consolation, I don't like the idea either, but Michael asked me to give it a chance." "Give what a chance?" Issei asked as he looked at Michael, who was smiling. Even though the smile looked friendly, Issei couldn't help from feeling like something he didn't approve of was about to happen. "I would like you to attend a school with devils," Michael proudly declared. "Issei." "Not just that, but with my little sister," Sirzech added. "Hey," Issei repeated, this time dropping Joyeuse. After several seconds of standing still, Issei finally spoke. "You want me to go to school with the Lucifer's little sister? Me correct? Not some other Issei Hyoudou that loves devils." "Yes," both firmly stated. "Why?" Issei asked with shock. "I hate devils. They killed Felix, they feast on humans, they steal away their humanity, so why send me to a school full of them? Specifically, one where the Lucifer's little sister goes to school." "Really stuck on the sister part, aren't you?" Sirzech said with amusement. He knew of Issei's reputation and knew Ria's could get hurt, but the perks were just too good to pass up. He had to risk her safety a little in order to save her from her marriage. "Yeah, I am. I have good reason to be," Issei said as he glared at the devil. "I'm the one that might be going to a school with a girl who might try to steal my humanity." "You don't have to go," Michael said, causing Issei to avert his gaze. "We won't force you to go, but we believe if it is best for you to go." Again, I ask why. "Because you and his little sister are the future for both factions," Michael firmly stated. "You're a great exorcist, one of the best we have to offer, and are still young. His sister is also young like you and the future for her household." "That doesn't really help. All I got from that is that we're both young," Issei replied as he scratched his head. "What they're trying to say is that it is best for you to go, because if you go and make peace with the devils, then that means it is possible for other exorcists who despise devils to try making peace with them," Regulus said, aloud with traces of annoyance in his voice. "Oh," was all Issei said in response. "Regulus," Michael said with his friendly smile, "what do you think of the idea?" "If I'm being honest, I think it is a great plan. Issei is known throughout the supernatural world as the Lion of Vatican. Most factions know who he is, so if he was able to befriend devils, especially a pure-blooded one, then it would definitely be a step in the direction of peace," Regulus stated with a serious voice. "I agree," Sirzech said with a smile Issei considered sly. "If you did do this, then think about all the lives you could save, Issei. If war was to happen, then thousands upon thousands will die. However, if you do this, then you will be known as the exorcist who brought peace amongst the three great factions." Issei was quiet after hearing that. He didn't want to go to a school with devils, but the perks did outweigh the cons. The Lion of Vatican IV. It is. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei Hyoudou. Alternate universe: somewhat soul OOC characters. Theme song: Mirror by Panic Era. Head writer: Revans Wraith. Co-writer: Crimson Dragon Virus. Issei couldn't help from sighing as he looked out the car window, a bored expression on his face. He had just landed in Kuoh town not that long ago, and he was now being driven to the place where he would be staying for God knows how long. "Is there a reason why you have such a long face?" Regulus said while releasing a yawn. "I'm just thinking about this mission," Issei replied as they passed a park where young kids were playing in. "I feel like I should be honored to do this mission, but I don't. I don't feel like this is for the best of humankind. In fact, I believe it is the opposite." "Why don't you feel honored? Your God had chosen you to carry out his will and represent the church in this mission. Many in your position would feel honored," Regulus said with confusion evident in his voice. "I'm not really representing the church, though," Issei admitted with a frown. "This mission is an off-the-records mission. If the Pope or any one of them were to find out then, I would be considered a stray exorcist." "I see," was all Regulus said. "What if word gets back to Vatican?" Issei asked with a hint of fear in his voice. "Not only will I be excommunicated and considered a stray, but I will bring shame to the Hyoudou line. For generations, my family wielded Joyeuse to fight the spawns of hell, and now I will be the first Hyoudou to try befriending them." "Maybe we should change the subject," Regulus suggested after a couple seconds of silence. "You believe this isn't benefiting humankind, but you chose to do it. Why?" "Does it really matter what I think is best for humans?" Issei questioned as he continued to stare out the window. "It might not matter to most, but I value your opinion," Regulus proudly declared. "You are my partner. In fact, I would like to think you're the best host I've ever had." "Really?" Issei said as he felt his cheeks getting red. It was a rare thing to hear Regulus praise him, so hearing this made him a little emotional. "Yes," Regulus sternly said. "You might not be the strongest or the smartest, but you have the heart. You have the mind and soul to do what must be done, even if it means going against everything you were taught." At this, Issei grinned. A feeling of pride swelled in his chest. "Now," Regulus started, "tell me, what do you think is better for humans?" "Well," Issei began as he averts his eyes from the window and to his duffel bag that held Joyeuse. "I think what's best is if we wage war on the devils and fallen angels. I know violence isn't always the answer, but with them, I think that's the only course of action." "Why is that?" Regulus asked with curiosity. "What makes you believe that fighting them is the best option?" "Well, because right now they're weak," Issei answered. "Lord Michael said that both factions' forces are low. If we called upon the Norse, Egyptian, Celtic, Greek, and many other factions, then we could easily wipe out the fallen angels and devils." "But what if they refuse to aid us?" Regulus questioned. "Both would then join forces to destroy us, and then it will be us who will be erased from existence." "That wouldn't be possible," Issei firmly stated without any hesitation. "Our path is the righteous one." "Issei," Regulus interrupted with a powerful voice, causing the young exorcist to shut up. "Failure is always a possibility, whether you like it or not. Do not let arrogance blind you from the truth." Issei was about to reply when his driver said, "Mr. Hyoudou, we have arrived at the destination." Peering over the passenger seat, Issei was greeted by the sight of a 2-story house with a dark maroon-red paint. "Oh, thanks," Issei said as he unbuckled his seatbelt and opened his car door. "It is no problem, sir," the driver declared with a smile. "Do you need me to help bring in your luggage?" No, I got it," Issei said as he began closing the door but stopped. "Thanks for your services again," he said as he pulled out his wallet and grabbed some cash and handed the man the money. Wow, the man said to himself as he looked at the bills. You do know this is a lot of money, right? Yes, but I thought you could use the money. Lord knows that I have too much. Buy yourself something nice. Issei said with a chuckle as he closed the door and walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. That was a kind deed, although I do believe it was unnecessary. His services were already paid for, Regulus said as Issei lifted his suitcases. The man had to wait hours upon hours for my arrival, and not once did he complain about it. I don't see the harm in giving him some money when the church pays me handsomely. Issei replied as he closed the trunk and got out of the car's way, allowing it to back up and leave. You watch too many movies, was all Regulus said in response, earning a ripple of laughter from the young male. I thought it was pretty good, Issei declared as he made his way to the front door. It made me sound like I was some type of mercenary. It made you sound stupid, Regulus quipped as Issei dropped one of his suitcases and pulled out the key to the house. But then again, you are still young, which means of the stuff you say is idiotic. Issei clicked his tongue in annoyance as he opened the door. He would have argued with the lion, but in all honesty, the young exorcist was feeling exhausted and wanted to do nothing but sleep. Do you think all of the stuff Lord Michael had ordered arrived? Issei asked as he closed the door behind him and set down his baggage. Probably, Regulus said as he released a yawn. He is an angel, so it wouldn't take much for a requisition of gear and equipment to get here. Well, should we check around? Issei asked. He began to explore the place. See if everything is in place and... You can do that, Regulus interrupted with a tired voice. I'm probably going to sleep. Don't forget to store your sword in a pocket dimension, and don't forget to act like a normal schoolboy. Okay. And don't forget that our mission is to see if devils and the church could coexist with one another, Regulus declared in a more serious voice. I don't want you trying to kill a devil as soon as you meet them. If they don't get on my nerves. No, there are no ifs and buts, Regulus firmly stated, causing him to fall silent. 2 Devil King's sisters are attending this school. You harm one of them or any of their peerage members, and you are asking for death. I don't want that. So control yourself, and if they annoy you, take a deep breath and walk away, but you will not resort to violence with them unless your life is in danger. Fine, Issei begrudgingly agreed. Now let's see if everything is here. I remember years ago, someone told me I should take caution when it comes to love. I did. Came Issei's alarm he had set on his phone, causing Issei to release a groan as he twisted and turned. And you were strong, and I was not. My illusion, my mistake, I was care. The alarm abruptly stopped after Issei picked up his phone and slid his thumb to the right, unlocking it. Regulus, Issei questioned as he got on all fours. Regulus, are you awake? He got no response from the lion, which made Issei frown as he got off of the bed. Of course, he would be asleep. He's a cat, and cats like to do nothing but sleep around and be petted. Issei muttered as he picked up his own cross and the broken cross that belonged to Felix, which was sitting on the nightstand, and began to make his way to the bathroom. As he entered the bathroom, he set down both the crosses on the sink before, walking out of the bathroom and returning 30 seconds later with the Kuoh Academy male school outfit, a towel, and his phone. Unlocking his phone again, Issei clicked on a music app and flicked his thumb upwards before stopping and selecting the song In the End, cover by Young Youth and Flurry. As the song began to play, Issei turned on the shower and removed his shirt and boxers. As he waited for the shower to heat up, Issei walked back towards the sink and stared into the mirror. His lips curved slightly downwards after noticing how much facial hair he had on his face. It's been a while since I've shaved, he said to himself as he moved his mouth in multiple directions. Then again, I think I would look pretty dashing if I had a beard. An image of Issei having a Viking beard entered his mind not long after saying this. Issei chuckled at this as he opened one of the drawers and grabbed a manual razor. He wouldn't mind having a beard or mustache, but sadly he believed it was best to be cleanly shaven for his first day, so that's what he was going to do. As Issei strolled up to the school, he couldn't help from feeling a little trepidatious. Even though he had spent most of his morning mentally preparing himself for all of this, he couldn't shake the feeling of having butterflies in his stomach. It didn't help that Regulus laughed at him either before going back to sleep. If anything, it only increased Issei's nervousness and fear of fumbling his words. To some people, first days might not mean anything, but to Issei, it meant the world. The reason why it was so important was a simple reason. Today was going to be the first day he attended a public school, for he, like every other exorcist, was taught everything he needed to know in a classroom inside of the church. Meaning, he never got to experience what it was like to live the life of a normal teenager one who wasn't aware of the supernatural world. Upon arriving at the entrance of Kuoh Academy's high school, Issei was greeted by the sight of multiple students standing around doing nothing but talking to each other. He didn't move any closer and just stood there for a solid second, taking a deep breath as other students walked past him, some giving him curious looks. "Okay, I can do this. Sirzech said that the student council is full of devils, so those are the only ones I have to meet. I just have to go to talk to them, tell them I'm the exorcist the church sent, and say, I hope we can get along. That is all I have to do, and then I can continue on my day. Yeah, I can do this." With confidence in Issei's veins, he marched towards the front doors of the school with his back straight and his head held high. As he made his way to the doors, he noticed out of his peripherals some of the students looking at him, as well as hearing some of them talk about him. "Do you think that's the new transfer student from Europe?" "No, look at him, he's Japanese. If he was, he would have a skin color similar to Ria's." "Do you think he will join the rugby team?" "No, with a cute face like that, I doubt he would be in a sport with so much contact. Track is my bet, and if he joins, I will go to all their track meetings. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you see his face? Don't you think he put too much hair gel in his hair? Personally, I don't like his hairstyle, and I will be like blown away if he somehow manages to get a girl to call him daddy. Like for real, that style is just hideous." Ignoring the comments, Issei entered the school and stood there for a couple seconds in awe. The place was beautiful. He had expected the place to look disorganized and a mess, but instead, he was greeted by the sight of a clean school. "Issei Hyoudou, I presume?" spoke a voice, pulling him out of his dumbfounded state. Averting his eyes forward, Issei saw a tall girl with shoulder-length ocean blue hair and matching eyes smiling at him. Yeah, that's me. Can I help you?" Issei questioned. "I'm part of the student council. Tsubasa Yura is the name," she said with a small, respectful bow. "A devil," Issei said as she straightened herself and offered him a friendly smile. "What does she hope to gain? Does she plan on trying to befriend me? Well, it's a... President Sauna Shitori sent me to retrieve you. If you could follow me, I'll take you to the student council office, and she can give you your schedule," Tsubasa stated with the same friendly smile. "Never mind, her king just sent her to help me," Issei said. "All right then, I'll be in your care." Issei had meant to say that in a casual manner, but it came out in a forceful way. It didn't help that the smile he tried to return looked forced as well. "Are you all right?" she asked with concern in her voice as she moved closer to the boy. "You look a little queasy." "I'm fine," Issei said as he took a step back, causing the back of the head to hit something hard but fleshy. He didn't know what it was, but he felt something very soft push up against his back for a solid second before being lifted off of him. This was followed by a girl eliciting an ow. Turning around, he says, "I'm sorry, The words died in his throat as his heart skipped several beats. Standing before him, clutching their forehead, was a gorgeous young woman with a voluptuous figure. She had long black hair that was tied into a ponytail and went all the way down to her feet, and beautiful purple eyes. She had an orange ribbon tied into it, keeping it in place. "It's fine. I should have been paying attention to where I was going," the girl said in an apologetic tone. No, I was at fault," Issei said as he waved his hands side to side. "I shouldn't have been standing in the doorway like a knucklehead McSpazatron." At this, the woman giggled. "Knucklehead McSpazatron," she parroted with a hint of amusement in her voice. "Yeah," Issei said with a small smile as he rubbed the back of his neck. "My dad used to call me that whenever I was acting like a moron, and in this case, I was acting like one, so I deemed me worthy of the title. She giggled again, causing Issei's heart to beat faster. The perfume she wore, the sound of her laughing, her eyes, were all so intoxicating to him and was making him want to do many things he shouldn't do unless it was with his wife. Knucklehead McSpazatron, she repeated, snapping him out of his stupor. May I know what your name is? Oh, it's Hyoudou. No, it's Issei. No, it's Issei Hyoudou. Yes, that is my name, Issei said, fumbling the words before laughing somewhat awkwardly. Well, Issei, it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Akino Himejima, and I look forward to seeing you around, the now-named woman said, before offering him a smile that melted his heart like a knife cutting through butter. Yeah, was all Issei could say as she walked past him, leaving him to stare at her back as she walked away from him. Issei simply stared at her and could only think of one thing at the time. I think I'm going to marry her. Ahem. Tsubasa coughed into her hand, loud enough causing him to avert his eyes towards her. Whenever you are ready to go to the student council room, we will go. Yeah, sorry for making you wait, Issei said as he glanced back at the direction where Akino was walking away. It is fine, Tsubasa said with a wave of her hand as she began leading him to the clubroom. Akino is known as one of the great beauties alongside Ria's Gremory. Most boys usually find her to be very attractive, and I can understand why. Oh, Issei said in response as he looked at the ground, a thought entering his mind. Is it possible that Akino is a devil as well? I wish Regulus wasn't asleep. He could make it so much easier to tell who is human and who isn't, but instead, he is going to sleep all day. Like the lazy cat he is. So, are you a little jealous of Akino? Issei questioned, causing her to give him a questioning look. I mean, don't most girls get jealous of girls they find to be more attractive? Why would you think that? Tsubasa asked with a curious look. Movies. I watched a lot of movies, and usually people hate the popular girl because she is either rude or because she is just gorgeous. Issei said somewhat sheepishly. It was a little embarrassing to say that he got from movies, but that was the truth. Not really, Tsubasa admitted. I mean, there are sometimes I get jealous and wish to have boys fawning over me, but it is nothing too serious. Besides, most of the boys who like her are clean ones. Clean ones? Issei parroted. What does that mean? Does that mean virgins? Does she have a thing for people who have lost their innocence? Yes, she said with a streak of red starting to form across her. I prefer boys who are muddier, like, where they come out of a fight battered with blood covering them, you know. Issei said in surprise. That is something I didn't expect coming at all. I literally thought she had a thing for guys with experience in sex and stuff. So, Issei trailed off uncertainly. Does that mean you're inexperienced when it comes to, sex, she said as she looked at him, who slowly nodded in response. Yes, not a lot of guys are interested in a girl like me. Issei wanted to say, it's because you're a devil. But he didn't. The reason why was because so far this girl didn't seem like at all what he expected. She was pretty normal to him. He was expecting her to be either snobby or flirty like the stray devil Kuroka. Why is that? I'm not like other girls. I'm not really preppy and love wearing feminine clothing. I like doing physical work, getting dirty and playing sports. Not to mention I'm a tall girl. Guys don't really look for that type of stuff. They prefer damsels over tomboys. The brunette explained with a small frown. Issei was silent hearing this. If he was being honest, he did feel sorry for the girl, but the problem was that he didn't know exactly how to help her. He had talked to many nuns before, but not once have they talked to him about guy problems. Well, I think you're okay, Issei said, causing her to look at him with an eyebrow raised. I know that's not what you were looking to hear, but I'm not really a fan of devils. I doubt I ever will be after what they did to me. What did devils do to you? She asked, more with curiosity in her voice. They took someone from me, he hesitantly replied as he looked down at the wrist that had the broken cross attached to it. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, Tsubasa said with a bit of a dejected look. She didn't really talk to many other boys except for Saji, so she was kind of curious about him. Not to mention she had heard the rumors about him. How he wasn't born like a human, how we was created, with the ability to transform into a 7-meter humanoid lion. After several seconds of walking in silence, the two of them arrived at the student council room. Opening the door for the two of them, the brunette said, "President, I have brought Issei." Walking past Tsubasa, Issei was greeted by the sight of several people. Sitting behind a desk writing something was a man who looked to around his age. The boy had short blonde hair and gray eyes. He was wearing the school uniform, but unlike Issei, he didn't wear the blazer and had his sleeves rolled up. Occupying a desk next to him was a short girl with long, dark brown hair tied in twin ponytails. She had green clippers in them and had green eyes matching them. She wore green stockings that matched both of these as well. Hovering over these two was a slim girl with long brown hair that ends in 2 short braids and matching eyes, who wore a blue headband. To his right were 2 females, who were both sitting down on a couch reading a book called The King of the North. One of them had long snow-white hair and blue-green eyes, while the other had shoulder-length reddish-brown hair and brown eyes. On the other side of the room was another pair of girls. One of them sat behind a large desk and had short black hair styled in a bob cut and violet eyes. She had a slim but somewhat curvy figure and wore circular violet-colored glasses. Standing right next to her was another bespectacled woman with long, straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. "Thank you, Tsubasa," the girl sitting behind the large desk said in a serious tone as she looked up from the paper she was reading. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Issei Hyoudou. I hope we can get along and prove the supernatural world that both our factions can coexist with one another." "Yeah," Issei said reluctantly as the door closed behind him. "If I remember correctly, her name is Soph. No, it was Sauna. No, it was Sona. Yeah, that was her name, Sona Citri, the sister of the Devil King Seraphal Leviathan." "Would you like to sit down?" Sona asked as she watched Issei look at each of her peerage members. "Maybe have some tea with us before heading to class and get to know some of my peerage members." Sona may be showing a calm demeanor, but on the inside, she was slightly worried about what Issei would do. She wasn't one to take most of her sister's words to heart due to her overreacting most of the time. But when Lord Lucifer backed her up, she would take Seraphal's warnings more seriously. "He may look like a normal human, but don't let his looks fool you. The boy is actually a beast. He was cooked up in the church by that vile woman Gabriel and has been doing her bidding ever since he was 8 years old. He has the ability to transform into this large lion and tracks down young devil females. Once cornering them, he then does horrible things to them, right before ending their lives, in a gruesome manner. I repeat, he is a monster, the pawn of that evil Lady Gabriel." "No," Issei harshly stated, causing Tsubasa to flinch and look a little sad. "I mean, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that this is my first day attending a public school and I just want to first settle in before making FRFR friends with DDD devils." Issei felt the urge to facepalm. Hard. He had said the words in his mind perfectly, but the moment he attempted to say them aloud, it felt like he was trying to lift a boulder. "I see," Sona said as she adjusted her glasses. "I'm going to have to talk to Tsubasa about him, see if she got any information about him. He is definitely someone we have to keep an eye out for, and if he is up to something, then I need to let Seraphal know immediately." So far they seem pretty normal. Then again, these are devils that are still teenagers, and I bet some of them still have human siblings or parents. Yes, that has to be the reason why they're acting friendly. I bet the moment their human family members depart from this world, they will commit vile and inhumane actions. Issei said to himself as he observed Sona. "So," he said, drawing out the O in the word, "can I get my schedule?" "Of course," Sona affirmed as she opened one of the many drawers of her desk and looked through it before pulling out a sheet of paper. "If you need anything, feel free to come and find one of us. As the student council, it is our job to help students out." "I'll keep that in mind," Issei said as he took it and made his way to the door, which was opened by Tsubasa. As soon as he exited the room and the door was closed, Sona exhaled. Usually, she wouldn't be so worried about someone, but with the information she got and how he acted, she could tell not to let her guard down with him. He may have been acting somewhat normal, but she could easily tell that he didn't want to be here. However, she was wondering why. She had treated him nicely. In fact, she treated him very kindly. Usually, she would have this strict demeanor, and she would warn the person about misbehaving and the consequences of what would happen if they caused disruptions. But instead, she attempted to talk to him in a friendly manner. Yet, that didn't make him want to get to know them at all. It's probably nothing. It is after all his first time speaking to a devil beside Lord Lucifer. He probably isn't comfortable with talking to us. In a casual manner, Sona said to herself. Still, I have to watch him. I can't let my guard down with the Lion of Vatican. Okay, class, we have a new student, spoke a brown-haired, middle-aged man in a somewhat enthusiastic voice as he looked at the entire class before averting his eyes and looking at Issei, who stood in front of the whiteboard. May you please introduce yourself? Sure, Issei replied as he glanced back at the teacher. My name is Issei Hyoudou. I'm 17 years old, and I lived in Vatican City for most of my life, and this is my first time attending a public school, Issei said with a small, respectful bow. As he straightened himself, he said to the teacher, That is all. You're going to hate this next part, kid, the teacher said to himself while hiding his smile. All right, does anyone have any questions for him? To his surprise, the entire classroom's hands shot up like bullets the moment the teacher finished speaking. So quick, was all he could say. He had expected some hands to be raised, but he didn't think everyone's hand to shoot up. Mikasa, the teacher said as he looked at a black-haired girl with grayish eyes. Are you by chance religious? Mikasa questioned as she leaned on her desk. Yes, I am, Issei replied enthusiastically with a smile before turning his eyes to another beautiful girl. What's your question? Issei said as he pointed to the girl and trailing off due to him not knowing her name. Akira, and I was just wondering if you have a girlfriend, the girl stated with a smirk. Oh, well, no, in fact, I haven't had any girlfriends. Due to me being in a private school, I didn't mean any girls, so I'm inexperienced when it comes to loves, Issei said, unaware of what he had accidentally brought on himself. The majority of the females' hands dropped after that, leaving only a couple's girls' hands raised along with the guys of the class. You, Issei said as he pointed to a big bulky male who looked to be like a bodybuilder in growing. Violet, and I was wondering if you were interested in joining the rugby team, the man said with a friendly smile. I'll give it a thought, but my priorities are right now getting myself situated first, Issei answered. However, once I get that done, I'll be sure to check out all the clubs and see if any of them interest me. After several more questions, the teacher had enough and said, That's enough. Issei, go ahead and take your seat at one of the empty desks. You got it, Issei replied as he marched to an empty desk by the window. He gave some of the other students a small smile as he walked past them. If he was being honest with himself, he was so far enjoying this. Even though there were devils here, he so far was loving the school and wanted to see more of it. Issei couldn't help from frowning a little as he looked around the cafeteria for a place to sit down. He was half tempted to just sit down by a group of people, but the thought of him trying to invoke a conversation with them was just weird to him. He was worried that he might somehow make a fool out of himself and then become a laughing stock for the whole school, or worse. He would sit down by one of them, and then they would act all friendly, treating him as if they were his comrade, only to then stab him in the back and publicly humiliate him. His eyes soon landed on a blonde boy, walking out the cafeteria side doors with their food. Oh, you can go outside and eat, Issei mused as he watched them from the glass windows. If that's the case, I'll just eat outside in the sun. Sure, it will be lonely, but at least no one will see me eating alone and assume that I made no friends. Quickly making his way outside, Issei looked for a secluded place to sit down and eat. Eventually, after about 30 seconds of searching, the young exorcist found a place underneath a tree. After getting himself in a comfortable position, Issei pulled out his phone and a set of earbuds. He plugged the earbuds into his ears and began listening to music. As the song No Glory by Scan and Krail featuring MIME and Drama B began to play, Issei opened up his lunchbox and couldn't help from smiling at what he made. It was nothing fancy, but it was something that would fill him up. Specifically, his sweet tooth. He had a simple PB&J sandwich with a side of chips, some grapes, a bottle of water, and a large pack of sour gummy worms. "Oh ho, I don't know what to eat first," Issei said as he clasped his hands and looked at what he considered to be a great lunch. "Do I want to eat my sandwich first, or do I want to start out with the grapes? Maybe I should have the chips first, but the gummy worms." "Hey!" came a voice followed by a kick to his foot, snapping him out of his own little world. Looking up, Issei's eyes were greeted by the sight of a very short, but cute white-haired girl with hazel eyes. The front of her hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. Issei would have mistaken her for a child had it not been for her curvy figure. She wasn't as curvy as Aquino, but she did have something that would turn many guys' heads her way. "Can I help you?" Issei asked as he took one of his headphones out while pausing his music. He had never seen her before, but something about her felt familiar. He didn't know why, but she just gave off this vibe that he had seen her before in his past. "You're in my spot," was all she said in an emotionless tone. "Oh," he replied with a nod. Taking his lunchbox off of his lap, Issei scooted over to his left and patted where he once was sitting. "There you go." The girl frowned in response to this. "I come here to eat alone. You're in my spot." "Well, maybe today you can." "No," she quickly denied. "That was fast. She didn't even give me a chance to hear me out," Issei said to himself as her glare intensified. "And what's with that intimidating look? Even though she is so short, she is creeping me out with that. I feel like she is trying to obliterate me with her mind." "Come on, I'm new here," Issei whined in an attempt to appease the small but busty girl. "Can't you just cut me some slack?" The girl in question didn't say anything in response. Her eyes averted to his lunch box and immediately landed on the sour but sweet gummy worms. "Give me the gummy words or get lost," she practically commanded. "But..." "Choose," she curtly said. Issei bit his lip. He may have been an exorcist who fights ghastly creatures, but women can definitely be scary, and something about her scared him. Maybe it was because of the look she was giving him. He didn't know, and he didn't exactly want to find out. The look she was already giving him was pretty frightening. "We share it," Issei declared, causing her to frown. "It's a big bag, not to mention I paid for it, and I'm not going to allow someone to bully me into getting them, no matter they be male or female." The girl stared at him for what seemed like an eternity, causing him to gulp. Finally, though, she spoke. 75-25. "No," Issei denied with a shake of his head. "My bag 50-50. 70-30, she replied. 55-45, he rebutted. 65-35, she countered. 60-40, he declared. Fine, 51-49, the girl stated. Final offer before I move you. Issei was about to suggest another offer, but his stomach released a deep roar, signifying that it was hungry. Fine, I accept your terms, but that is only because of me being hungry, he asserted, causing the girl to roll her eyes. As she sat down, Issei noticed something. This was the first time he was having lunch with a girl that wasn't his mother, or a nun from the church. In a strange way, this was technically his first date. Thinking this, Issei began to smile. Stop smiling like that, she muttered before biting on a chocolate chip cookie, making his smile vanish. Sorry, Issei replied as he put his phone and headphones away. After several seconds of both of them eating in silence, Issei said, I'm Issei, by the way. If she had any reactions, she didn't show it. She simply continued eating her cookie before saying, Kaneko. Kaneko, he repeated, causing her to look at him through her peripherals. That's an interesting name. Thanks, was all she said before reaching into his lunchbox and grabbing the pack of gummy worms. You don't talk much, do you? Issei asked as he watched her open the bag of candy with ease. MHM, came her response before eating some of the sour but sweet candy. Issei hummed as he contemplated what to say next. The atmosphere between the two of them was pretty awkward, but if Issei was being honest, he kind of liked her. Sure, she was a little rude at first, but he believed there was something beneath this emotionless exterior she was showing. "Do you want to be? Give me the bag, and I will think about being friends," Kaneko interrupted before putting another piece of candy in her mouth. "That's a little unfair," Issei muttered as he looked down at his lunch. He did want some of the candy, but he also kind of liked this place and wanted to eat here when he had lunch without getting in trouble with the small girl. "Life is unfair," Kaneko casually stated. "This girl," he said in annoyance. "Fine, I will let you have the bag, but no more snarky comments like that." "No promises," she said, earning a glare from him. "Why Hyoudou?" "I see you have met Issei," spoke a female, causing Issei to look up and see the beautiful raven-haired girl standing before him with a smile. "Akino," Issei gasped in surprise before realizing what the woman said. "Wait, you two know each other?" "Yes." "Yep, she is a part of the club I am in," Akino stated with the same delightful smile. "Oh," was all Issei said as he averted his eyes to his lunch and began to think about Kaneko. Does that mean Kaneko acts like this around her too, and she just isn't treating me like dirt cause I'm in her spot? I mean, she didn't really show any signs of excitement or anything at all when Akino showed up, so it is possible that she just is like this. "Issei," Akino said again, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Huh, what?" Issei said as he looked up at Akino again, earning a giggle from her. "I said, would you like to meet our club leader?" Akino asked. "Oh, Issei started but stopped and began to ponder the question. On one hand, he was tempted because then he would get the chance to know more about this beautiful girl, but on the other hand, he wasn't exactly interested in joining any clubs. Deciding that there was no harm meeting the girl's club leader, Issei said, "I guess there is no harm in meeting your club leader, but let me tell you, I have no interest in joining any clubs at the moment." "That is fine," was all Akino said as she gave him a beaming smile that once again melted his heart. The Lion of Vatican V. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei Hyoudou. Alternate universe: Somewhat Soul OOC characters. Theme song: Mirror by Panic Era. Head writer: Revans Wraith. Co-writer: Crimson Dragon Virus. "So, how's your day been so far, Issei?" Akino questioned as she led both him and Kaneko to her club's building. "It's been pretty good so far. If I'm being honest, I didn't expect going to school to be this exciting. Yeah, I think that's the word I would use," Issei admitted as he looked up at the beautiful blue sky and smiled. Even though Issei wasn't that fond of devils, he couldn't deny that today had been an interesting day so far. "Oh, has a girl perhaps her feelings to you?" Akino asked teasingly. "Wah what?" Issei said in surprise as a streak of red went across his face. I mean no, but it's not because I'm weird or anything like that. It's because they just don't know me. I'm sure if the girl knew what I was like and capable of, then they would, for sure, find me attractive." "Is that so?" Akino started as she licked her lips. She stopped, and as she turned around to face him, she clasped her hands while saying, "Issei, I know this is so sudden, but I want to let you know that." She dropped her gaze as her cheeks became even more flushed. "That I." Issei's heart skipped several beats. The young exorcist was pretty sure he died, right then and there. Her cute but embarrassed look was too much, to the point where he started to feel lightheaded. "God, please help me. I can't tell if she is being serious or if she is teasing me. If it's the former, I will forever carry out your will." He was brought out of his prayer by hearing the woman's giggle. Standing in front of him, with their hand over their mouth, laughing in a taunting but playful manner, was Akino. "I'm sorry," she said as she regained her composure. "I just wanted to see your reaction, and it was just as I imagined," she said before giggling again like a madman. Issei looked at her as if she was a demon after that. He had a feeling that she was just teasing him, but still, He did hope that maybe, just maybe, she was being serious with him. Ha ha ha, Issei faked laughed as he glared at the girl. Very funny, let's just pick on them. Issei, spoke the white-haired girl next to him, causing him to look down at her and notice her holding out one of the sweet and sour gummy worms in her palm. For your trouble. Kaneko, he said with joy as he took the candy from her. Who would have thought you would have sympathized with me? I had assumed that you were going to be a bully and just bully me, but here you actually felt sorry for me and gave me some of my candy. Oh, Kaneko has given you some of her candy, Akino said with a voice full of mischief. Is it because you've taken an interest in him? Kaneko, in response, shook her head and continued walking while eating more of the candy. Well, shall we continue on our way? Akino asked Issei as she looked at Issei. Of course, Issei answered. Upon arriving at the club's room, Issei couldn't help from frowning as he approached the place. The clubhouse was a 3-story building, with the 3rd story having a clock tower on it. It had been painted white and had a black roof with vines reaching up to the 2nd story. Are you sure this place isn't, I don't know, abandoned? Issei asked as he looked at Akino, who was now walking by his side. Akino was about to answer, but a thought entered her mind, a thought to pull at his leg some more. Oh, are you perhaps afraid of abandoned buildings, afraid of ghosts and whatnot? No, it just kind of reminds of that one abandoned building in that scary clown movie, the one that feasts on the children's fears and whatnot. Issei answered, earning an O from the girl. She was a little surprised that was his answer. She had expected him to say yes or no. Well, the place is not abandoned, and I can assure you that the interior will blow you away, Akino declared with her usual smile. Issei's thoughts drifted off to what type of club this was as they began to enter the building. He doubted it was the manga research club, and he was positive that it wasn't the photography club, which left only 2 clubs. This isn't the Devil King Lucifer's little sister's club, is it? Issei asked himself as he followed behind Akino, who was right behind Kaneko. There's no way Akino would be a devil, okay? I kind of can see her being one with the stunt she pulled earlier along with her flirtatious personality. But there's no way Kaneko, yeah, never mind, she did basically force me to give up my gummy worms, but still. There's no way these 2 nice. Riaz, we're back and we have a guest, Akino said aloud, causing Issei's heart to sink a little. He had been hoping that Akino wasn't a devil, and was to a degree somewhat upset with her along with Tsubasa for them not telling him this, but he knew he was also his fault. He didn't ask for the devil's names when he spoke with Surzech or Lord Michael. He had many times to use magic and strengthen his senses to where he could spot out supernatural beings with ease, but he didn't. God forgive me, for I had caught feelings for a devil. I had made a mistake, and I hope you can forgive me for thinking that I was in love with Akino, Issei said as a female who he believed was Riaz responded to Akino. Is it the exorcist that my brother told us about? Yes, it is Issei Hyoudou, Akino replied as she glanced at Issei, who was looking at her with a serious expression. Is everything all right, Issei? She asked him. Oh yeah, just taken back is all, Issei stated, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. I had thought you were just a normal human girl, so I'm a little shocked that you're a devil. Is me being a devil a problem? Akino asked with uncertainty. She didn't know if he was upset with her due to his voice being neutral, but she could have sworn that she saw a flicker of anger in his eyes when she said Ria's name. Not really, Issei said as he averted his eyes away from her. After all, we're supposed to be showing the supernatural world that devils and members of the church can coexist, are we not? I suppose you're right, Akino said with a smile. Still, I apologize if I mislead you, so allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Akino Himejima, queen to Lady Riaz of House Gremory. I hope we can get along, Issei Hyoudou, Akino said with a deep and respectful bow, unaware of the scowl that quickly appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, Issei did a bow that wasn't as deep as hers and said, Issei Hyoudou, knight of the church, wielder of the Longinus Regulus Nemea. He wasn't going to reveal that he was the wielder of the Holy Sword Joyeuse, and he didn't see it necessary to say the Lion of Vatican, since it wasn't an official title. After reintroducing the 2 of themselves, they walked down the hallway, and entered a room that was filled with a handful of people. It had a large wooden desk with a comfy chair behind it. In front of it were 2 chairs, high-class chairs and couches that Issei had seen in one of his mother's catalogs, a coffee table in the middle of the furniture, and a door that leads to God knows what. Sitting behind the large wooden desk was a redhead, but not just any red, a crimson-colored redhead. Issei had for a second mistook the person for Surzech due to how similar they looked, but after a quick blink, he noticed the differences between the two. Sitting on the couch, still eating the candy, was Kaneko, and sitting right next to her was a young blonde male who was looking at him. That's a little surprise. I expected her to have a bigger peerage since she is Lucifer's little sister, or at the very least have the same number as Sona, but maybe it's quality over quantity. Issei said to himself as Akino left his side and went to Ria's side. Greetings, Issei. It is all right if I address you as Issei, right? Spoke the devil as Issei approached the desk. Yes, Issei reluctantly replied as he sat down. The young exorcist didn't exactly want to be here anymore due to them being devils, but if he was suddenly cold to them, then it would cause problems, and he didn't want to have any dilemmas, especially not needed ones. Riaz nodded her head and smiled at him. I hope you're enjoying Kuoh. My brother had told me that you came here alone and not with your family. Yeah, was all Issei said in response. It must be hard. I remember when I first came here I was nervous, but I was also excited. I get to see and feel what it's like to be human. You're not human, though, and you will never be one of us. You can act and pretend to be a normal girl, but I know what you really are. A wolf wearing sheep's clothes, waiting for someone with power to come along so you can steal their humanity. Well, that won't happen as long as I'm here. I will make sure you don't steal their humanity, Issei said to himself as he listened to her. I'm not exactly nervous, Issei confessed. I'm more concerned for my well-being. Oh, Riaz replied, not getting what he was implying. Why are you concerned about your well-being? Well, this might seem a little rude, but there's like what a dozen of you devils and only one of me, Issei stated as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yes, but it took Riaz a second to realize what he was saying, and a serious expression formed on her face. We're not going to try anything to you, Lord Lucifer has made it very clear to not do anything with you, but talk to you and possibly fight strays with you. That's all. I can handle strays on my own, Issei swiftly declared, and I prefer not to be stabbed in the back. But what if there is a stray or a fallen angel that is stronger than you expected? What will you do if it's too much? I die then, Issei interrupted, shocking everyone in the room and causing most except for Kaneko to look at him with bewildered faces. If they're too much for me, then I fight to my last breath, but there's no way I will fight alongside a devil, and there's definitely no way in hell that I'm being resurrected as one. Seeing the shocked looks on both their faces, Issei couldn't help from sighing as he pinched his nose. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. I didn't mean to be rude. I just have a bad history with devils, and that caused my emotions to take control of my words. It's fine, Riaz said. She was still recovering from his small rant. She really didn't know what to say after hearing that. Her brother had told her that Issei didn't get along well with devils, but she didn't expect him to speak to her so coldly. The heiress could understand him not wanting to be resurrected due to him being an exorcist, but the first part was something she couldn't understand. However, instead of talking about it, Riaz decided to change the subject. Would you like to perhaps have tea with us? Akino makes some excellent tea. Issei started but noticed the happy look on Akino's face. Issei was going to reject the offer due to him already eating, but decided to accept the offer. Would love to have some tea. He drew the word "would" out for a solid second. Great, Riaz cheerfully stated before looking at Akino. Akino, do you mind making us some tea? It will be no problem, Akino said with her usual smile before looking at Issei. Do you have any preference, Issei? Not really. I don't drink a lot of tea, so I don't have a preference. Just make whatever you want, Issei said with a shrug. Akino nodded her head in response before walking off, leaving the two of them to just stare at each other in silence. The silence didn't last forever, for Riaz said, Have you met my knight and rook yet? I met Kaneko earlier, Issei stated as he looked at the two who were looking at him. In fact, I was the one who gave her those gummy worms. Oh, well, that was kind. But then again, she did kind of force me to give her the candy. It was either I share it, or she attempts to move me from the tree I was sitting underneath. Issei continued, oblivious of the small scowl appearing on Ria's face. Kaneko is my rook, and I doubt she meant to threaten you. I didn't mind. I just wish she would have shared some more with me, Issei stated loudly as he turned around and stared at the small girl who reluctantly mouthed the word sorry, before stuffing some gummy worms into her mouth. Ria stared at the back of Issei's head for a couple seconds, unsure what to say or think. She had thought Issei was going to be angry with Kaneko, but instead, he just said he was annoyed with her not sharing. Anyways, the boy next to her is Yudo Kiba. He is my knight and an excellent swordsman, Rias proudly stated. I've seen a great variety of swordsmen all over the world. Unless he is a prodigy of some sort with battle experience, I highly doubt that he is an excellent swordsman, Issei casually said. Rias narrowed her eyes hearing this and said, how about a mock fight then for fun? Issei thought about it for a couple of seconds before saying with a shrug, no thanks, as tempting as it sounds, I think I'm going to pass. And why is that? Rias demanded with a frown of disappointment. Are you afraid that you're going to lose? Not really, Issei said with a shrug as he crossed his legs. It does sound like it would be fun, and I would somewhat enjoy proving you wrong, but I don't need to be getting into fights with a devil on my first day. You sound very confident that you can take him on, but have you faced a knight before? Rias questioned, a little upset that Issei had rejected the duel. Many times I fought stray devil ones, and I had fought devils who were trying to do unholy things to a person they found to be interesting, Issei declared in a serious tone while looking directly into Ria's eyes. Rias was going to say she doubted that, but soon remembered who she was speaking to. She remembered that she was talking to the Lion of Vatican, a man whom apparently takes interest in devil girls and does horrifying things before killing them. At least, that's what Serafal said. The tea is ready, spoke Akino as she re-entered the room with a tray of tea and a smile on her face. Her smile wavered a little when she noticed the sword that sat by Kiba's side, along with Kaneko putting on a set of gloves. Did something happen? Nothing, but sadly, I think I might take my leave, Issei said as he continued to stare into Ria's face, a small grin on his face. A grin that was challenging her to say the words. Oh, that's unfortunate, Akino said as she placed the tray down on the small table. Surely you can stay and have some, though. I prepared my best just for you. As Issei got up, he said in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry, Akino, but I need to start heading back to the school building and my next class. Next time I swear I will have some of your tea. I promise. At this, Akino smiled seductively and said, Don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it. She really is a devil. The ability to fly, but you can only fly south, spoke Issei, who had his feet dangling off the roof. Can I fly southeast and southwest as well, or can I just fly south? Regulus reluctantly asked as he watched Issei kick his feet like a little kid. Sure, Issei answered with uncertainty as he watched a couple walk down the sidewalk across the street from him. He couldn't make out what exactly they were saying, but he could hear some laughter every couple of seconds, so he could only assume they were enjoying themselves. Seeing this made him frown. This frown didn't go unnoticed by Regulus, who said, Rough day, I'm assuming. Was all Issei replied with as he pulled out a small bag of jelly beans. Issei. I don't want to talk about it, Issei complained as he opened his bag of candy. Come on, Issei, tell me what happened, Regulus said as he gently nudged his head against Issei's arm, nearly causing the boy to spill his snack. A girl I liked to turn out to be a devil, Issei mumbled as he looked at the sidewalk below him. I don't know why, but when I saw her my heart skipped a beat, and I think I fell for her, but later on I learned she was Ria's Gremory's queen. You do know our mission is to show that we can live with devils, right? Regulus asked, invoking a frustrated sigh from the young exorcist. Yeah, but that doesn't mean fall in love with them. I can understand being friends with some of them, and I don't think I would mind becoming friends with a few of them, but to fall in love with them, that's a huge sin. But if peace is to happen, then what would be the problem with you having a romantic relationship with one or two? Regulus stated. Issei nearly choked on the jelly beans he was eating when he heard the word two. Spinning his head around, he looked at Regulus and said in a hysterical voice, "What's with this plural stuff? You do know it's forbidden to have multiple spouses, right?" "And you do know that you're the wielder of me," Regulus countered. "What does me being the wielder of you have to do with my love life?" Issei exclaimed, not even caring if people heard him. "It has everything to do with it," Regulus replied in a serious tone. "You wield me and have the title the Lion of Vatican, which means you are a lion, and every alpha has a pride. I already talked to your father about this before we left, and he understands tradition." Tradition? Yes, every wielder of Regulus Nemea had a pride of only women. Some had up to 5 lovers, some had up to 20, but never did a single one of them have just one girl, Regulus proudly declared. Issei stared at Regulus for a solid minute, not knowing what to say. He wanted to believe that the lion was kidding, but the look on his face made him have second thoughts. "Even if I accepted this tradition, and trust me, it's a big if, I can't be in a relationship with a devil or a fallen angel or any other creature of hell. That's just wrong," Issei said as he averted his eyes back to the street under him. "And why is that? Is it because you're concerned about what the church will think, or is it because of Felix?" Regulus questioned, knowing full well that he might anger his host. "No, it's because devils are greedy creatures who want nothing but power. It has nothing to do with Felix or what the church thinks, it is just my belief," Issei declared as he crushed the bag of candy in his hands. "Do you truly believe that?" Regulus asked after a couple seconds of silence. "Yes," Issei said as he closed his eyes. "They would just end up stabbing me in the back in the end, and it's best if I avoid them." "Do you know what I think your problem is, Issei?" Regulus said, causing his host to whirl his head around and look at him. "I think your problem is that you're holding onto the past. Because of your experience in the past, you judge the character before giving them a chance to show you their good side." "Regulus, they were creatures created in hell." "Not all of them," Regulus interrupted. "What do you think that?" He paused as he shifted through Issei's memories real quick. "That Aquino girl was before a devil. Only 2 of them were born in hell, the rest of them were humans or yokai." "Does it matter what they were before?" Issei asked as he looked at Felix's broken cross. "In the end, they sold their humanity to become devils." "That's not always the case, Issei, and you know that," Regulus sternly said, making Issei frown. "What do you want from me?" Issei demanded as he looked at the large lion. "I can't just forgive and forget everything their kind has done and move on with my life." "You can, Issei. You can let go of the past and give them an actual chance. You just choose not to do that." Closing his eyes, Issei says, "Why do you even want me to give them a chance? Why do you want me to give devils, fallen angels, and every other supernatural creature a chance at my heart and stuff?" "Because the world is changing," Regulus said as he looked at the sky. "The world isn't what it used to be where these things aren't possible, and because if you continue to treat every creature you consider foul as a monster. One day you'll come across one who won't take you treating them like that, and they will come after not only you, but your family too." Issei's lips curved slightly downwards hearing this. He knew Regulus was in a way right, but he didn't understand why Regulus was pushing him to open his heart to devils as well. He could understand becoming friends with them, but lovers? That was a whole other thing, and one he wasn't sure was possible. "Still, why do you want me to try falling in love with a devil?" Issei questioned with a serious expression. "You have mistaken what I mean, Issei," Regulus replied. "I don't want you to try falling for one of them. I want you to fall in love with the girl you like. Be it a stray devil, yokai, fallen angel, devil, dragon, angel, you name it. I want you to love them and not limit yourself. You're a lion, Issei, and you shouldn't worry about what race they are at all. As long as you and them love each other, that's all that matters." "I guess that makes sense." Issei said after a couple seconds of silence. I know it makes sense. Now stop holding on to the past misdeeds and look forward. Don't treat them all like villains because of a few bad apples. Get to actually know them, and once you do get to know them, decide on if you want to be friends with them or if you want to become something more, but don't let your fears dictate your way of life as well as the church's rules. You're a lion, Issei, and lions don't submit to no one. HMPH, I'll think about it, but I'm never going to become a devil. I can try being friends with them, like actual friends with them, but there's no way I'm going to give up my humanity for them, was all Issei said in response. The Lion of Vatican VI. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei Hyoudou. Alternate universe: somewhat soul, harem, OOC characters. Theme song: Mirror by Panic Era. Head writer: RevansStories. Issei grimaced upon entering the factory. The stench of decaying bodies filled his nostrils, which made him want to gag, and it was something he doubted he could ever get used to. Be on your guard, Issei, Regulus alerted him. This is a big place, and if what the Gremory girl says is true, then we're going up against a former rook of House Stolas who has been deemed as an A-class stray devil. An A-class? It's been quite a while since we've gone against an A-class, Issei commented as he scanned the room. How do you think it achieved that ranking? Killed the right amount of people. By the looks of it, you're not wrong, Issei replied as he approached the strung-up rotting corpses. There were dozens upon dozens of half-eaten people, all of whom had appalled faces. Oh, how interesting, spoke a feminine voice, prompting Issei to whirl around. Standing not that far away from him was a young brunette with an hourglass figure wearing a white shirt and black booty shorts. I had expected a devil to come and confront me, but instead I'm greeted by a human, she said as a grin appeared on her face. I can only assume you're the stray devil that did this, Issei said as he directed his thumb towards the leader of bodies behind him. MHM, now let me ask you something. What is a young, hot exorcist like yourself doing in a shitty place like this? She questioned as she took a step forward. Hunting you down, Issei coolly replied as Joyeuse appeared in his hand out of thin air. You've committed many atrocities and must be brought in and face the Lord's judgment. But do we have to do that when we can do some other things, some very pleasurable things? She asked as she easily ripped off her shirt, revealing a black bra and purple laced bra. No, Issei said as a golden aura began to form around him. Surrender and come quietly, or refuse and face judgment now. A pity you have such a cute face, she said as demonic energy began radiating from her. Maybe after I beat the shit out of you, you might see things my way, but at that point, you're going to be ugly, so I might as well as feast on you. Issei's face may have remained neutral, but underneath that was pure and utter disgust for what he was seeing. The once stunningly beautiful woman had transformed in the blink of an eye to a three-armed monster with razor-sharp teeth with a scorpion-like lower half. You, was all Regulus said as she roared. As the creature charged towards him, Issei mumbled some words to himself, and a whip of holy flames appeared in his right hand. Leaping to his left and evading its charge, he swung the whip and watched as it wrapped around the stray devil's second right arm. Looks like my assumption was right. My spells won't have any effect on her at the moment. I'm going to have to wear her down first. How annoying, spoke the stray devil as she tried to free her arm. But let me show you why I was worth 2 rooks. Yanking her right arm forward with ease, Issei was sent flying towards her as she yelled. Enjoy the ride! Hanging onto the whip, Issei crashed into multiple wooden crates as she spun him around in circles. Eventually, after 2 rotations, Issei let go of the whip, causing it to vanish into thin air as he slammed into a wall. Issei, are you? I'm fine, Issei reassured him as he got up, picking up his sword in the process. It's going to take more than that to defeat me. Had enough, she questioned as she walked towards him. Not even close, he replied with a smile before darting towards with inhumane speed. Very well, show me what you got, human, she declared as she cracked her knuckles and watched him close the distance between them. Issei easily avoided both her right arm's hook that would have knocked his head clean off, and sent a lightning-fast strike across her abdomen as he passed her. As he dashed away from her, he said, "My lord, allow me to use your holy chains so that I may." "Where do you think you're going?" she yelled at him as he glanced back to see her right behind him. "Bring that ass here." Deciding that he couldn't run forever, Issei leaped forward while turning around and pointing his right hand at her. "Radiant beam," he shouted. The beam of golden flames launched from his hands and hit her directly in the chest, sending her flying back and crashing into a wall across the room as he landed on his back. Issei released a sigh of relief as he looked towards the gaping hole in the wall. "I think I got her," Issei said with a small grin appearing on his face as he averts his eyes upward. He didn't have the chance to put a lot of power behind the attack due to her being so close, but the continuous laser of holy flames into her chest should have been enough to kill her, if not that cripple her severely. "Is that all you got?" came the stray devil's voice, snapping him out of his thoughts. Looking back at the hole, the young exorcist saw the stray devil standing in it with a disappointed look. "Because if that's all, then there's no way you're going to beat me," she continued. "Issei, perhaps I should get involved now," Regulus suggested, but Issei shook his head as he rose to his feet. "I can't always rely on you, Regulus. Many times you have came to my defense, but if I'm going to get stronger, then I need to learn how to fight without you coming to my aid." "Very well, but I advise you err on the side of caution," Regulus stated with concern evident in his voice. "I will," Issei said before doing a quick prayer once again and having a whip of holy fire appear in his right hand. "I believe it is your move, devil." "How gentlemanlike of you," she replied as a violet-colored energy appeared on her hands. "I'll be sure to remember that when I rip your throat out." As she charged at him once again, Issei cracked the whip against the smooth stone flooring, leaving a scorch mark on it. He then twirled it high above his head a few times, allowing the flames to surge and roar before sending multiple lightning-fast cracks at her as he stepped away from her. "Stop backing away, you coward," she yelled as she hurled the 3 balls of energy at him. Having the flame whip disappear, Issei silently said, "Divine ward," and a golden barrier with a symbol of a female 12-winged angel appeared in front of him. She collided against his barrier and slammed her fists against it in an attempt to break it, but so far it was a fruitless attempt. "My lord, allow me to use your holy chains so that I may purge this sinful creature." A golden magic seal appeared beneath the stray devil, causing her to stop what she was doing and look down as it began to glow brightly. A second later, several chains made of pure golden energy shot forth from the ground and began to envelop all around her body. "What the why can't I move?" she demanded as she struggled to move her entire body, but it was to no avail. The chains were practically seared into her flesh. "Holy chains, or God's chains, is very powerful against the wicked," Issei started as he watched her continue to break free from the shackles' grasps. The ability was actually conceived after the Spartans bound their patron in chains. They believed to keep victory from escaping their grasp, they had to keep their god in Sparta, so they put restraints on the statues of Ares. "When I get out of here, I'm going to rip you to pieces," she shouted with fury. "But that is after I have my way with you. I won't grant you a quick fucking death. No, I'm going to do all sorts of shit to you, and when I'm through with you, you're going to be begging me to end your shit existence." "But you won't be getting free," Issei calmly stated as he ran his hand down the blade of Joyeuse, coating it with a pure white energy. "I'm not going to give you the possibility to get out of here." With a quick hand movement, Issei brought his sword to his chest and grasped it with both hands, driving it forward into her chest. The stray devil released a painful shriek as the sword pierced through her heart and out her back. After a second or two, the shrieking stopped, and she disappeared, leaving only 2 rook pieces behind. I guess she wasn't as powerful as I expected," Regulus quipped. She actually was. Even though I did not look like it, I was doing everything in my power to keep her contained. I was lucky my will was stronger than hers. Issei stated as he released a breath he had been holding in for ages. Maybe, but in the end, the result was the same. She died, and there's nothing more to it, Regulus declared. Yeah, Issei stopped mid-sentence and turned around to see Aquino walking into the room with a disappointed look. Awa, it seems I was late to the party, she stated as she looked at the two rook pieces. I was hoping I would get to see the Lion of Vatican in action, but I missed it. Aquino, what are you doing here? Issei said as he lowered his sword. He had sensed a devil's presence, but he was surprised that it was Aquino who showed up. Rias had asked one of us to come assist you. She didn't feel like it was right to have you deal with a stray devil in her territory, Aquino replied. Well, I did insist to deal with the stray devil, Issei stated with a shrug as he dismissed Joyeuse into its pocket dimension. After all, who better to deal with one than an exorcist? Still, Aquino started as she approached him. I wish I had arrived sooner, but maybe there's a way I could make it up to you for being late. What? Issei said as he backed away from her. What does she mean by that? I didn't ask her to come at all. I mean, I wouldn't mind her coming along, but still, why would she say something like that? I asked if there was a way for me to make it up to you, Aquino stated as she took a step closer to him. Perhaps maybe a massage or a bath together. No, that won't be needed, Issei said as he raised his hand in front of him, gesturing for her to stay back. Ah, she pouted with an adorable frown. Do you not think I'm pretty or good enough to do either of those? No, you're very pretty. I mean, I think you're a beautiful girl. It's just that I don't think we should do that. Issei interrupted with a blush before looking away from her and talking about why they shouldn't do that, unaware of faint blush on the girl's face. My saying things like that, and I might fall for you, Aquino teased with a smile. As Issei was about to respond, a thunderous noise was heard, followed by the sound of water hitting the ground. Of course, it has to start raining, Issei mumbled to himself as he looked towards one of the windows to see heavy raindrops hitting the glass. Now I have to walk in the dark and in rain. Aquino giggled at his predicament and said, If you're bothered about that, I could fly you home. That won't be necessary, Issei said as he waved his hand. You can go report to Rias that the stray devil has been dealt with and that she won't be harming any more people. However, to his surprise, Aquino grabbed onto his arm and said, At least let me walk you home, to make up for not arriving in time to help you. Issei was about to deny her when Regulus commented on the subject. Let her do it. The girl can easily teleport back to her master once done. Issei thought about it for a second before saying, Fine, but that's it. What happened to just walking you home? Aquino said with her usual smile. I couldn't just allow you to go back to Rias in soaking wet clothes, Issei said with a reddened face as he did his best to avoid looking at her. Plus, you could have caught a cold. Aquino blushed a little hearing that. She was surprised when Issei invited her in and wondered if he had any ulterior motives, but he seemed concerned for her well-being. So I shouldn't be worried about losing my virginity tonight, she said, feigning a disappointed voice. Issei did a spit take and gave her an incredulous look. Wano, I mean, it's not because I don't find you attractive, I'm just playing with you, Issei, Aquino said with a giggle causing Issei to gain a tick mark on his forehead. I'm actually shocked you invited me in, to be honest. After your first meeting with Rias, I had assumed you didn't like devils and were going to do your best to avoid us. I don't really, Issei admitted as he looked away from her and at the broken cross. To be honest, it's been a somewhat difficult task for me, but Regulus told me I needed to stop judging all devils from past encounters and try seeing the good in them. That's what I've been trying, and I will admit it's been hard, but I'm making progress. That cross on your wrist, Aquino started, prompting him to glance back at her. It belonged to someone you cared for. She had noticed many times the cross and had been curious why he carried it around. Yeah, Issei said softly as his thoughts drifted towards his first time meeting his friend. Felix was his name, and he was my first friend I made as I trained to be an exorcist. A stray devil killed him on his first mission, and this is all I have left of him really. Akino's heart started to ache for the boy. She had lost someone she held dear to her and only had one thing to remember her. She didn't realize it at first, but both of them were alike in some way. She had lost her mother, and he had lost his friend. I'm sorry. Don't be, Issei quickly stated. I have come to terms with it all. The two stood there in silence for a couple of seconds, neither not knowing what to say. Issei finally decided to break the silence. There's a shower upstairs, down the hall. You can use that one to wash yourself up. I'll use the downstairs shower and stuff. You can use my washing machine and stuff to dry your clothes off. Okay, was all Akino said in response. She didn't know what to think about Issei now, but she was wondering if she had started to develop more feelings for him. Sure, he was cute, and it was funny to see him get embarrassed, but she didn't know if that was love or anything like that. Then again, she had never been in a romantic relationship with a guy at all, so she didn't really know anything about love. Issei frowned as he made his way upstairs with a reddened face. His heart was beating faster than it usually did, and it was for good reason, for he was walking up the stairs with nothing but a white towel to cover his lower body. Just don't let her see you. Just don't let her see you, he repeated to himself as he climbed the steps. Seeing the light still on in the bathroom, he assumed she was still in there, but just no longer showering. Taking this as his best moment, Issei quickly and quietly marched towards his bedroom. Thank God, he muttered to himself as he closed the door behind him. I thought she was going to see. He trailed off when he turned around and was met by the sight of a completely naked Akino with her hair down. The two stood there for a solid minute, neither of them not knowing what to say to one another. Finally, after a long time, Akino spoke. Oh my, had I known you were going to enter, I would have locked the door. To think you would have entered as I change, you brute. Issei didn't say anything in response. He just gazed at her bare, naked chest with dark red cheeks. He could feel his heart beating a little faster, and himself getting hard underneath the towel. He had considered himself one of God's most faithful disciples, but he couldn't deny that Akino is a very attractive girl that could tempt even angels. I'm really sorry, he said after a couple more seconds of silence. I had assumed you were in the bathroom still, and I forgot to bring me a set of clothes. Please forgive me. Akino giggled at his response. It's fine as long as it's you, Issei, I don't mind. Akino's cheeks had become crimson red after saying that. Even though she said it in her usual tone, she was nervous and a little embarrassed. No man had never seen her naked, and she would have minded if it was someone else, but it felt okay to her to have Issei see her like this. Issei's heart skipped several beats after hearing that. The young exorcist had never heard that before from a girl, and quite frankly, he didn't know how to react. Compliment her, Issei. Don't just stand there like an idiot gawking. Let her know that you find her to be gorgeous. Regulus commented in a coaching manner. You're very beautiful, Akino, Issei said as he gave her 2 thumbs up along with an idiotic smile. A second later, his towel fell off, exposing his rock-hard erection. Oh my, was all Akino said as she cupped her scarlet red cheeks. Issei, on the other hand, felt it suddenly get colder down there and averted his eyes downward to see his towel on the floor and his manhood out for her to see. Issei glanced back up at her, and then back down at his member several times before covering it and saying, I'm sorry, it's just a natural reaction. You know how the human body works and stuff, right? Oh, so if it was another girl you would get this reaction, she questioned in a hurt manner. Here I thought it meant you liked me a lot, possibly loved me. I do like you, Issei stated with no hesitation. I just, why does this stuff have to be so hard? Akino didn't say anything, and waited patiently to sort out what he was trying to say. It's just that my feelings are a mess right now. The first time I saw you, I thought you were the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen, but I found out you were a devil. I was quite shocked, a little devastated to be honest, Issei said with traces of concern in his voice. Like I stated before, my history with devils aren't exactly perfect. I have been living a life killing devils without a single care, believing that it was for the greater good, but now I find myself having feelings towards one. Is that such a problem? Aquino asked as she approached him, not bothered by the fact that they are still naked. Does their race matter that much to you? I don't know, Issei stated with a frown as he turned his back to face her. I no longer know what is right and what is wrong anymore. I don't know if it's right for me to form romantic relationships with devils and fallen angels, or if it's wrong for me to do that. God, as of late, has been silent when it comes to me asking him about that. Issei paused for a second to let that all sink in. It has been bothering me for the past week, and I have been finding myself staying up in the nights just looking at the stars asking for guidance, only to get silence in return. Issei, Aquino said softly, prompting him to turn around and look into her beautiful purple eyes. Gently grabbing a hold of his face, she brought her face to his and hesitated for a second. Their lips were just mere inches apart from one another. Steeling herself, she closed the gap between their lips and kissed him. Issei was shocked by this action and stood there for a second with his eyes wide open before slowly closing them and returning the affection. His arms hesitantly moved to her hips and grabbed a hold of them as she wrapped her arm around his neck. Eventually, the two of them broke their kiss and Aquino said, "I'm sorry, I..." Whatever she was going to say next became muffled. Issei, out of pure lust or love, planted his lips on her soft, silky, plump lips, taking her by surprise. His hands moved from her hips to her cheeks out of instinct, and with ease, he lifted her up, causing her to release a muffled squeal of shock. He moved the two of them towards the bed. He laid her down onto the bed while continuing to kiss her. After what seemed like an eternity of making out, Issei pulled back and gazed into her violet eyes. He was unsure of where he wanted to go from here. At least he was, until he remembered what Regulus has been trying to tell him entered his mind. I need to let go. Issei, this is my first time, Aquino stated as she gazed into his yellowy brown eyes that she for some reason found to be majestic and alluring. It's my first time too, Issei admitted before lowering his head and giving her a quick peck on the lips. He might not know much about sex, but he at least knew the basics due to his father talking to him about it. Your goal is to not only satisfy yourself, but your partner as well. In order to have a healthy relationship, you must make sure she is happy. With those words echoing in his, Issei moved his mouth down towards her neck and begun to kiss and suck on it. This action elicited a moan from her as a sensual feeling ran down her spine. After 10 or so seconds, Issei moved his mouth down a couple more inches and repeated the process. Issei, suck harder. I want you to mark me, MMM. Aquino moaned as she grabbed a hold of some of Issei's hair. It wasn't enough to earn a cry of pain from the exorcist, but it still was enough to make him wince from the sudden tug. MMMK, he replied as he began to suck more of her smooth flesh into his mouth, which caused Aquino to release more pleasurable moans and groans. He sucked and sucked on her collar for a solid minute as hard as he could, enjoying the soft cries she let out. Eventually, he brought his head back and stared at the mark he made on her. The part he immersed in his mouth was redder than all the other marks. It was somewhat purplish. Aquino, are you woe? Taking him by surprise, Aquino flipped Issei over to where she was on top, a smile on her face. I'm fine, Issei. In fact, I've never been better, she confessed before kissing him on the lips. Well, I'm glad you're feeling good, Issei said with uncertainty upon lip severing. Yeah, but I feel I should repay you for what you did, she stated as she ran circles around his right nipple. Issei opened his mouth to say something, but she quickly put her hand on his lips and said, Don't say anything else, Issei. Listening to her words, he closed his mouth shut, watching with interest as she leaned down and did soft, affectionate kisses down his chest all the way to his abdomen. When she got to his scar, though, she stopped and glanced up at him. Seeing her look at him caused him to open his mouth once again, but before he could say anything, she gave him a beautiful smile and then placed her lips on the scar. This small action sent waves of stimulation throughout his body, to the point where Issei grabbed a hold of the bed sheets so tightly to where he nearly ripped the fabric apart. Dear God, if she continues doing this, I might die of pleasure, he said as he bit his lip hard, but not hard enough to where he drew blood. She had switched from kissing the old wound to licking it, gradually dragging her tongue down his wound, which started to slowly drive him insane. Fuck! Issei cursed, no longer being able to contain his voice. Ho, I didn't expect to hear you say a naughty word like that, Issei. Aquino teasingly said as she stopped what she was doing and looked up at him with a smile of mischief. Yeah, I didn't either, he muttered as he let go of the sheets. Glancing up at the ceiling, he continued. I really didn't think much about my scar before, but when I saw you look up at me, I thought you were going to be disgusted by it. I think it's kind of hot, Aquino said as she caressed the wound. Really hot. Issei didn't say anything in response. He just watched as she picked up where she left off and continued to kiss his flesh all the way down to his nether regions. Upon arriving at his manhood, the raven-haired girl let out a giggle and said, I'm surprised you keep this place all cleaned up. Why did you expect? Oh my God. He started only to lose his train of thought by Aquino planting her lips on the glands of his penis and sucking it on it as if it were a lollipop. What was that? She asked in a rather innocent way after several seconds of engulfing his tip. No, nothing, Issei stammered as she moved her tongue up and down his rod. Jesus, the way she slowly teases me with her tongue is killing me. Aquino moaned as she coated his dick in saliva, occasionally glancing up to see Issei's face overflowing with joy and satisfaction. Seeing that content face made her heart skip a beat as she quickened the pace of her kissing and licking. Aquino, he said in a lustful tone as he looked down only to be greeted by the sight of her returning to his tip and start putting it all in his mouth. Jesus, was all he could say as he observed her engulf more and more of his manhood. Not being able to take it all, Aquino grabbed a hold of his toned thighs and bobbed her head up and down. Every time she went down, she would stare into his yellowy brown eyes. She released multiple moans as she did this, and every once in a while, she would drag her teeth up his rod, causing him to release long groans of pleasure. Aquino, Issei said after a couple minutes of her doing this stuff, I feel something coming. Before she even had a chance to remove her mouth from his dick, a strange liquidy substance that tasted salty but sweet shot forth from his manhood and hit her uvula, causing her to cough and gag as she pulled her head back. Aquino, he said as he started to get up, but she held up a hand telling him to stop. He watched with concern as she coughed into her other hand a couple times before saying, a little salty, but also a little sweet. Huh, Issei said, not understanding what she meant at all. Your cum, she started with a smile as she crawled towards him. It had a salty but sweet taste. It was good. Oh, was all he said as she pushed him back down onto his back. He didn't exactly know how to respond to what she was saying, and couldn't really think of a proper response due to her climbing on top of him. To think that I will be giving my first time to an exorcist, Aquino murmured with traces of lust in her voice. I wonder what Riaz will think of me. I don't know, Issei stated with uncertainty as he found himself staring into her nether regions. I think she will believe that I'm a bad girl and punish me, Aquino said with a smile as she lowered herself onto his face. And the thought of that arouses me. You're a masochist, he said in surprise, causing her to look down at him and reveal a smile that melted his heart, but also shook him to his core. I'm both, and I think I should punish you for what you did earlier. Without any warning, Aquino grabbed a tuft of his hair and yanked it, causing him to gasp in surprise and pain. Moaned Aquino, enjoying the sharp draw of breath. Lick my clit. Issei complied with the devil's command and immediately brought his tongue to her privates, causing her to loosen her grip on his hair a little. That's good, Issei, she moaned as Issei grabbed a hold of her legs and continued to pleasure her with his mouth. Keep doing just that. She smells so heavenly, it's like she just got out of the show. Oh, that's right, she did. Still, her smell is so intoxicating, and her cries of enjoyment are like music to my ears, Issei said to himself as he glanced up to see her making a very lewd face. Holy Jesus, that face is so hot. Wanting to please her more, Issei inserted his tongue into his vagina as deep as he possibly could and began to do sporadic movements, smashing his tongue against her walls. "Issei," she cried out loudly, as she grabbed a handful of his hair with her free hand, causing him to release a muffled groan of pain. "Jesus, she's shaking like crazy," Issei said as he noticed her legs wobbling. Wondering if she was all right, Issei ceased what he was doing and said, "Are you okay?" "Why, yeah," she said as she hunched over a little. Just wasn't expecting that." "Sorry," Issei replied, causing her to release a giggle. "Don't be Issei. My heart and body belong to you from now on. I am yours." Not knowing what to say, he just gave her a small nod before resuming what he was doing. After a couple minutes of eating her out, Aquino said in a kneading tone, "Issei, I want you inside of me. I want you to make me your woman." "Ah, really?" Issei said in shock, completely baffled by her saying that. "Why, yes," she affirmed as she got off of his face and sat on his waist. "I love you, and if you're wanting me to become yours, then I will become yours." Issei's heart skipped several beats as he rose to a sitting position. Due to this action, Aquino was forced to sit on his thighs with his hardened member pushing up against her. "I love you too," he muttered as he wrapped his arms around her and pressed his face into her bosom, making her produce a moan of delight. No other words were needed to be said after that. Everything they needed to express was expressed physically. "I am yours." Those three echoed throughout Issei's mind as he sat on the edge of his bed staring at the moonlight. Laying down behind him, underneath the covers, was Aquino, whose lips were slightly curved upwards, forming a smile. "My heart and body belong to you from now on. I love you." Issei had mixed feelings about these words. He felt like he should be excited about this, and he was, but he also felt like he did something wrong, like he had sinned greatly. Closing his eyes and clasping his hands in front of lips, Issei began to pray. "God, please help me. I have tried to stay true to my beliefs, but doubt is everywhere. I want to believe that I fell in love, but I don't know if this was an act of lust. I truly don't know what is right anymore. Please, if you're listening, I need you to guide me. I need your guidance now more than ever." He waited patiently in silence to hear God respond to him, to hear the Lord's counseling, but he got nothing. He got nothing except the sound of silence. Tightening his fists a little, he prayed again. "My Lord, I don't know what to do. I have asked myself time and time again what I'm supposed to do, and each time I do that, I end up with uncertainty. I need your wise counseling. I need you to tell me I'm still walking down the path you set me on. I need you." Again, Issei was met with silence. "Why do you ignore my pleas of help, God?" Issei demanded with anger. "What do you want me to do? I have tried my best to remain faithful and devoted to you while carrying out your will, and all you greet me with is silence. Why? What did I do wrong?" Tears started to roll down his cheek as he continued to speak. "Just talk to me." The Lion of Vatican VII. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the Church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the Church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei Aquino unknown. Alternate universe: somewhat soul, harem, OOC characters. Theme song: Mirror by Panic Era. Head writer: Revans Wraith. Upon waking up, Aquino noticed multiple things almost immediately. The first thing she noticed was that she wasn't in her bed and that she was naked. With her lips curving downwards, Aquino rose to a sitting position and looked around. It took her a couple of seconds before realizing where she was and how she ended up in the bed naked. I slept with Issei," she mumbled in astonishment as her eyes moved downwards to her nether regions. The small frown she had was replaced by a small smile as she recalled their activities last night. To think we would do something so bold. Her cheeks became a light shade of red as she thought about what they did more. Earlier, with a look of wanting and need, Aquino gazed into Issei's yellow-eyed brown eyes as she slowly lowered herself onto his member. Feeling him enter her vagina, Aquino let out a cute but somewhat painful moan. "You okay?" Issei asked with a hint of concern as she gradually continued to absorb more and more of his dick until fully engulfing it inside of her. MHMM, she hummed in response with a nod, her hands holding tightly onto his waist. You sure? He asked hesitantly. It looked like it kind of hurt. Yufufufu, I'm sure, she said with a nod and a small smile. I just wasn't prepared for it. Oh well, you don't have to rush this MMGH. Aquino placed her index finger on his lips, prompting him to be quiet. I'm going to move now, okay? Even though she said it as a question, there was no question behind the words. It was more of a statement. Issei silently nodded his head as she removed her finger from his lip and watched as she began to go up and down on his shaft, releasing groans of pleasure as she did this. As she started to increase the speed, Issei's hands moved up the sides of her legs to her waist and eventually coming to a stop at her breasts. The devil's lips curved upwards slightly upon feeling him grasp her boobs. Are you enjoying them? Issei gave a silent nod in response. The way they felt was so soft and heavenly. Remembering something his father said to him once, Issei gently but firmly squeezed them, digging his fingers into her mounds. They're so heavenly, Issei murmured as her pace quickened more. His eyes moved from her lewd face down to her pretty pink nipples, and he watched intently as they violently bounced in all sorts of directions. Ara, why thank you, she moaned with a smile. You're free to, NNGH, do whatever yo-ah want with them, she said, dragging out the impart. Issei's hands slithered downwards towards her butt and gave both of her cheeks a good firm squeeze as he sat up. This sort of messed up Aquino's rhythm, but it didn't stop her from fucking him. With his face now mere inches from being in her bosom once again, he moved his left hand back up and grasped her left boob. Like a baby, Issei planted his lips on her nipple and began suckling on it as if there was milk in it. NNGH, she softly cried out as she wrapped her arms around his neck. This feels nice. MHM, Issei hummed in response as he continued to suck on her breast. Deciding to experiment, he bit down a little on her teat. He didn't bite down hard, but he did bite down just a little to release a moan. Issei, give the other one attention, she said. Abiding by her request, Issei let go of her left tit and grabbed her right one. He didn't suck on it at first. Instead, he used his thumb and rolled it around, sometimes pushing it into her mound of flesh. NNGH, Aquino moaned as he continued to play with her nipple. Eventually, after he was done playing with it, Issei put his mouth on it and began to suckle on it, gently flicking his tongue over the erect nipple. This caused Aquino to clench her vaginal muscles, which made Issei release a groan of pleasure. Aquino, spoke Issei in a muffled tone due to him still sucking on her tit. Yufufufu, this feels good, right? Aquino questioned with a smirk as she gazed into her lover's eyes. Yeah, he replied with traces of lust in his tone. To be dominating the Lion of Vatican, what ANNGH, pleasant feeling. Aquino moaned as she looked up at the ceiling. Realizing that Aquino has been in control for a while now, Issei's hand grabbed a hold of her waist and stopped her from moving. Before she could ask what he was doing, Issei shifted their positions to where he was on top, and she laid beneath him on her back. Ara, did something I say make you Aquino suddenly cried out in pleasure due to Issei abruptly shoving his dick deep into her vagina while releasing a soft groan as well. Jesus, the way her vagina wraps around me is killing me, and she's so warm too, Issei said as he placed her legs on his shoulders while continuously thrusting into her. Isse, Aquino moaned as she stared into his eyes, which were filled with nothing but lust. I can't get enough of her, he said to himself as he kissed her calves, occasionally sucking on them. Issei, Aquino moaned as she grabbed a hold of the bedsheets and curled her toes. Her vagina's muscles once again clenched hard on his dick, causing him to release a moan of pleasure. Aquino, I'm about to. Come inside of me, she declared with a smile as she stared into his eyes. I wanted an NNGH inside. Issei bit his lip as he did a few more thrusts. After his eighth, he unleashed his load inside of her. Feeling a little exhausted, he got off of her and laid by her side as she inserted a finger inside of her vagina. Yufu, that felt really good, Issei, she said as she turned herself over to where she was looking at Issei. Yeah, a little tiring though, he said as he exhaled. He didn't know why, but he just felt like he could use a nap. Ara, do you not want to go one more time? She questioned, causing him to chuckle. Sure, just give me a couple minutes to rest, he said, causing her grin to widen. Yufu, very well. Earth to Aquino, Issei said as he snapped his fingers in front of her, startling her and pulling her out of her thoughts. Looking up, she was greeted by a shirtless Issei who was wearing nothing but basketball shorts and his cross. Issei, she said in surprise. I called your name 3 times and you didn't respond. Something wrong? He questioned as he walked towards one of his dressers and opened it. No, I was just thinking about last night, she stated as she stared at the back of him, her cheeks a little red. Oh, yeah, it was kind of crazy, wasn't it? Issei said as he glanced over his shoulder. But I enjoyed every bit of it, Aquino coolly replied as she got off of the bed. I wonder what everyone will think of us. I bet some of the girls will believe the rumor about you once they find out. Rumor? Issei questioned with traces of curiosity in his voice as he turned his head once again to face her. Ara, you don't know? She asked, only to earn shake of the head. With a smile, she said. Yufu, well, there is a rumor that this big and bad lion of Vatican targets specifically devil women and fallen angels. They say that he has this obsession with them, and before he kills them, he purifies them. Issei stared at her for a solid 7 seconds before saying, Please tell me that is a joke. Yufu, is someone embarrassed with it being possibly true? She stated as she walked towards him. A little, yeah, Issei said in a serious manner. I'm not a rapist. I don't know, Aquino teasingly said as she wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her breasts into his back, causing his face to turn slightly red. For all I know, you might be making moves on someone else. That doesn't mean I'm a rapist, Issei sternly said, causing her to release a giggle. I know, she whispered into his left ear. After all, I doubt a rapist would have acted that innocent last night and confessed so many things to me. Issei at first was quiet, but after several seconds of them silently standing there, he said, I don't know what to think of last night, to be honest. What do you mean? She questioned. I mean, I don't know what to think. I'm conflicted on how to feel about it, Issei stated with a solemn expression. A part of me feels like I should be happy. I mean, I am kind of happy, but I also feel like I sinned greatly. Is it because of me being a devil? Aquino asked in a serious tone. Yes, Issei reluctantly answered as he closed his eyes. I've dedicated my entire life to the church. I've done so much for them, and last night I broke a major rule, a rule that is punishable by death. We could pretend this never happened, Aquino said with a small frown. She didn't exactly like the idea, but it didn't seem like she had a choice in the matter. Just continue our relationship as friends. I don't even know if I want that, Issei muttered loud enough for her to hear. Last night I prayed to God and asked him to offer me advice on what to do. I asked him to help me sort out my feelings, and he neglected me. Aquino didn't say anything in response. She instead chose to remain quiet and listen to what he had to say. I don't know why he doesn't speak to me, but I believe it's because I've strayed from his divine path. I mean, it has to be that, right? It could be that, Aquino said as she spun him around to where he was looking at her. Or it could be that he wants you to figure this out on your own. Issei frowned at first hearing that. He at first passed off what she said as nonsense, but after a second thought, he realized that God could be testing him, but he didn't know what God is testing him on. You might be right, Issei mumbled. The two of them then stood there in silence for a couple seconds, only for Issei to break it by saying, Anyways, I should probably get your clothes. They're probably done being dried off. You could do that, Aquino said with a grin full of mischief as her finger ran down his chest. Or you could get in the shower with me. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I must refuse that offer, Issei said with a sad smile. It's not because of you. I'm just conflicted at the moment and need some time alone to mull over my thoughts. I hope you can understand. Akino was a little disappointed that he rejected her offer, but she didn't show it. I understand. You have a lot to think about at the moment. If you need someone to talk to, then let me know. I'm always willing to listen. Thanks, was all he said. As Akino approached her clubroom, she couldn't help from feeling a little sick. She didn't exactly know why she was feeling this way, but this came after she and him split off to go to their classes. It's not because of you. I'm just conflicted at the moment. But why? You said that you loved me last night. Doesn't that mean you came to terms with the church and how you view us devils? She mumbled to herself as her lips descended downwards a little. With a sigh, Akino opened the doors of her clubroom. As much as she wanted to think about Issei and try to figure out what was wrong with him, and why he suddenly became conflicted, she had to report what happened with the stray devil last night. Upon approaching the lounge-like area where her club gathered, Akino could hear the faint voices of people arguing. She at first didn't know who it was, but upon reaching the door, she immediately recognized the voices belonged to Riaz and Sona. Straightening herself up and pushing Issei out of her thoughts, Akino put on her usual smile and opened the door to the room. All I'm saying is that we don't know anything about Issei. For all we know, he might be what my sister said, Sona stated in a serious manner. I understand, but if he truly is that, then why did my brother allow him to come here? Riaz replied with a sharp look. I doubt my brother would purposefully send a boy like that to our school if it is true. Ara, are we talking about the infamous Lion of Vatican? Akino said with a giggle as she approached the two heiresses, causing them to avert their eyes towards her. Akino, Riaz said in surprise as she got up from her chair and moved towards her queen. Where were you? Why didn't you come back after assisting Issei? What happened to you? Yufufufu, it is nice to know, Riaz, that you care for me, Akino said with a giggle as she raised her hand to her mouth. Riaz had told me that you went to assist Issei in dealing with the A-class stray devil that once belonged to House Stolas, but she didn't say anything more other than you not returning. Mind filling us in on what happened? Sona requested with her usual strict tone. Yufufufu, many things happened, Akino said as her cheeks became red. Like, both girls said in unison as they raised an eyebrow and folded their arms underneath their busts. Well, I arrived at the scene a little late. Actually, I arrived seconds after him defeating it, and then we talked a bit, Akino said in a teasing manner as she recalled their conversation. Go on, Riaz said with curiosity laced in her voice. It started to rain, and he said he was going to head on home. I offered to walk him home in an attempt to repay for being late to the fight. Wait, so you went to his home? Sona said with a hint of surprise in her voice. She knew where he lived, but neither peerages of devils visited his home due to not wanting to possibly anger Issei. Sure, he may act somewhat friendly at school, but they believed that was because of humans being here. MHM, and I was going to teleport back to Riaz when he invited me inside, Akino stated. Riaz took notice of her smile getting bigger and started to become more curious. What was his house like? Does he live alone? Sona questioned, her tone latched with command and curiosity. It was pretty ordinary, and he lives alone, Akino answered as she glanced at Sona. I'm quite surprised he lives alone, but I guess he doesn't want to risk his family's lives. Probably, he is an exorcist living in devil territory, Sona commented. Anyways, we talked, and he told me something personal, Akino said before giggling like an embarrassed schoolgirl. What did he tell you? Both asked in unison, now very curious what Akino learned. Ara, it's not my place to reveal his personal information, but he did offer me to use his shower to clean myself up, which I took, and I will admit his shower is pretty nice looking, Akino stated. Just get to the point, Akino. What happened? Riaz said, starting to grow a little impatient with her queen taking so long in revealing why she was late. Fufu, impatient much? Akino teasingly stated, earning an annoyed glare from the Gremory heiress. Well, after a nice, hot and steamy shower, I went to his bedroom to wear some of his clothes since I had none to wear, and he walked in on me. At first, I was surprised and wondered why he walked into the room, but then I saw he only had a towel on. With a blush turning to Ria's hair color, she continued. We spoke a little, and then his towel accidentally came off, revealing his fufu, his manhood. It was then after that Issei confessed his feelings for me, how he was conflicted about what to think of me. With emotions guiding me, I planted my lips on his, only for him to kiss me back upon separation. He carried me to his bed, and then it was at that moment he did naughty things to me. Akino, are you saying? Yufu fufu, yes, Rias. I'm saying Issei had his way with me. He groped my breasts, spread my legs, and took my virginity. He didn't stop either. For the whole night he had his way with me, coming inside of me each time. Akino declared with a gleeful voice as she hugged herself and rocked side to side with her eyes closed. Rias stood there in silence, along with Sona, for several seconds before practically screaming at the top of her lungs. He did what with you? I said he had his way with me. Akino repeated with excitement in her tone, not caring at all if Rias was furious with her. She enjoyed every second of it and was hoping they would do it again in the future. You make it sound like he raped you, but it doesn't sound like you were against it, Sona stated with a serious look still plastered on her face. Even though she had kept her calm demeanor, she was in fact shocked. The Citri heiress wasn't expecting to hear that at all, and quite frankly didn't know how to react. Rias, on the other hand, was unsure what to think after hearing why Akino didn't report back to her last night. At first, she just assumed they had a conversation and spent the night at his place, and that was it. But to hear that Akino had lost her virginity to the exorcist made her angry, but yet she was also conflicted. She stated that Issei confessed his feelings for her, so she didn't know if Issei raped Akino or if they were in love. Still, this didn't stop Rias from having a bewildered feeling. She knew Akino had a playful, teasing side, but to actually have sex was something she couldn't quite grasp. Sure, he did look somewhat charming, but Issei is a human and not to mention an exorcist. It just made no sense to her why they would do it. Akino, did this actually happen? Did he actually do these things to you? Rias asked as she grabbed Akino's shoulders and stopped her from swaying. Ara, are you perhaps wanting to lose your virginity too? Akino questioned with a teasing smile. Akino, Rias said in an annoyed tone as her cheeks became crimson red. This is a serious matter, Akino. We need to know if he is actually like what my sister said, Sona declared in a firm tone. Yufu fufu, well, if you both must know, then he isn't an exorcist that has his ways with devils and fallen angels. He had never laid with a girl before me, Akino said in a somewhat playful tone. So he didn't rape you, Rias said with a tone latched with uncertainty as she let go of Akino's shoulders. Nope, it was consensual, but Rias, you should have seen him. His bare naked chest mmfgh. That's enough, Akino, we don't need to hear any more, Rias shouted as she covered the raven-haired girl's mouth. Mufifha, giggled a muffled Akino. Walking into the abandoned church of Kuoh town with a frown on their face was Issei. Stopping in the middle of the doorway, Issei performed the sign of the cross while saying, "In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen." However, unlike before in the past, Issei clasped his hands together and bent his head downward. Upon saying, "Amen," a white ball of light appeared from Issei's hands and slowly started to make its way to the pulpit and broken crucifix. After halfway making it, the white ball of light stopped and began to descend towards the ground. Issei watched as it sank into the wooden flooring and release a wave of energy blessing the place. With the place blessed, Issei entered the church, closing the doors behind him in the process. "My Lord and Savior," Issei began as he approached the pulpit, "I come here to you on my knees seeking forgiveness." As he said that, Issei fell to his knees and looked at where Jesus would be had the crucifix not been destroyed. "I have sinned greatly," Issei continued as lowered his head in shame. "Last night I let lust guide my thoughts and I laid with a devil. Not only have I betrayed myself, but I have betrayed my family, the church, and you." Issei didn't say anything after that. For a couple of seconds he wanted to let that sink in. Lifting his head a little, he said, "I know I can't rewind the clock and undo what I did, but I do hope that you shall forgive me for this sinful act." Nothing happened. Issei didn't feel this guilt or this confusion lift from his shoulders. He still felt like he had sinned. For several seconds, he sat there quietly not knowing what to do. Appearing in front of Issei above him was a white cross. It was blindingly bright and forced him to look down at the ground. Upon the cross vanishing and the brightness dying down, a young, beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure appeared before him. She had blonde, curly hair with a golden halo above her head, a pure white gown that went to her feet, and 12 pure white wings to match her attire. This woman was Lady Gabriel, one of God's children. Issei gawked at the woman as she floated down to the ground with ease. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. "Issei," the woman said in a polite voice with a small smile. "La Lady Gabriel," Issei stammered as he continued to stare. "I sadly cannot be here for long. I'm only here to inform you that you must follow your heart," she said with a hint of sadness. "Follow my heart," Issei parroted, not understanding what she meant at all. "Yes, your heart will be your guide," the angel stated, causing him to frown. But my heart is confused. I don't know what to do. How am I supposed to follow my heart if it's confused?" "That is something you must figure out by yourself," Gabriel stated. "Just know that we will be with you every step of the way." As she began to form a cross, Issei called out to her, "Lady Gabriel." "Yes, Issei," she said as she stopped what she was doing. "I slept with a devil. Doesn't that mean I betrayed the church?" he questioned with uncertainty. "That is something only you can answer, Issei," she said with a smile, "and I have faith that you will find the answer." With that said, Gabriel teleported out, leaving Issei alone in the church. "How can I find these answers if I don't know what to do? How can my heart guide me if it's confused?" Issei asked himself as he sat there on his knees, now more lost than before. "I'm sorry, Dulio, but we have no idea where Issei went," Issei's father said in an apologetic tone. "We assumed that he had a mission or something, and that be the reason why he's been gone for nearly the past 2 weeks. "I see, that's unfortunate," Dulio said with a frown. "No one seems to know what happened to him, which leads me to believe that he has either gone stray or that something terrible has happened to him." "Gone stray? Issei would never go stray, he is a Hyoudou." "I know, Goro, I know your family has been devotees of the church, but you have to understand that it is a possibility," Dulio stated as he looked the older man in the eye. "I know there's high chance it isn't that, but until we know for sure, we have to take that into consideration." "But you don't believe he did go stray, right?" Goro demanded. "You don't think Issei would turn his back on the church, right?" "No, I don't believe it," Dulio firmly stated. "I honestly don't know what to believe. No one seems to know what happened to him." "Is there anyone out looking for him?" Goro asked in a concerned voice, only for Dulio to shake his head side to side. "The Pope is deeming him MIA. Until someone spots him, nothing will be done." "But Goro, you and I both know he could be anywhere. For all we know, he is the underworld," Dulio said in a firm but saddened tone. "Still, he is my son. And I promise you the second we get information on him, I'll send out a team of exorcists to get him and bring him back, but for now, we have to wait," Dulio said. "Fine, but I want to be notified the second you find out where he is okay," Goro said in a stern voice, earning himself a nod. "Well, I'll see you around, Dulio." "MHM, have a good night, and sorry for bringing you possibly bad news," Dulio replied before turning around and walking away. Once Dulio was gone, Goro released a sigh and said to himself, "I apologize for the deceit, but you guys can't know what Issei is doing, at least not yet." "Your heart will be your guide," Issei mumbled to himself as he sighed and looked out the classroom window with a thoughtful expression. It had been an entire day since he had slept with Aquino along with visiting the abandoned church, and he has yet to figure out what Lady Gabriel meant. He hadn't talked to Regulus about this, yet due to him believing that this task was him for him alone, but he hadn't even close to finding out what he wants. He just kept on finding himself more and more conflicted about everything. "Follow my heart," Issei said to himself for the 1,000th time as he looked down at his chest. "For it shall be my guide." A frown appeared on his face as he tried to decipher what she was saying as if it was a long-forgotten language. What does that even mean?" Issei practically shouted in annoyance while clutching his head and gaining everyone's attention. "What does what mean?" Several students asked with curiosity in their voices. Realizing that he shouted that out loud, Issei awkwardly laughed and said, Nothing, I'm just thinking of something my mom said to me. Don't you guys worry about it, just get back to whatever you guys were doing." Seeing the majority of the class look at him, weirdly Issei planted his head on his desk and covered his face with his hands while releasing a quiet groan. "Great, now everyone thinks I'm a weirdo." Beep. "Issei Hyoudou, please report to the student council room. Issei Hyoudou, please report to the student council room." This, of course, was followed by some of the students looking at Issei and saying, "Ooh, Issei's in trouble." Issei didn't acknowledge them as he got up. He doubted he was actually in trouble and was pretty sure that the devils were just going to talk to him about some supernatural stuff. After all, he was an excellent student who paid attention in class and was great when it came to physical education. "Say what?" Issei said as he looked at Sona with a blank expression. "We have just been informed that the Grigori are going to be sending a few fallen angels here to enroll as students and teachers to show that they can live in peace as well." Sona repeated, her face not even showing any traces of joking or deceit, just seriousness. Issei stared at Sona for a solid seconds before quickly averting his gaze towards Rias and Aquino. "She isn't joking, is she?" "Unfortunately not," Aquino said with a hint of seriousness in her voice that shocked Issei somewhat. Issei also noticed Rias cast a side glance to Aquino real quick before looking back at him. He had spotted the concern in her eyes and was curious why she did that, but decided not to worry about it. "Well, is that all?" Issei asked as he averted his eyes back towards Sona. "Yay." "No, I actually have something to ask you," Rias interrupted, gaining everyone's attention. Her voice not showing any emotions, and her face solemn, making it unreadable. "Okay, what is it?" Issei asked with uncertainty as he thought about why the heiress was giving him this suddenly serious look. "She isn't going to bring up me having sex with Aquino in front of everyone, is she? I mean, I can kind of see the logic behind it, but I don't think it would be needed to be brought up in a meeting." Even though it was mainly Rias, Sona, and him talking, both of their peerages were here listening to the conversation that was going on. "Someone blessed the abandoned church yesterday evening, and were wondering if it was you," Rias stated. "Oh," Issei said in surprise. He was a little taken back by what she said. "That's right, we sensed the church's holy aura surrounding it become stronger, and were curious if that was you," Sona said as she shifted her gaze back to Issei. Yeah, it was me," Issei started as he rubbed the back of his neck in a somewhat embarrassed manner. "I needed to converse with God about something, and I believed it to be better if I spoke to him in the church." "Mind explaining to us what it was about?" Sona questioned with an eyebrow arched. "It was me giving him a progress report of how things were going, and stuff like that. You're not the only one who has to report things to your superiors," Issei replied in a defensive manner. "That's true, we do have to give reports to Lord Lucifer as well," Sona stated with a nod. "Anyways," Issei started after a couple seconds of silence, "I'm guessing you will tell me when the Grigori members arrive. Of course, in order for us to show that we can coexist with one another, then we need to communicate with one another and be honest with one another. Otherwise, we're just going to end up failing," Sona replied, earning a now from the exorcist. "MHM, and I apologize if what I asked was a little rude," Rias started with a friendly smile. "It's just that this is my territory, and I need to know what's going on at all times if I'm going to watch over the people residing in it." "It's, no big deal. I probably should have told you guys that I was going there yesterday," Issei said as he returned the smile. A small, somewhat awkward silence passed between the exorcist and devils after this. Not knowing exactly what to say, Issei said, "Welp, I think I should return to class and stuff. Yeah, it's probably best if I do. I have stuff to learn." No one said a word as Issei left, but as soon as the door closed, the blonde boy named Saji said aloud, "Is it just me, or does anybody else find Issei to be kind of socially awkward?" "He does seem to come off like that, doesn't he?" Kiba stated in a friendly manner with a friendly smile. "He still smells like Akino." Kaneko muttered loud enough for everyone to hear, and causing Akino to release a giggle as people asked Kaneko what she meant. The Lion of Vatican VI. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei Akino unknown. Alternate universe: somewhat soul, harem OOC characters. Theme song: Mirror by Panic Era. Head writer: Revans Wraith. Sitting on the side of a building again, watching the sunset with a solemn expression, was Issei Hyoudou. He was wearing his priest garments and had Joyeuse strapped to his back, sheathed in a leather scabbard. He was kicking his feet and forth as if he was treading water, and in his hands was a candy bar. "Follow my heart, and it will be my guide," he said as he stared at the sun as if it had the answers. Placing his hand on his chin and entering a thoughtful-like pose, Issei scratched his jawline as he once again attempted to decipher what Lady Gabriel said to him. He sat in this position for about several seconds before sighing in annoyance and taking a bite of his candy bar. He didn't know why he couldn't solve this. It was such a simple sentence, and therefore it should be easy to find the answer. Yet, so far every time he tries to follow his heart, he ends up having practically everything clash with one another. How can I follow it, Lady Gabriel? Whenever I think of the devils, I become conflicted. I mean, sure, they're nice and not that bad, at least the ones I've gotten to know a bit, but my thoughts then drift to the church, to my parents, to God, and I end up feeling like I'm betraying them," Issei said with a frown as his free hand unconsciously grabbed a hold of the cross wrapped around his neck. He was pulled from his thoughts on the matter by the sound of Regulus yawning, which was followed by him saying, "Good evening, Issei. I trust that you've had a good day." "Kind of. I learned that the Grigori is sending some fallen angels to enroll in Kuoh Academy to show that they're on board with the peace idea," Issei said with a shrug of his shoulders as he took another bite of his candy. "You don't sound that thrilled about this," Regulus quipped. At this, Issei chuckled dryly. "I have little reason to be excited. They're the ones who crippled my father for life." "True, but that is in the past, and you said, 'You will let go of the past, remember,'" Regulus stated in a parental manner. "Yeah, but I'm just pointing that out," Issei replied as he averted his eyes downward to see the blonde boy from the student council walking towards the residential district with the white-haired girl, who is also a part of the student council. Regulus took notice of Issei's sudden shift in mood from somewhat annoyed to saddened upon seeing the two devils, and with a sigh, the lion said, "Okay, Issei, what's the problems you're not telling me?" Regulus didn't have to ask Issei this to find out the answers. He could have easily gone through his memories to learn what happened. But from what he has noticed, Issei has better luck moving on from things when talking to him about it. It's about Akino. I don't know what to do about her," Issei began as he took another bite of his candy bar, finishing it up. "I mean, every time I think of her smile and stuff, my heart skips a beat, but then I get this guilty feeling, a feeling of me betraying the church." "I see," Regulus said with a tone devoid of emotion. "So because of this, you're going to sever ties with the girl, I'm assuming." "Wano," Issei quickly replied in a somewhat shocked tone. "Akino is a kind, sweet, and lovely girl. Sure, she can be a pain when she teases me, but I do like her. It's just, I just don't know what to do when it comes to her." "And why's that? You had plenty of times to stop your activities 2 nights ago, but you didn't, so why are you having these sudden thoughts now?" Regulus questioned, his voice being one of solemn, indicating that he was taking the conversation seriously. "It's complicated, okay? I don't know why it's complicated, but it just is, Issei said after a few seconds of struggling to find the words of why their relationship was a difficult one. Then simplify it for me. Stop keeping me in the dark on this, and explain to me why your relationship with Aquino, along with possibly all the other devils, are complicated, Regulus said in a dry but annoyed manner. Exhaling deeply and closing his eyes, Issei said in a calm tone. It's just I've been serving the church for so long, and I said I was going to put aside my biased thoughts on devils and fallen angels, but I just can't, It's just not that easy. I'm not like you and can forget my teachings within a day. Regulus remained quiet for several seconds as he contemplated what to say to the boy. He was a little taken back by what Issei said to him at the end of his explanation, but understood that Issei was speaking from the heart. So the problem isn't with them, the problem lies with you. You feel that if you accept the devils completely, that you will end up betraying everything you believed in. Am I right? Yeah, Issei reluctantly stated. Issei, this is something you must solve on your own. Regulus started with a small hint of regret in his voice. No one can take away this guilty feeling that's manifested inside of you. Only you can get rid of it, and how you choose to do that is up to you. I know this wasn't the answer you were hoping for, but not everyone can answer your problems. Sometimes you must find the solution yourself. Issei simply grunted in response. He had no wishes to continue the conversation anymore, and doubted that Regulus could help him seek the answers he's been looking for the past 2 days. That looks pretty good, Issei said to himself as he finished cleaning his face of shaving cream. Nothing wrong with keeping myself clean and shaved. With a small grin on his face, Issei picked up his phone that was playing, Monster by Meg and Dia.txe remix along with his cross, and put it around his neck. He then opened the door to the bathroom, and upon taking one step out of it, the power for the house seemed to shut off. Did someone hit a power line or something? Issei said aloud as he looked around in the pitch dark. He contemplated on calling the emergency services, but he was sure someone else would notify them that there's been a power outage where they lived. However, instead of turning on his phone's flashlight, Issei said to himself, Lord, cast your holy light upon me and reveal the terrors of the dark, which enabled him to see in the darkness. As Issei made his way downstairs, Issei opened up his contacts list and scrolled down to Aquino. He bit the inside of his bottom lip as he stared at his options. He could call her and talk to her about how he has been feeling as of lately, or he could text her and see what she was up to at the moment. Planting himself down on his couch, Issei continued to stare at his options. He didn't want to impose on her offer, but she did say that if he ever needed to talk to someone, then she would be willing to listen, or something along those lines. With reluctance, Issei opened up the text box and gazed at the keyboard, contemplating what to say. Numerous ideas ran through his head, but each one Issei found to be idiotic. He didn't want to just randomly text her how he was feeling, and he didn't want to come off weird. He was pulled from his thoughts by a sound of rustling going on outside, followed by the sound of what Issei could assume was the trash can crashing over. Issei stared at one of the windows that gave him a view of the front yard and gazed at it for a couple seconds before mumbling, "It must be someone's dog or something like." Issei rolled off of the couch mid-sentence and was able to avoid several bullets that were meant for his skull. Clutching his head, Issei protected his head as he heard the sound of more bullets being shot off, along with the sound of doors getting broken down and the sound of glass windows getting smashed. As he was getting up, Issei saw one of the men and his eyes widened. The man was wearing a priest attire, and in his hands were 2 pistols that he assumed to be loaded with holy bullets. Attached to his belt was a light sword that was turned off. Their eyes seemed to lock, for the man raised his guns and shouted, "He's still alive!" Before Issei could do anything, Issei felt a kick to the back of his right knee, forcing him down on his knees. As he fell to his knees, he felt a pistol be pushed up against the side of his skull. "Nah, let's not do anything rash, okay?" spoke the man as his comrades entered the room. Issei looked around to see 8 men, all of them wearing priest garments, leading Issei to believe they were stray exorcists and priests. The man who held a gun to Issei's head seemed to be shortest of the group. He had white hair and red eyes. "Put your hands on your head, nice and slowly," the man commanded with a wicked smile. As Issei obeyed his order, the man continued to speak. "That's it. What a good little church boy you are. God must be pleased with your actions right now." "May I ask who you guys are?" Issei requested as he spoke to Regulus mentally, who had woken up just recently. "Of course, I am Fried Selzen, former exorcist of Vatican City, and the one who will be fucking painting this once fine home with your shitty brain matter tonight," spoke the now-named exorcist as he mockingly lowered his head. "Okay, may I ask you why you plan on killing me?" Issei asked. Even though Issei was in a bad position, he was surprisingly calm and didn't show any signs of fear or anxiety. The reason why was because the only one who seemed to have their gun trained on Issei was this freed fellow. They were too relaxed now, and Issei planned on exploiting that soon. "Well, in short, it's because my boss has plans, and he doesn't seem to want you to be a fucking nuisance, so." Fried was cut off mid-sentence by Issei grabbing his gun and raising it up to slam against Fried's nose. Instinctively, the former exorcist fired a round, but he was too slow. As the other former church members drew their weapons, Issei slammed the pistol against the man's nose, causing him to let go of the pistol as he reeled back in pain. Issei spun the gun in his hand as he turned around and chucked at the dual-wielding pistol wielder. The power behind the throw was enough to stun the man. As the gun made its way to him, Issei had already begun moving towards one of the exorcists who stood in a doorframe. He was the only other one with a gun, so they were deemed to be the most imminent threats. The man fired a couple shots at Issei, and one of them did manage to graze the Lion of Vatican's left shoulder, but it wasn't enough to stop Issei from throwing a left hook to the man's jawline. The force was enough to not only knock out one, but a couple teeth. As the man smashed into the wall, Issei whirled around only to lean back and see a light sword barely miss his eyes. Had he not moved back a little, Issei was sure he would have been killed if not blinded. His attacker followed this slash by thrusting his second light sword at Issei's gut. Issei avoided this and grabbed onto the man's wrist and broke it. This caused the exorcist to release a shriek of pain, but this didn't stop him from attempting to swing his other saber at Issei. However, with the two of them being incredibly close, Issei was able to grab the man's arm before the blade could come close to hitting him. With ease, Issei yanked the weapon out of his hand and slammed it into his gut, causing him to release a cry before being reduced to nothing. "You fucking son of a bitch, you killed him!" One of them screamed as he sent a wave of holy flames at him, making Issei drop to the ground and avoid being set ablaze. The wooden framing and walls, however, were not so lucky and were lit on fire. Glancing up, Issei saw the man conjure another ball of fire and launched it at him. Issei used all of his muscles and pushed him backwards, allowing him to roll and dodge the attack. The unconscious exorcist who was slumped up against the wall next to Issei wasn't so lucky and was engulfed in fire. As he rose to his feet, Issei saw another ball of fire come hurling towards him. Somewhat fearing for his life, Issei closed his eyes, crossed both of his wrists, and shouted, "Divine Ward!" The barrier came up just in time and was able to protect Issei. Opening his eyes, Issei was greeted by the sight of flames spreading. "I need to get out of here," he muttered as he tried to spot the exorcists through the flames, but was unsuccessful. Issei was about to make his getaway when he noticed that the broken cross wasn't on his wrist. Regulus knew what Issei was thinking and said, "Issei, it's not worth it. You need to get out of here before the house collapses." "It's all I have of him," Issei practically shouted back as he had the divine ward disperse. "I'm not leaving without it." "Issei, you have to let go. This house will collapse in a couple of minutes if you want to live, then you need to let it go. You have to, Issei, and you know this. If Felix was here at this moment, he would be telling you not to risk your life for a piece of metal. You have to let go of him," Regulus firmly stated before yelling the words to emphasize his point. Issei didn't say anything for several seconds. He was too busy weighing his options that he couldn't be bothered with a response. Finally, after nearly a minute, Issei closed his eyes shut and allowed some tears to go down the side of his cheeks. I'm sorry. Upon opening his eyes, the brown-haired teen noticed multiple things. The first thing was that there were no clouds he was standing on. The second was there was no golden gate he had to approach. And the third thing was that he was staring at a wooden ceiling. Am I dead? He said aloud after a couple of seconds as he continued looking at the ceiling, not even bothering to look around. No, came a monotone response, causing Issei to avert his eyes to the left and see Kaneko sitting in a comfy chair, eating some cookies. Huh, I guess I'm not Tog, fuck, he said as he started to sit up only to wince and hiss out a curse word. He wasn't one for profanity, but his abdomen felt like it was on fire. Looking down, Issei noticed his entire abdomen was wrapped in bandages and that he had faint burn marks scattered across his chests. Not even concerned about possibly injuring himself, he turned his attention to Kaneko and basically commanded her to tell him where his crosses were. Kaneko responded by pointing to the nightstand on the other side of the room. His eyes moved to where she was pointing, and he couldn't help from sighing in relief as his eyes landed on the two silver objects. You should probably lay down, Kaneko muttered as she nibbled on her cookie. Akino is going to come back soon. She's been healing me, Issei said as he looked back at Kaneko, who nodded in response. Huh, I'm going to have to thank her, he muttered to himself. Why did you do it? She asked after a couple seconds of silently eating a cookie. Huh, Issei responded, not understanding what she meant. Kill yourself, why? She said before pulling out another cookie from her bag. I didn't try to kill myself, Issei yelled in annoyance. I was attacked by some stray exorcists and I had to get my friend's cross. It's important to me and the only thing I have left of him. It means a lot to me and I couldn't just let go of it, you know. I know some people they would see it as an idiotic reason, but to me it is worth everything, including my life. Kaneko had stopped eating her cookie upon hearing his reasoning and stared at Issei, who was looking down at his lap for several seconds. Not exactly knowing what to say or how to respond, the white-haired girl said, Okay. Gah was the sound Issei silently released as he clutched his heart in pain. I just confessed something so deep and meaningful, and all you could say is okay. That is so cruel, I thought. Ara, it seems you're awake, spoke a sultry-like voice, interrupting his thoughts and prompting him to look up and see Akino standing in the doorframe in front of him wearing nothing but a white bathroom robe. Issei took a deep gulp as he continued to stare at her. She looked so beautiful with her hair down. It was still wet from the shower or bath she had taken, but in his opinion it made her even more stunning. Kaneko, seeing him stare at Akino, muttered, loud enough for both of them to hear. Pervert. Ara, I'm not a pervert, spoke both Akino and Issei in response to Kaneko's claim. It's okay, Issei. I don't mind if you are secretly a closet pervert, Akino said with a smirk as she batted her eyes in a cute but flirtatious manner. I'm not a pervert, though, Issei nearly shouted in annoyance, a tick mark on his forehead. You're right, Kaneko muttered as she got up from her chair. Akino is. Kaneko, Issei squealed in delight as he clasped his hands and watched the short, busty girl walk towards the door where Akino still stood in. Yufufufu, I think Kaneko is just a little jealous, Akino said as Kaneko walked past her, unaware of the very, very faint blush appearing on her face. As if, was the only thing Kaneko muttered, prompting Akino to giggle as she got out of Issei's line of sight, leaving only Issei and Akino alone in the room. Issei couldn't help from sweating a bit as he stared at Akino, who had yet to move from her spot, and was giving him a beautiful smile. He didn't exactly know what to say, and was pretty sure she was wanting some explanations on what happened last night. I hope, both said at the same time, causing one another to clamp their mouths shut. With a small and sweat giggle, the Ravenet gestured for Issei to speak. I just want to say that I didn't try to kill myself. I was attacked last night by some stray exorcists, and one of them decided to set the place on fire with their holy flames. Yufufufu, I believe you, Akino started as she began approaching the bed with her usual smirk. I don't take you as a suicidal maniac. I do find you to be a little weird, but not someone who would attempt to take their own life. However, I must inform you that you've been out for nearly 3 days. Akino's voice, along with her facial expression, turned to one of seriousness, towards the end to signify that she wasn't joking. Issei's mouth opened in shock. Nearly 3 days, he muttered in disbelief with eyes wide. "MHM," Akino hummed in response as she sat down on the bed next to him. "We were the first ones to arrive on the scene, and we found you with burn marks all on you. You were unconscious and barely breathing, but nonetheless, awake and alive. Riaz saw it fit to move you here where we can slowly treat your wounds over time, and that's what I have been doing for the past few days." Issei nodded his head at several times as he processed this. He didn't exactly remember what happened. All he remembered was running upstairs grabbing Felix's cross, and that was it. Besides that, he didn't remember much else. "I'm just glad, though, that you're finally awake," Akino stated, making him glance up and see tears starting to form in her eyes. "I was worried that you might have entered a coma and that you might never wake up." "Akino, I know that you said you wanted some time alone to mull over your feelings for me, but I just couldn't help from feeling worried about you. I feared I was going to lose another person I love," spoke Akino in a voice filled with emotion, causing Issei's heart to nearly break. Could a devil really be evil if they're crying over me?" Issei asked himself as he stared at Akino with an unreadable expression. "And can I really consider myself a good person after making her cry? It looks like she truly loves me, but I'm sorry," Issei stated as he grabbed a hold of her left hand and firmly grasped it. "I'm sorry I put you through that, and I'm sorry for saying we needed time apart. I'm not perfect, and I should have never said I needed time to think about us and what we were. I was just scared what God would think of me. Honestly, though, I feel he wants me to make this decision myself. I think that's what they meant. They want me to choose the path I want." Issei paused and gazed into her eyes for a solid 10 seconds before offering her a small smile and saying, "I love you too, and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I'm not perfect, and MMGH. Issei trailed off for a second before just going silent and accepting the kiss from Akino. He felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Upon separation, Akino gave him a sweet smile and said, "All is forgiven, Issei. Now lie down so I can continue healing you. If we're lucky, maybe I can get you healed up enough to where we can go shopping." "Shopping?" Issei parroted, not comprehending what she meant. "MHM, we're now boyfriend and girlfriend, and your clothes were destroyed a few nights ago. It's only fitting that we go out and get you some new clothes, unless you prefer to be essentially naked," Akino stated with what Issei could see as a perverted grin. With no words to counter her, Issei simply lied back down on his back and patiently waited for the healing session to begin. The Lion of Vatican IX. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the Church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the Church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei Akino unknown. Alternate universe: somewhat soul, harem, OOC characters. Theme song: Mirror by Panic Era. Head writer: Revans Wraith. "Did you learn what happened to Issei yet, Riaz?" Sona questioned as she looked at the redhead, who was busy packing back and forth with one arm under her bust, grabbing her other arm that was holding her chin up like a support beam. "Apparently he was attacked by stray exorcists. At least that is what he told Kaneko," Riaz stated as she continued walking back and forth. Even though she had called this meeting with Sona, her mind was off somewhere else. She was thinking about Akino and how she was going on a shopping trip with her boyfriend, Issei. "Did he mention any names, or find out who they were working for?" Sona questioned as she placed her hands on her desk and interlocked them, her eyes continuing to follow Riaz, who had yet to stop her packing. She would have suspected the exorcists to be a part of the Grigori, but it was possible that they were just a group that wasn't a part of any faction. "No, and I doubt we're going to find out any time soon," Riaz said with a frown. She wanted to be happy for Akino, but she couldn't help from feeling a little concerned along with some jealousy. Issei was pretty attractive, But what made her jealous of their relationship was how much Akino cared for Issei's well-being. She remembered seeing her stay by Issei's side night after night to make sure he recovered. It was something so trivial, but something she wanted as well. "Why's that? Can't we ask him about what happened?" Sona questioned with a hint of confusion in her voice. Deciding that it would be better to show the Citri heiress, Riaz ceased packing around and pulled out her phone. Unlocking it, she opened an app called FaceSpace while marching over to Sona and showed her what was on the screen. Sona squinted her eyes to see what Riaz was showing, but upon seeing what was on display, her eyes went wide significantly. On the screen was a selfie of Akino with her lips perched in the form of a kiss. She had a whole bunch of hearts floating over her head. Behind her, and most likely oblivious to this, was Issei, who had his back facing the phone and was busy putting on some pants. This picture had a caption saying, "Going out on my first date with my boyfriend, Issei." Sona stared at this for a solid minute, not knowing what to say or do. She had expected the reason being Issei going to sleep or something like that, but instead, it was because of the two of them going out on a date. She couldn't comprehend the logic behind that at all. "Please tell me they're just joking," Sona questioned, finally deciding to break her silence. "I wish I was," Riaz said as she put away her phone. "It blew up as well. Many of the boys are outraged by him entering a relationship with her, while the majority of the girls are saying that she is lucky, as well as praising him for how fit he is." "But still," Sona said as she removed her glasses and buried her face in her hands, "don't you think it's more important to focus on these stray exorcists and put an end to whatever it is they're doing?" "Well, yes, but I think we should allow Akino to go on her date," Riaz replied, her cheeks being a shade of red. "I mean, she spent night after night healing him, so maybe we can allow them this, and then tomorrow find out what happened." "Riaz, we can't just allow those stray exorcists to be wandering around Kuoh." Sona started with a stern expression and voice as she put on her glasses. "If there are in fact stray exorcists in here, we need to deal with them immediately and before they can harm any citizens or members of our peerages." "I know, but maybe we can wait and just see what it's like to have a boyfriend," Riaz stated with a blush. It took her a second to realize what she said, and within that second she covered her mouth as Sona gave her a questioning look. "That came out wrong." "Did it now?" Sona asked, her eyes never wavering. "It sounded like you were interested in Issei." "Wano, I'm not interested in Issei like that," Riaz answered rather too quickly. "I mean, he is good-looking, but I have no interest in having a romantic relationship with him. Plus, he's a member of the church. If I were to enter a relationship with him, then it would cause an uproar with all of the other houses. If this does work, then it won't matter what faction he's with," Sona pointed out as she adjusted her glasses. "And I thought you didn't care about who you marry as long as they love you for who you are. You're fine with marrying him." It's complicated, Sona, and you know that," Riaz replied with a trace of embarrassment and annoyance in her voice. She was okay with falling in love with anyone if she was being honest with herself, but she didn't want that person to see her as Riaz Gremory. She wanted them to see her as just Riaz. Seeing an awkward silence pass by the two of them, Riaz said, "Anyways, let's just give them this day, okay? Tomorrow we can focus on finding these stray priests." Sona thought about arguing with the Gremory heiress, but she doubted Riaz would listen to her. With a reluctant sigh, she said, "Fine, tomorrow morning we meet Issei and ask him everything we can about what happened." "Yufufu, you look a little nervous, Issei. Is there something wrong?" Akino teasingly stated as she cast a side glance towards her boyfriend, who had a flustered expression written on his face. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just this is, my first date," Issei replied as he gave her a quick glance. He had been mentally telling himself that it was just like going out and getting groceries with his parents, and that he needed to not think much about this. But it was difficult due to her being latched onto his arm and pressing her breasts against it. He didn't see this, but Akino's eyes seemed to light up a bit hearing that. With a radiating smile on her face, she said, Ara, if you keep on giving me your first times, I'm going to have no choice but to marry you." "Mama, marry me," Issei stammered with crimson red cheeks. MHM, I think it would be quite fitting if you ask me, she continued with her devilish smile. We gave each other our first kiss, our first time, and now you're my first boyfriend. I think that has made it quite clear that we belong to one another. Issei at first didn't reply. His thoughts had drifted to a conversation with Regulus he had 2 weeks ago about harems, and how he was going to build a harem. Thinking about this made him feel funny. Sure, he had agreed to give it a try, but he doubted he could actually do it. He was a man of God, and polygamy was forbidden, at least nowadays. Sure, many historical figures had more than one wife and were Christian, but that was because of multiple reasons such as famine, woman infertility, or widowhood. Nowadays, those things rarely happen, and he was on the fence about it. His thoughts, though, soon drifted from this topic to just Regulus. He had yet to speak with the lion since the incident, and started to wonder if Regulus was upset with him or something like that. Issei, Aquino said in a concerned manner, causing him to blink a few times and snapping him out of his thoughts to see her giving him a look of worry. Sorry, he started as he looked ahead of them. I was just thinking about a conversation I had with Regulus a while back. Aquino relaxed a bit upon hearing this. She had assumed that she might have said something that might have upset him, but she was unsure. However, this did make her a little curious about Regulus. Aquino had yet to speak with the lion and was curious about what he is like. What was the conversation about? Aquino asked after a few seconds of them silently walking. It is kind of stupid if I am being completely honest, Issei said as he rubbed the back of his neck in uncertainty. He didn't think it was a wise idea to tell his girlfriend on their first date that there was this tradition he had to do. Well, it wasn't something he had to do, but it was going to be something he attempted nonetheless, and it wasn't because he secretly wished for a harem of beautiful women. It was because he was a good partner and wanted to honor Regulus by doing this tradition, or at the very least trying to do it. Giving Aquino a quick glance, Issei saw a pouty expression on her face. Ugh, Aquino, why do you have to give me that look? Issei said as he inwardly clutched his heart as if someone shot him. It was about harems and polygamy, Issei sheepishly stated, and just like that the upset, but cute look on Aquino's face was washed away and replaced with a beaming smile, making it look like nothing happened at all. Yufu, is that it? Aquino said with a trace of playfulness in her voice. Is that what you were nervous to tell me? Well, yeah, kind of, Issei said. He was a little dumbfounded by her reaction and was expecting her to show some signs of being upset or something like that. Stuff that he had seen in movies. Why aren't you, flipping out about this? Issei, I'm a devil, and devils have harems. Not to mention it would be strange if the Lion of Vatican didn't have a pride of women ready to obey and fulfill his commands and desires. Aquino casually answered, her smile never staggering. I guess wait, about prides and stuff. Issei started only to realize that she had brought up lions. Well, of course, in class we're learning about zoology, and we have to do a PowerPoint of all sorts of animals. It is 26 pages long due to the alphabet having 26 letters. I decided for my L to be lions because of you, Aquino said with reddened cheeks. Oh, was all Issei could say in response. I'm actually surprised Aquino would be okay with me having a harem. I had expected her to be upset or at the very least angry. However, I do have to make one thing clear, Issei, Aquino stated in a cold voice that snapped him from his train of thoughts. Within a blink of an eye, the devil had moved from his side to directly in front of him, her hands both squeezing tightly onto the one hand she was holding. I will always be your number one girl, okay? I will also be in charge of this harem, or pride, whichever one you call it, got it? What terrified Issei was her tone. Even though she was speaking in a kind, sweet one, he had picked up on the hidden message and could only nod his vigorously in agreement to avoid possibly being murdered. And within a second, she was back at his side. This time, their hands being interlocked together, as well making it even harder if not impossible for him to escape. Well, shall continue on our date. Why, yes, he mumbled, still not understanding what had just happened and unsure if he wanted to know what had just happened. Issei rubbed his hand against his temple as he and Aquino entered the clothing store. He felt like he was sweating, but when he ran his hand over his forehead, he felt no moisture or wetness. Get a grip on yourself, Issei. You're overthinking this, to the point where you're thinking you're sweating when you're actually not. Act normal, he said to himself in a scolding manner. Well, Issei, what should we get you first? Akino questioned as she focused her attention on him. Well, I really don't know, to be honest. I mean, I'm not one for fashion, you know? I just get clothes that are my sizes and that's basically it. I never really think about style and stuff. Issei replied with a shrug of his shoulders. Akino hummed thoughtfully after hearing that. She had helped Ria's countless times when it came to picking out clothes, but never had she helped out a boy pick out clothes. However, she assumed it wasn't going to be that hard since Issei didn't have a preference, which meant she could choose things she liked. A devilish smile soon appeared on her face as pictures of Issei wearing BDSM outfits flooded her mind. Issei, seeing this perverted smile, frowned. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he could easily tell that her smile was lewd. Suddenly, a realization hit him. Issei didn't think of this at all, but now that they were on the topic of clothing, he remembered that his priest vestments, along with most of his gear, had been reduced to ash and dust. Sure, he kept some of his gear in a pocket dimension with Joyeuse, but that stuff was mainly medical supplies to treat himself should he get injured. I'm going to have to call my father later, Issei declared, making the smile on Akino's face vanish. Your father? Why are you going to have to call your father? Akino said with a tiny bit of worry and anger in her voice. All of my supplies that Lord Michael had given me was burned to the ground, including my priest garbs, Issei firmly said. I could try asking Lord Michael for some help, but I believe it would be easier if I spoke with my dad about it. Oh, was all Akino said in response, the concern in her voice being washed away like footprints in the sand. She didn't know why she had gotten worked up about Issei calling his father, but she assumed it was because of her thinking about her father, a man who she hated. Yeah, but I can talk to him about that stuff later. You got anything in mind for clothing? Issei questioned. A second later, her perverted smile started to form. Actual clothing that isn't erotic or revealing, he quickly added. Akino puffed out her cheeks in a cute manner. She had always wondered what Issei would look like in a gimp outfit, but unfortunately, he seemed to catch on to what she had in mind. But it didn't matter. One of these days, she would get him in a gimp suit with a ball gag in his mouth. Well, I think we should start off with getting you some casual wear. You don't want to be wearing your school uniform every time you go out, do you? I guess, Issei said with perplexity in his voice as he shrugged his shoulders. You really do have no taste in clothes, do you? Akino questioned. Yeah, I believe I stated that I don't have a preference. As long as it fits me, I wear it. Issei replied as she began leading him to the men's section of clothes, which happened to be at the back of the store. Really? So if I got you a full suit that was made out of black skin-tight leather, you would wear it? Akino asked with her smile of mischief as she turned her head to look at him. Issei opened his mouth to say something, but closed it a second later. He repeated this action several times as he tried to formulate a response. He wanted to say yes as a bluff, but he was pretty sure Akino would call his bluff and get him a suit. Finally, he said, No, I wouldn't wear a suit made out of skin-tight leather if you got me one. Akino released a giggle as she entered an aisle full of men's jeans. Spinning herself around to face him and giving him a puppy-eyed look, she said in a cute, begging voice, Even if it was for little old me. Issei tensed significantly as he stared into her violet eyes. He didn't know how to react. If he agreed to this, then he knew that the next time they had sex it would involve lots of pain, and he didn't know if he could handle what she had in mind. He wasn't a masochist, and he didn't have any intentions of becoming one. He may have enjoyed it a bit when she got a little rough with him, but he didn't want her twisting his nipples, hitting him with horsewhips, or anything along those lines. However, a sense of guilt surged throughout him. The look she was giving him was making him want to say yes just so she would stop giving him this sad, upset expression. Hello, are you two needing some assistance? Spoke a young female behind Issei, causing him to slowly whirl around and see a young and slender woman with curly black hair, freckles, and green eyes standing behind him. She wore khaki slacks, closed-toe shoes, and a blue button-up shirt with a name tag attached to it. Thank you, God, Issei said as he spun around. He saw the scowl appear on Aquino's face, and that caused a ghost smile to develop on his. "No thanks, we're good." He paused mid-sentence as his eyes fell onto her name tag real quick. Yuki. "Okay, well, if you two need anything, just ask me or any of the other workers, and we'll be happy to assist you too," Yuki stated with a friendly smile before walking away from Issei and Aquino, the latter not even paying the girl any attention. Turning back, Issei saw Aquino shift through numerous black jeans as she walked down the aisle, all of which she shook her head side to side. She came to a halt halfway down the aisle and grabbed a pair of jeans. As he watched her give it an inquisitive look, a question entered his mind. "Wait, since when did she find out my sizes and stuff?" "Try this on Issei and see if you like that," Aquino practically commanded. "Do you not know my size?" Issei asked as he approached her and grabbed the pair of jeans. "No, I know it," Aquino affirmed as she grabbed another pair before moving to the other side of the aisle and grabbing two lighter shades of jeans. "I just don't want to get you something you don't have any intentions of wearing." That's kind of. "Take these," she interrupted as she tossed the 3 pairs of jeans at him without even looking. "Go try those on. I'm going to get some more clothes and probably a cart and drop off some more for you to try on." Issei stared at Aquino for a solid second with a look of genuine surprise. The way she was speaking was the way his mother spoke to him whenever they went shopping together. It was baffling because he was used to her constant teasing. Even in meetings when she talked, Aquino spoke with a hint of playfulness in her voice, but now it was just nothing but seriousness. Aquino hummed softly as she headed to her bedroom to get dressed. She had a smirk written on her face. The reason why she had this lovely smirk plastered onto her face was because not that long ago, Issei and her had finished their date. However, because Issei doesn't have a place to stay for the time being, Aquino offered him a place to stay at her apartment. He didn't plan on staying for long and was planning on buying an apartment within the next few days, but Aquino also had plans of her own. The image of waking up and seeing Issei every day excited her. It excited her so much that she was going to do everything in her power to convince him to live with her. Upon entering her room, Aquino dropped the white towel that covered her gorgeous body and made her way to one of her dressers. Her room was painted gray, consisted of a queen-size bed, a nightstand, an armoire, and 2 dressers. It was your typical bedroom and very clean. "Yufufufu, I wonder what Issei would say if I just wore this," Aquino said aloud as she held up a bra that was more along the lines of erotic. The thought of Issei becoming flustered because of this made her discharge another giggle. She loved that side of him and found it to be adorable, but what she loved a little bit more was his dominating side. Putting on some sexy undergarments, the Queen of Ria's Gremory put on an aquamarine shirt that exposed her lower abdomen and booty shorts. That might as well be considered underwear. She thought about putting her hair up in her ponytail, but decided against it. Satisfied with the attire she chose, Aquino straightened herself and marched out of her room towards the living room where Issei should be. As she walked down the hall, she heard Issei speaking in a soft, low tone. "I'm fine, Mom. Yes, I'm positive. No, I'm getting along with the devils fine. Yeah, I actually like one of them a lot. Well, there is actually a couple I like, but there is this one I really, really like. Yes, it's a she. No, I haven't spoken to Lord Michael or anyone about. I know it is forbidden." Turning the corner, Aquino was met by the sight of Issei packing, appearing to be completely oblivious of her. "I don't know if the church would allow something like that. I mean, I'm supposed to be, would you let me talk? I don't know if they will allow it. I have to speak with Lord Michael about it, okay? All right, tell Dad I said thanks again and say hi to Himari for me. Thanks, love you. All right, bye." "How did it go?" Aquino asked as she watched Issei shove his phone in his pocket and accidentally startling him. "My dad is going to help me out, and my mom is concerned that I have feelings for a devil," Issei said in response as he loosened up. "I take it she doesn't like devils?" Aquino questioned as Issei sat down on the sofa. As he did this, Aquino moved behind the couch. "No, she doesn't hate devils. My mom isn't as pious as she once was. In fact, she is kind of glad that I'm getting along with devils, and is hoping that this all works out because if it does, Then that means I can spend more time at home with my little sister," Issei stated as Aquino wrapped one of her arms around his neck and hugged him from behind, gently caressing his chest. "I didn't know you had a little sister," Aquino stated with a small grin. She was initially worried that Issei's parents might disapprove of him for having feelings for her, but from what Issei was telling her, it looked like his mother wasn't an overzealous woman and didn't really care at all about who or what the person is. "What's your sister like?" "She's about 7 months old, and she's, energetic," Issei answered with a grin of his own. "You would love her. She is a delight." "Well, maybe one day I could meet her," Aquino said as she continued to massage his chest. It would hurt every once in a while due to her accidentally touching his cross, but she ignored the pain. "I wouldn't mind meeting your family, especially your mother. She seems like a lovely person." "She is," Issei affirmed while glancing at her. "My dad told me that every night she prays for me to be safe and to come home to them soon. She's a nice woman, and I think you would get along with her." Aquino hummed in response, allowing silence to pass between them. She was half tempted to ask him if he wanted something to eat, but instead chose to continue hugging him from behind. Issei placed his hand over hers that was benevolently stroking his upper body and gave it a light squeeze. Aquino, feeling this, halted what she was doing and averted her eyes to his only to see him staring at her with his lips curved upwards a little. The two silently gazed into one another's eyes. Aquino's heart rate gradually increased the longer she stared into his. "I love you," he whispered, his tone filled with nothing but affection. "I love you too," she whispered back with reddened cheeks. The two gazed into each other's eyes for several more seconds. Eventually, the two of them found themselves closing the small distance between their mouths and begun to passionately kiss. It was at first just gentle brushing of the lips, nothing more, but it soon become more and more intimate. Their tongues started intertwining with another as Aquino's carefully and slowly placed her hands on his cheeks. After a few seconds, her hands began to slither down to his neck, slipping underneath his shirt. Issei, meanwhile, moved both of his hands to her face and... Ring. Startled by Aquino's phone ringing, the two abruptly stopped what they were doing and looked at each other with embarrassed expressions as her phone continued to ring. "I should probably get that," Aquino said with uncertainty in her voice. Issei nodded his head in response, clearly flustered by what just happened. As Issei watched Aquino pick up and answer her phone, Regulus decided to make his presence known. "Issei, we need to talk. Now." "Everything okay, Regulus?" Issei asked with traces of concern in his voice. The tone Regulus spoke in was full of nothing but seriousness, which frightened him a bit. "Depends on what you consider okay. Now enter your mind. I need to talk to you right now, and I believe it would be better if we spoke inside of your head," Regulus declared, causing a look of worry to flash across Issei's face. It was rare to see Regulus demand something of him, but what was even rarer was Regulus wanting to speak to him inside of his mind. Obeying the request, Issei shut his eyes and focused on entering his brain. Upon opening his eyes, Issei found himself standing on a stone rock. In front of him were more stone rocks, each one of them different shapes. In between these rocks were pebbles that appeared to be delicately placed, making it look like as if someone was tending to this. At the end of the pathway was a garden. It was full of trees, shrubs, bushes, flowers, creeks, and streams, making it look like an oasis. It looks like Regulus has been making this more lively. The last time I was here, it was just a grassy plain," Issei said aloud as he began to make his way to the beautiful garden. As he came closer and closer to the garden, he noticed that he could feel wind gracing his skin, hear the sound of water running, and the sound of birds chirping. Hearing these things surprised the brown-haired boy. He knew that this was all in his conscience, but to think that Regulus was able to not only produce these sounds, but make him feel these things as well, was a masterpiece. The rocky trail Issei walked on soon became a gravel-like path. Issei thought this might have been a little too much for a simple conversation, but then he thought about how hard Regulus worked on this, to go out of his way and create a peaceful garden just for him. Following the gravel pathway, Issei examined the flowers and plants, all of them interesting Issei. Most people didn't know this about Issei, but one of his plans, when he gets older, is building himself a garden full of nothing but flowers. Eventually, the track came to an end, and sitting crisscrossed on a stone pillar in front of him was a short young male with spiky dark orange hair. His eyes were closed, and his hands were on his knees, making it look he was in deep thought and oblivious to Issei. But the young exorcist knew that Regulus knew that he was here. "Regulus," spoke Issei, causing the boy to slightly open one of his eyes and reveal his golden iris, only to then quickly shut it and act like he never opened it. Issei, seeing this, rolled his eyes and said again, "Regulus." "It is Master Regulus," Regulus murmured loud enough for Issei to hear, his voice no longer as deafening and booming like it was when he spoke telepathically. Instead, it was calm and serene with a tinge of playfulness. "Regulus, I'm not going to." "Master Regulus didn't get that because you didn't address him properly," Regulus interrupted, his voice full of cheekiness. Issei stared at Regulus for about a good solid minute. The Lion King hadn't moved or batted an inch in the meantime. He just continued to sit on the rock and wait for Issei to address him correctly. With a sigh and closing his eyes, Issei said, "Master Regulus, you wanted to talk to me about something." Oh yes. Yes, come my pupil sit and meditate with me," Regulus said as he opened his eyes, with a smirk appearing on his face. He slowly raised his hand, causing a pillar made of stone to sprout out from the ground underneath, startling Issei. Eventually, the column came to a stop, and Issei realized that Regulus was elevating him to where they were on the same level. "Can't you just tell me what you need to talk to me about?" Issei requested. However, Regulus shook his head and said, "No, grasshopper, now sit." Issei complied with the command and sat crisscrossed with his hands in his lap. "Good, now close your eyes," Regulus demanded in a soft tone that made Issei feel relaxed. As he closed his eyes and put his hands on his knees, Regulus continued to speak. "What I am about to tell you might shock you, but you must keep a level head, okay?" "Okay," Issei hesitantly said in response. Regulus took a deep gulp. He was mulling over this subject for the past 3 days and didn't know exactly how to bring this up without possibly upsetting, confusing, or angering Issei, but he was out of ideas. He believed this would be the best way to tell Issei what happened 3 nights ago without freaking him out. "Issei, I brought you here to tell you that your skin is no longer human," Regulus said before pausing to let that sink in. Issei at first appeared to be calm, but upon opening his eyes, his face contorted into one of confusion and trouble. "I know, you asked me a long time ago if it was possible to replace your body parts with one of the Nemean lion, and I said that it wasn't, but I wasn't being entirely honest back then." "Wait, what do you mean? Are you telling me that my skin is no longer human, and that is now the flesh of a Nemean lion?" Issei said with confusion latched to his voice as he stared at Regulus intently. "Yes, that night when the stray exorcists attacked the house. You ignored my advice, and instead of getting out, you did something stupid," Regulus declared as a frown appeared on his face. "You ended up getting yourself knocked out and leaving me with the choice of letting you die or hardening your skin. As you can see, you're still alive, which means your skin is no longer that of a human." "Okay, but why did you lie about not being able to do that when I asked you about this stuff back when I unlocked you?" Issei questioned. He wasn't exactly mad at Regulus. He was more along the lines of confused and a little upset with him for lying to him. "Because these types of things have major consequences. Sure, it might enhance your strength and make it harder for someone to kill you, but if you transform too much of your body into that of a lion, you lose yourself. You forget who you are and just become a monster with no control," Regulus firmly stated as his facial expression became a solemn one. "I'm not following. I don't get what you mean at all." "What I mean is that if I was to convert too much of your body into a Nemean lion's, your memories and identity would start to disappear. Lions are animals that act off of instinct, and believe it or not, but I originally wasn't like this. In the past, I was your typical animal, had no senses besides basic instincts. It wasn't until God sealed me away that I was able to learn like humans," the Lion King declared. "So, am I at risk right now then?" Issei questioned with fear in his voice. "Am I slowly going to lose my mind and wind up as a beast?" No, but this is something I had to tell you. Right now you have nothing to fear, but next time I advise you to listen to me. That was a risky thing I did. I mean, I transformed all of your skin into a lion's. That could have ended with catastrophe. Luckily, though, it didn't. Regulus said in a scolding-like manner. When he converted Issei's flesh, he didn't think much about this at the time. He only thought about saving Issei. It was something he regretted the very next day, because he feared that he might have caused Issei to lose some of his memory, or altered Issei's personality. But so far there had been no signs of changes. Has anyone lost themselves to this, lionification? Issei asked with uncertainty. Only a few, and they all ended up dead because of it. The worst part is that I believed they were in a state similar to my own. A state where they couldn't do anything, but watch as a beast use their body to hunt, kill, and feast. Regulus confessed with a frown. Issei was quiet after hearing that. He couldn't conjure up anything to say in response. The thought of being in a state where he could do nothing but watch terrified the hell out of him. Anyways, that is all I have to say. Remember to keep in mind that each action you take has a consequence, okay? Regulus said. Okay, was his response. Understood, Riaz. I'll be sure to notify Issei right away. Were the words Issei heard upon opening his eyes. He had immediately noticed that Aquino's tone was a callous and cold one. Looking over his shoulder, Issei noticed Aquino in the kitchen with a scowl on her face, which was a rare sight for him to see. He had always seen a smile on her face. Even when she was serious, she had a smile on, so seeing a scowl meant something was wrong. As she lowered the phone from her ear, Issei decided to make his presence known once again. Everything okay, Aquino? His voice thick of concern. The Queen of Ria's Gremory looked at Issei with surprise. She had completely forgotten that Issei was in the next room. I'm fine, Issei. It was just Ria's telling me that the Grigori's representatives will be arriving tomorrow afternoon, she said while setting her phone down on the kitchen counter. Are you sure? Issei questioned as he turned his body to where his back was facing the TV. If something is troubling you, then you can tell me. After all, you've listened to my worries in the past, so it's only fair that I return the favor. Thanks for the offer, Issei, but I really am not in the mood to talk about it. Maybe some other time we can talk about it, okay? Aquino firmly stated. Issei's lips moved downwards in response to hearing this. He thought about pressing the subject, but on second thought he thought it would be better if she just told him when she was ready. All right then, if you really don't want to talk about it, then I won't press the conversation any further, Issei declared with a shrug of his shoulders as he turned himself back around and stared at the black-screened TV. Aquino stared at the back of Issei's head and watched as he grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. She didn't know what she wanted to do at the moment. A part of her wanted to snuggle up to Issei and tell him what was bothering her, but the other part of her didn't want to trouble Issei with what's going on with her. As she continued to stare at the back of his head, her want to cuddle with Issei grew. Biting her lip, she took a step towards Issei. She may not have wanted to talk about why she hated the Grigori, but she did want Issei to hold her. Issei, she softly said, as she placed her hand on Issei's shoulder, causing him to tilt his head up and see a rosy red-cheeked Aquino. Can we cuddle? I don't want to talk about what's wrong, but I want you to hold me. Issei's own cheeks became red after hearing this. He wasn't expecting her to say this at all. Fumbling his words, he said, Well, I of course. If cuddling will make you feel better, then I have no problem with it. At this, Aquino smiled. She was glad to have an understanding boyfriend. The Lion of Vatican X. Summary: Issei Hyoudou, wielder of Holy Sword Joyeuse, and the Longinus Regulus Nemea, is one of the most elite exorcists the Church has at its disposal. However, he could sometimes be a little overzealous. With peace on the horizon, the Church sends Issei Hyoudou to Kuoh in hopes of him learning how to live in peace with devils. Pairing: Issei Aquino unknown. Alternate universe: somewhat soul, harem, OOC characters. Theme song: Mirror by Panic Era. Head writer: Revans Wraith. Laying in bed asleep, curled up together with a blanket and two feathery wings, was Aquino and Issei. They were both naked, and Issei had his face buried into her bosom with their legs intertwined with one another. Stirring from their sleep and opening their eyes slowly was Akino, her vision blurry from the fog of sleep, a warm, sensational feeling tickling her chest that sent tingles down her spine. She felt a little sore from last night's activities and was pretty sure she would have a problem walking today, but that didn't bother her at all. She had never felt better in her life. The way Issei plunged into her, the way he licked her clit, the way he released a yelp when she pinched his nipples, everything that happened last night was so stimulating. With the room being very dark, Akino didn't notice the dark image covering her lover until she felt a strange feeling. His head turned, nuzzling further into her chest as if he wanted to be closer than they already were. This action made her smile. She had never expected them to sleep in this position, but she was glad they did. Returning the gesture, Akino tightened her grip around him. However, it felt like she was hugging him with more than just her arms. When the dark image she ignored touched Issei's cheek, and she felt a sensational feeling in her back, she became wide awake immediately. What she had done in her sleep made her heart pound in both fright and disgust. Wrapped tightly around Issei were a pair of dark black feathery wings. They had enveloped the young exorcist entirely, holding him closer to her than her arms ever could. With the thoughts of her heritage entering her mind, her wings twitched. They had somehow positioned themselves under the pillow, encasing Issei while the other laid on top of him, with the blanket on top of that. She stared at her wings with a sickened look. She had never let these filthy wings come out, and now they were coating her lover, which angered as well as terrified her. The thought of Issei seeing these wings made her worry, and she had to retract them. The problem was how, though, without waking Issei. Due to the position they were in, she was sure that the slightest movement would wake the sleeping boy. She could remove the wing on top of him with ease, but that wouldn't really help her at all. She still would have to figure out a way with getting her wing that was basically underneath him out. Biting the inside of her lip, Akino began to slowly lift her wing off of him, only to cease her movement the second he murmured, "So fluffy." Those words were something she didn't expect at all to hear and made her pause. Never had she heard those words before, nor did she think she ever would. Staring at Issei's face, Akino saw a small grin on his face. It was a look of content that made her mind run wild with theories. Could it be that Issei enjoyed her wings? Was it possible that Issei liked them and was perhaps okay with them? No, it couldn't be. There was no way Issei could ever love her if he found out that she had these dirty wings. He was a member of the church and would no longer love her if he learned this. Due to her being so deep in thought, Akino was unaware of Issei's eyes fluttering open. As he continued to blink, Issei mumbled aloud, this blanket feels so nice," oblivious to the fact that what was covering him and keeping him warm was Akino's wings. Meanwhile, Akino remained frozen in place. She didn't know what to do. Issei had woken up and was going to learn the truth and then hate her forever. Their relationship would cease to exist, and it would be her fault. "Oh, good morning, Akino. I didn't know you were awake," he softly said as his eyes trailed upwards to see Akino staring at him with an unreadable look. "Good morning, Issei," she murmured hesitantly. "Your bed is really fluffy and comfy, if I'm being honest. This is probably the comfiest I have ever been," he declared with a grin as he closed his eyes, oblivious to her wings being the reason why he was so comfy. "Really?" Akino said in a tone of surprise as a red streak decorated her face. She doubted it was her wings that were giving him this effect, but a tiny piece inside of her was hoping this would be the case. "Yeah," he replied as his eyes slightly opened. "It's so warm, and it makes me want to lay here all day and do nothing." As he said, this hand that resided on her hips slowly trailed up her back, causing Akino to squirm on the inside. It was a sensual feeling, but she was freaking out. If he kept moving upwards, he would touch her wings. "Issei," she stopped mid-sentence the moment Issei's hand touched her wing. "Huh," Issei said as he felt her soft, fluffy, and feathery wings. "Akino, are your wings out?" he hesitantly asked as he looked up at her, only to see an ashamed and embarrassed look. "Yes," she said in a dejected tone. It was over. He was going to hate her now, and she couldn't do anything to change his opinion. Her filthy heritage was going to ruin their relationship. "But they're soft. I thought devil's wings were more bat-like," he said in a tone of shock. He had felt a devil's wing 2 times, and both times they felt like leather. "That's because they aren't devil wings," Aquino declared, her voice laced with sadness and regret as she peeled away from Issei, who let her do this. "They're angel wings." An angel wings," Issei repeated as he watched her get off of the bed and then turn on the lights for him to see her black wings. He had always wondered what angel wings felt like, but he didn't think he would ever get to touch a pair. "Yes," she affirmed, avoiding to look Issei in the eye. She continued, "I am what people call a half-breed. My father was a fallen angel and my mother was a human. Because of this you probably hate me now, right?" "Why would I hate you?" Issei asked, confusion in his voice. "I mean, I'm shocked and confused, but that doesn't mean I hate you." As he said this, Issei moved to the side of the bed in front of her, not even caring the slightest about them being nude. "But I have these filthy wings," Aquino rebutted in a voice mixed with anger, sadness, and a tinge of confusion. "You're a servant of God, and I have fallen angel blood inside of me. I'm the spawn of an angel that fell from heaven." She didn't know why Issei wasn't yelling at her, but she was mentally preparing herself for it. "Okay, but that doesn't make sense to me. Why would I hate you for them?" Issei said as he looked up at her, who continued to avoid looking at him, which made him frown. Aquino didn't say anything in response, causing Issei's frown to deepen. Grabbing her left hand and firmly clutching it, he said, "Aquino, look at me." Reluctantly meeting his gaze, Aquino listened to Issei. "I don't hate you, and I will never hate you because of your wings. Your wings didn't have an affect on me before, so why should they now?" "Because Issei," she trailed off, with disappointment latched to her voice as she looked away. Furrowing his eyebrows, Issei pulled Aquino on top of him, falling back onto the bed. Aquino landed on his waist, her wings falling to the side. Because of the position they were in, Aquino was forced to look down on Issei, and Issei was forced to look directly up at her. "I want you to look me in the eye as I tell you that I love you, okay? I want you to know that I love you. It doesn't matter what you are. Be it succubus, a devil, yaokai, fallen angel. It matters little to me, for I love you, and nothing will change that. Hell, even if the world is telling me not to love you, I will still love you," Issei declared. Aquino was speechless. No words could describe what she was feeling right now. "Issei, do you actually mean that?" she hesitantly asked with a faint blush. "Yes," he affirmed with a serious look as he continued to hold her arms. "I truly mean that. I love you, and I don't care what you are." "Promise me this, Issei," she asked as she stared into his eyes. "Promise me that you'll love me for me being me, and not for what I am." To him, it might seem pointless and unnecessary, but she needed to hear this. She needed to know that Issei would never hate her because of her having fallen angel blood coursing through her veins. "I promise," Issei answered almost immediately. "I, Issei Hyoudou, swear to God that I will always love you for you being you, and never will I allow my opinion change just because of your race." The second he finished the sentence was the second Aquino plunged downwards and planted her soft, plump lips on top of his. Issei may not have known why she was disgusted with her fallen angel blood and wanted to learn the reason why, but not now. Right now, he just wanted to make sure Aquino was okay. Besides, Issei was confident that she would tell him the reason in these upcoming days. "Aquino, do you mind loosening your grip on my hand?" Issei requested as he cast her a side glance. The two of them were sitting on the comfy couch in the Orc building, waiting patiently for the fallen angel representatives to arrive. "Yufu, my bad, Issei. I was just thinking about something. I didn't mean to cause you any discomfort or pain," Aquino stated as she rested her head on her boyfriend's shoulder and loosened her grip on his hand significantly. It's fine," Issei stammered in an embarrassed tone as he avoided looking at any of the devils who were staring at the two of them. Most of them looked at them with curious and interested looks, but only one of them was giving them an expression of what would be considered jealousy, and that was the blonde boy Saji. "Anyways, how were everyone's mornings?" Issei questioned in a somewhat awkward manner after about 30 seconds of silence. If they were going to keep on staring at him, then he might as well try to engage in a conversation with them. It would help loosen the tense, awkward atmosphere. "Mine was good, Issei. Thank you for asking," Kiba answered with a friendly smile, making it look like he was oblivious to the mood right now. "How about you, Kaneko? Did you have a good morning?" "It was fine," Kaneko replied before resuming to eat her bag of powdered donuts, causing the silence to rise again. Issei couldn't help from frowning internally as his attention drifted towards Sona's peerage members. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling most of them were afraid of him, except for Saji, Tsubasa, and Tsubaki. Issei quickly glanced at the desk where Sona, Rias, and Tsubaki were located and saw Rias giving him a stern look that rivaled Sona's stern looks. Averting his eyes back towards the devils that sat on the couch, he said to himself, "Jesus, what's with that look? I've never seen her look like that before. She usually seemed to be smiling and carefree look, but now it's like she's mad at me or something." "Hey, Akino." Issei started causing her to cease her soft humming and look at him. "Shouldn't you be standing next to Rias and them? You know, since you're her queen." He assumed the reason why Rias was looking at him like this was because she didn't approve of their relationship, so Issei thought it would be better if Akino was standing next to her. "Maybe," was all Akino said in response as she looked at Rias, who was muttering something to Sona. "But I like it here with you, Issei. You're warm, nice, and very comfy." As she said this, she hugged him like he was a teddy bear, pressing her boobs against him. Issei opened his mouth to say something, but before could say something, Saji shouted at the top of his lungs. "No, that's unfair. This isn't fair. How come he gets a girlfriend after being here for 3 weeks, but I can't get one, and I've been here for a year now? It's..." "Saji," Sona declared in a voice filled with power, prompting the blonde boy who was standing up and pointing at Issei accusingly to fall silent. "After this meeting, I will give you your punishment for that outburst. Now apologize to Issei." With a look that Issei couldn't decipher, Saji mumbled in a tone barely comprehensible. "Sorry, Issei." No problem," Issei replied with uncertainty in his voice as Saji sat back down on the couch. Issei watched as Momo soothingly rubbed his back in an attempt to cheer him up. He also took notice of Sona's pawn Ruruko, giving the white-haired girl a glare which made Issei raise an eyebrow. "Do those 2 girls like him?" he asked himself as he shifted his attention from one girl to the other. Ara, it looks like someone is jealous of you, Issei," Akino whispered in a tone of mischief. During this whole scene, she didn't let go of Issei, she just continued to hug him. "Is he upset that I got a girlfriend, or upset that I'm dadding you?" Issei whispered back as he wiggled free from Akino's possessive-like hug. "I don't," Akino stopped mid-sentence by the sound of the door opening, directing their attention to the door. Tsubasa and Tamo walked into the room with 3 beautiful women that made Issei's and Saji's heart skip a beat. The first girl following behind the 2 devils was a short girl with a round face that made her look pretty cute. She had long, wavy black hair that went down to her lower back, amethyst-colored eyes, and a curvy figure. Her attire consisted of the school's girl uniform. Following this girl was an older girl who looked just like her, only more mature. She was slightly taller, curvier, and had hair that went down to her butt. If Issei had to guess, then he believed this woman to be her older sister. Like the first one, she wore the girl's uniform. The last one wasn't a girl. It was a woman. She was tall, buxom, and had long navy blue hair. She was wearing a maroon trench coat-like top that looked like it barely fit her due to how much it was hugging her, and a skirt that went down to her knees. Her hair obscured her right eye, and if Issei had to guess, was the leader of the fallen angels due to her appearing to be the oldest. A scowl appeared on Akino's face as she unconsciously grabbed Issei's hand and squeezed it. Issei didn't release any sounds to indicate he was in pain, but he was pretty sure she just broke his hand. Like everyone else, though, he watched as the 3 members of the Grigori approached the 2 heiresses. As they sat down in the chairs in front of the desk, Tsubasa tapped on Issei's shoulder and gained his attention. Looking up at her, Tsubasa said, "Is it all right if I sit down next to you too?" She may have said it perfectly, but Issei could tell that she was nervous. It was odd, but he didn't refuse. "Of course, we don't mind, right, Akino?" Issei said as he looked at Akino, who was staring at the fallen angels with a scowl still on her face. Yes, she can sit with you. I am going to go stand by my king, spoke Akino, shocking Issei somewhat. I'm going to have to talk to Akino about this. How she is acting confirms my suspicions of her hatting fallen angels, Issei said to himself as Akino got up, and Tsubasa sat down on his left. Issei had thought about coming with her since he was the representative for the church, but shrugged it off. He didn't have to participate in the conversation, and this gave him a chance to improve his relationship with the devils. So, Issei started gaining the attention of the devils around him, who were listening to the conversation between heiresses and fallen angels. Does anyone have plans after school? No. Not really. I don't think so. These were the responses Issei got besides several shakes of the head. Really, not anything at all, the young exorcist questioned as he looked at them all with a baffled look. Well, I'm usually too busy with my clients or work for the student council, Tsubasa stated as she moved a strain of her hair to the side. But what about you? Do you have any plans? Not really. I mean, usually I would be doing exorcisms, but since coming here, I haven't had to fight much or anything of that sort. I kind of like it, but it feels a little weird, Issei said with a shrug of his shoulders as he sank further into the couch due to loosening his muscles. What was it like growing up a part of the church? Saji questioned in a quiet voice, causing everyone who was looking at him to avert their eyes towards Issei. Issei didn't say anything, his face contorted to one of thought. He had never really thought about his childhood and what it was like growing up to be an exorcist. His face remained like this for a while before abruptly changing to a frown. I don't know, I just don't know. Do you not remember? Rhea questioned, a bit of uncertainty in her voice. She had originally believed the rumor of Issei to be true, but after a couple encounters with him, the image of him being a monster had been shattered. She now considered him to be an okay guy, a little terrifying at some times, but nonetheless a person she considered a friend. Directing his attention to Sona's bishop, he answered, Yeah, I remember it all, but I don't. I just don't know how I feel about it. I guess it was okay. Issei's voice had changed from an energetic, happy one to a solemn one devoid of most emotions. A somewhat awkward silence passed by the group after hearing this, no one not really knowing what to say. Thoughts of changing the subject had crossed several people's mind, but no one decided to make the initiation. Instead, they just listened to the conversation going on between the two heiresses and the 3 Grigori members. As Issei sat down underneath the tree where he eats, his thoughts drifted towards Akino's looks she was giving the fallen angels. He didn't pay too much attention to the meeting due to him thinking about his childhood, but he did see that Akino was disturbed by the 3 women. She had put a smile on when she appeared by Ria's side, but Issei and probably everyone who is close to her could tell that it was a forced one. As he opened up the lunch Akino made for him, he thought about the Grigori members. From what he remembered, Yuma and Rainier were sisters, with Rainier being the oldest, and Calawarner was just their friend or something along those lines. Looking down at the bento box, Issei couldn't help from smiling. Somehow, as if magic, Akino had drawn a perfect heart with the white rice, their initials inside of it. He didn't know how the rice stayed in place, but he loved it. Hi, cheerfully spoke someone, startling Issei and nearly causing him to jump. Standing directly above him, looking down at him with a friendly smile, was Yuma. In her hands was her lunch box. Do you mind if I sit with you? Sure, Issei answered with a tinge of doubt in his voice. Thanks, Yuma said in an upbeat tone as she plopped herself down next to him. Using his peripherals, Issei saw her scoot closer to him. She wasn't close enough to where they were touching, but she was a little too close for his preferences. He didn't know her at all, and she was in his personal space. Noticing her eyes on him, Issei turned his head slightly and said, Is everything okay? Well, she started as she fidgeted a bit, causing Issei to cast her a glance. I was wondering, what's your relationship with the devils? It looked like you're on really good terms with them, and that one girl was pretty close to you, so I was just wanting your thoughts on them. Issei didn't say anything at first. He simply stared at the fallen angel for a good while. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity for the girl, Issei said, "I would say we have a good relationship. Some of them are still a little uncertain about me, but I think I'm good with most of them, and that girl who was sitting close to me is my girlfriend." "Really?" Yuuma replied in what sounded like genuine surprise. "Yeah, she made me this," Issei said as lifted up the bento, causing her eyes to move from him towards his lunchbox. Issei loosened his muscles a little bit as he briefly studied the girl's face. For a fallen angel, she looked so pure and innocent. It reminded him a little bit of that holy maiden he encountered in Vatican City. He didn't know why she made him think of her, but she just did. "That's sweet of her," Yuuma declared in an upbeat tone that made him smile. "Yeah, Issei started, but paused after realizing that Yuuma had moved closer to him. "It's what?" she asked with a bit of nervousness. "Nothing, it's nothing," Issei stated as he looked away from her. He didn't know what's going on, but he just felt like something was wrong. "Excuse me, but I have to go. The student council president needed me for something, and I just remembered," Issei lied. "Oh, well, do you want to hang out later? You seem like a nice guy for an exorcist, and I like nice guys," Yuuma requested as he stood up. "Sure, we can hang out later," Issei said after several seconds of silently thinking before quickly walking off. As he walked away, Issei said to himself, "I don't know what just happened, but something was off. She was way too friendly, and something just didn't feel quite right about her." Unbeknownst to him, the girl's smile had changed to a pout. "Oh, so close. Oh, well, maybe that cute blonde might be easier to catch," she mumbled to herself while watching Issei scurry away from her. She didn't have any evil intentions. She just wanted a cute plaything to play with, someone to satisfy her needs while doing this mission that she considered to be boring. That was all. Issei released a sigh as he stood outside the student council clubroom. Sona didn't actually need him, but something inside of him was telling him to get away from that girl. He didn't know what, but he assumed it was her trying to seduce him or something like that. He was a little skeptical about the fallen angel trying something like that, but he didn't put it past her since he did not know a thing about her. All he knew was that she was a part of the Grigori, Raynair's younger sister, and a little too nice for a fallen angel. "Hey, may I come in?" Issei requested as he knocked on the door. Several seconds passed, and Issei got no response, causing him to frown. Knocking on the door again, he said, "Sona, may I come in?" His response was the same thing, nothing. Furrowing his eyebrows, he grabbed a hold of the doorknob and turned it while pushing forward. As the door swung open, Issei was met by the sight of Tsubasa sitting on the couch. She had a pair of black headphones on and seemed to not have noticed Issei. He stood there for a couple of seconds and watched as she bopped her head, clearly enjoying whatever it was she was listening to. "Hey," the young exorcist greeted as he closed the door behind him and approached, causing her to finally notice him. "Issei," she said in a slightly shocked tone as she moved the right headphone off of her ear. "What are you doing here?" "Nothing really. I wasn't exactly hungry and thought I could hang out here until next period," Issei stated as he shoved his hands in his pocket. "Where's Sona and everyone else? I expected her to be here doing paperwork and stuff." Pausing the thing she was listening to, she said, "She and Riaz are currently giving a report to the Devil Kings, and the vice president is talking to Ms. Calawarner about a fitting punishment for one of her students. Apparently, a male student thought it would be a cool idea to smack her ass." "Really?" Issei questioned as he raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, Ms. Calawarner wasn't exactly happy and demanded that she be allowed to spank him 100 times over with a metal paddle," Tsubasa said with traces of amusement in her voice. "It was quite the scene." "I bet it was," Issei said with a chuckle. His attention soon drifted to the chessboard located on Sona's desk. The board had been set and prepared for 2 players. Looking back at Tsubasa, Issei said, "Would you like to play a game of chess to pass the time?" The tall girl stared at the chessboard for about a solid minute as she thought about it. Eventually, she answered, "No thanks, I'm not exactly good at chess and not really in the mood to play it." "Oh, well, okay then," came Issei's somewhat saddened response as his lips curved slightly downwards. Seeing this expression form on Issei's face made the brunette frown as well. She didn't want to play the game, but she also didn't want to upset Issei as well. Suddenly, though, an idea entered her mind. Wanna arm wrestle? Arm wrestle, Issei parrots as he glances at her. Yeah, I mean you're pretty strong, aren't you? Tsubasa said with a small grin. Don't you want to see which one of us is strongest? With a smirk developing on his face, he said, Sure, I'll play, but keep in mind I am strong. So when I beat you, you won't have any excuses. That's good to know. She taunted in a teasing manner, earning a chuckle from the young exorcist. Just don't cry to me when you lose, he replied in a smug tone. I won't, she firmly stated as she stared at him for a couple good seconds only to realize the blunder in her response. Lose, I won't lose. Issei just laughed in response as he walked away from her towards the desks, where they would play their fateful game that would decide who was the strongest between them. Surrender now, Night Raid, and I will make sure you all will have a fair trial or refuse and die, spoke the Lord Inquisitor, causing Issei to feel a little giddy. He had been watching this show called The Empire's Inquisitors for quite a while, and finally, the epic clash between the Inquisitors and their adversaries' Night Raid was about to commence. I believe that they're going to kill off 2 of the Inquisitors and 4 of the members of Night Raid, Regulus commented, prompting Issei to look down at the lion that was laying underneath Issei's feet. Regulus had no interest in the show at first, but after an episode or 2 he became interested in it and rewatched the first season and most of the second season through Issei's memory. They better not kill off Theo. He's a good man and I like him, Issei stated with a hint of fear in his voice. He's the soon-to-be family man, so he can't die. That makes him all the more reason to go, Issei, Regulus stated in a somber tone. In this world, it is clear that the good guys don't last long. Yeah, well, that will Issei stopped mid-sentence due to the Gremory family crest appearing on the floor in front of the TV. It was barely glowing at first, but after several seconds it was shining bright red. It wasn't a blinding light like Lord Michael or Lady Gabriel's crest, but it was bright enough to make Issei squint. Stepping out of the crest was none other than Aquino. In her hands were 2 massive brown paper bags full of groceries. A smile originally decorated her face, but upon seeing the male lion with a jewel embedded in his forehead, her face changed to a look of puzzlement. Seeing her expression shift, Issei quickly said, Aquino, this is Regulus. He's my sacred gear. Greetings, Lady Aquino. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Regulus stated in a tone full respect as he bowed his head. Aquino didn't say anything. She simply stood there for several seconds staring at the 2 of them. Her expression changed to an unreadable one, and she opened and closed her mouth several times. Hello, finally came Aquino's response. She didn't know what to think at the moment. She had planned on surprising Issei with a nice dinner since Issei said he was going to be with the Kendo Club helping Tsubasa move in some new equipment, but that didn't appear to be the case. Instead, he was here sitting on the couch with a lion. Numerous things ran through her mind, but she couldn't seem to find the will to ask them. She just continued to stare at the lion who had now rested his head on his paws. Do you mind moving out of the way, Aquino? Issei politely requested as he tried to peer over her so he could see the TV. We're kind of in the middle of watching something. Oh, sure thing, Issei, Aquino said after being snapped out of her little daze. Thanks, Issei said as he flashed her a small smile. His attention had shifted back towards the TV for a split second when he noticed out of his peripherals Aquino wearing a troubled look. Deciding to probe, Issei said, Everything okay, Aquino? I wanted to surprise you with a nice dinner, she confessed with a small frown. I thought it would be a nice thing for you to come home too. Even though she was truly bothered by this, Issei found her sad look to be very cute. I mean, you can still do that, right? I mean, I don't know what you planned on cooking, spoke the young exorcist in a comforting tone. He didn't exactly know what to say, but he assumed she wanted to be comforted. Yes, but I had an outfit and everything for this, she mumbled as she set down the bags. He watched as she searched through one of the bags before producing a white piece of clothing. I thought you would love it if I wore the famous naked apron. Nana naked apron. He stammered as the thought entered his mind. Aquino, I'm back, Issei called out as he entered the apartment while closing the door behind him. Welcome home, dear, cheerfully spoke Aquino with a smile as she appeared from the kitchen wearing nothing but a pure white apron. Aquino, he stuttered out of surprise as he backed up against the door. Moving closer to him, she said, Would you like dinner, dear, or would you like a bath first, or would you perhaps want me? As she asked him these questions, she had closed the distance to the point where all he had to do was look slightly down and he was staring at her boobs. Issei gulped. Would you like dinner, dear? She questioned as she moved closer. Or would you like a bath first? She slowly removed the straps over her shoulders. Or would you perhaps want I would want you for my dinner in the bath. Issei cried out as he clutched his head and shook it vigorously side to side. Realizing that he had said that out loud, Issei looked up to where Aquino once stood only to find her gone along with the bags. Huh, where did she? She went to go change into something more comfortable and told me to tell you that she will be right back. She also wanted you to stay put, Regulus said with just a tiny bit of cheekiness in his voice that Issei didn't pick up. It's not like I have any place to go, Issei muttered as adjusted himself to a more comfortable position. I right now have no home, and both Riaz and Sona think until we learn more about those exorcists, I should live with Aquino. You don't consider this to be your home? Regulus questioned. Issei's blank expression changed to a thoughtful one as he considered his response. He did love Aquino, but he wasn't sure if he was ready for this type of relationship. In movies and most TV shows, the couple grew close to one another over time and eventually moved into one's house, but here that didn't seem the case. Here they fell in love and were already living under the same roof, something that took some couples months on deciding. Now he wasn't against this, but a teeny tiny part of him did prefer if they lived separately. I mean, I do consider this to be my home, but it kind of feels like I'm taking advantage of her, you know, he muttered with frustration evident in his voice. Trust me, you don't, Regulus affirmed. Issei was about to reply, but before he could utter any words, a soft, silky, and feminine voice was heard prompting him to divert his eyes away from the TV. Do you like what I'm wearing, Issei? The voice belonged to none other than Aquino, and upon having his eyes land on her figure, Issei was certain that his eyes popped out their sockets. Standing in the hallway wearing nothing but a pure white apron was Aquino. Her hair was no longer in a ponytail and went all the way down to her thighs. A small smirk plastered on her face as well as a faint blush. Jesus Christ, was all Issei could say as he gawked at the raven-haired girl. He had always considered her to be a beautiful girl and never wanted to fall prey to lust, but he found her to be hell of hot. The way the apron hugged to her brought her curves even more and increased her sexiness by tenfold. Fufu, you shouldn't say bad words, Issei. It isn't in your nature. Aquino teased, her getting a little bit bigger. I think the Lord can forgive me for swearing, Issei stated while continuing to stare at her, his eyes never leaving her body. If this was what housewives wore, then he wanted to get married soon. He wanted to come home to his wife wearing this every day. Fufu, he might, but I don't like it when you swear, Issei. I like it when you're sweet and innocent, she said as she approached him, not even caring in the slightest that Regulus was in the same room as them. You should stick to not cursing for me, okay? As she said this, she straddled him. Okay, came Issei's response as he stared at her boobs that practically right in his face. The only thing separating him from seeing them was just the thin piece of fabric she wore. He felt his face get slightly hotter as his member became erect. The thought of taking her right now had crossed his mind, but that would be giving into his lust, and he wasn't a lustful beast. He was a member of the church, and he wasn't going to. Do you want to do me here, or on the bed? Here, he instantly stated as he grabbed a hold of both her cheeks and squeezed, eliciting a soft moan. Let's do it here right now. If you insist, Issei.